Onion rings taste good when they're dipped in ban. Mm.
You should try the S band. The S band sounds tastes even better.
Yeah, S band's a little bit more spicy.
Spicy band, some of that sweet band sauce.
Oh, I made some homemade freaking salsa. Oh my God, Miggy.
Is it to die for?
It's too hot, man. It's way too hot.
Before you dip it into the band sauce, you got to dip it into the ball of tears. Because it's like it's that extra kick right there. That's like the special sauce, bro.
It marinates. It marinates it, huh?
Yep. Just goes down like
if you've got any accelerating coffee to wash it down, that really complements the meal.
I might have to do that and a little motar for the evening. But
that was the funniest part because the first time that dude was here and Jedi was going at him, he said, "You remind me of my old chemistry teacher." And then he came back today with the same shit.
Did it? You really must have hurt his feelings.
You gotta feel it, bro. I pulled out the Kleenex, man. Like, yo, let me hold my man down, bro. He's sad.
Some of these people are.
Do you remember the sound thing? Sorry, guys. Do you remember when Mickey went through the 3 points the other day and D to the V and Chemtrail, I think, put the music to it? And that example of the 3 points was within a second the man had realised that Miggy just snatched his fucking wig away. What happened with the gentleman that we just observed was it took him 24 hours. He realised that at the time that's what I was doing, and he didn't get any sleep last night. He didn't get any sleep last night, and he's been thinking about the flat Earth all day long because I elucidated with the help of you lot and Miggy, the 3 points, shout out to Quantum Eraser, plagiarism and all that bollocks. But ultimately, he realised that all he's got is a belief. And he wants to think, I believe, that he's an intelligent man. He tried to be an intelligent man with me yesterday. That's why he's got a problem with me. I like intelligent people, but he didn't seem to be that forthcoming with, let's call it, primary knowledge. He just has a belief that the Earth is a spinning ball in the vacuum of space. And I elucidated that for him, and he came back with feelings. And you're lying to me.
And maybe you should change your name.
I mean, to say that the Stellan alien just doesn't exist.
I don't think it was.
No, it was this. I think it was.
Yeah, 24.
Hey guys, I had trouble with the Stellan alien. Remember how long I was on the fence? One of the things was the Stellan alien because I'd been watching eclipses my whole life, never seen one of those. Right, therefore, I didn't believe either. I didn't outright call nobody a liar. I just, thought, well, how come I haven't seen it? Right? How much time I'm outside? How come I've never seen one? So, I'm not saying the guy did it the right way, obviously, but I had trouble believing it too. I had to do my own research.
Real quick, I got like 32 people on my YouTube live stream. If anybody wants to jump into the Discord link is in the description. You could do so, and also if you guys wouldn't mind, just hit that subscribe button and the like. Thank you guys very much for the announcement.
By the way, Miggy, you should change your name to Miggy Wig Snatcher.
I did. It's in the bottom of my name. You see on the right.
The Snatcher of Wigs.
Sorry, Chocolate.
I do see a couple of people here with just VC verified. One is Sean is muted, but definitely. What was the other guy? Lost in Time? Everybody spoken to Lost in Time?
Yes, I spoke to Lost in Time earlier about. I think he's kind of pretty much there. It's just the whole gas pressure and gas pressure gradient thing. I was speaking with him earlier. I think I helped him out. That's the only time that I've spoken to him, though. Don't know much else about him.
Yeah, I looked for that episode. It's episode 500. It's not up on Helios' channel.
The 7 million with the FED.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I narrowed it down to what episode it has to be. So the 499 episode ends at 3:30 Helios time, which is 4:30 here. So it's got to be the next episode, which is 500, but it's not up there. So it might have overran. Sometimes when it overruns, YouTube won't save it, right? If he doesn't shut it off before 12 hours is up. But Periscope will capture it. Unfortunately, you can only scroll back so far, like with Periscope. But there's other episodes there, so I'm going to ask when Helio comes on, I'll see if it's still up on there. And then we'll get it.
Oh, man.
And then if he comes back, we'll shove it straight up his rear.
Yep.
Oh, it's big and gaping now, so it should slide up there nice.
Fucking guy. You're a liar because the model says you're a liar.
What a
whack-a-troll. Whack.
We're literally trying to disprove the model. He says you're a liar because the model says that you shouldn't have observed that. Yeah, that's what we're trying to tell you. We're trying to tell you that that's not supposed to happen. Don't you get it?
All he has to do is take his ass up there to the Royal Observatory or whatever it is.
Oh, Injo just slammed it home when he started talking about whatever his name was, the Elder, and his mate a little bit before.
Pliny the Elder. Yeah. I posted a thing too. Fuck, dude, I'll read it. Said though he does not name Hipparchus, such events are sufficiently rare that it is very likely the same one. If we accept that Cleomedes lived in the 1st century AD, then his mention of this eclipse would be contemporary with that of Pliny. Pliny was a historian for the Roman Empire. I'm just saying that. Since it is well known that the moon must lie in the Earth's shadow for a lunar eclipse, it should be impossible to see both the sun and moon at the same time. One would have to abandon this model unless an explanation could be found.
Refraction.
So, that's actually what this paper is from. Like, basically how they invented refraction just to account for this one. Just to account for the selenilium.
Wow.
Yeah, I found that paper a long time ago.
I love this argument because it's very personal to me. Right, because I observed this out my fucking bedroom window whilst we were on the FED. I like that Elijah likes this as well. Right, we talk about the selenilium. He loves talking about it. I mean, Injo's got some fantastic knowledge. The thing is that I'm trying to bring up, right? It fucking ruins the model. And you just have to observe it. Oh, look, there's the sun, there's the moon. That's not possible. That can't be the shadow. Oh, and the shadow's in the wrong place. It is. It's tried to be turned to black swan. I guess it is. If every eclipse.
It's just refracted.
You're supposed
to. They say it's rare. Sorry, it's not really rare. It happens at least 4 times a year.
Fuck?
That was some screaming, bro.
4 times a year?
Just win the lotto?
Yep. And a solar eclipse always either precedes it or follows it.
What else is it going to do?
15 days later or before. I don't know.
Cool. That makes it better. I get you.
So it's almost evidence
what if the world get on it?
Sorry,
No.
So
you're really be quiet, Sonny.
Oh, I am? Oh, okay, hold on.
No, not. Yeah, sort that out, bud. Elbows up in this forum, yeah. Because no one's going to hear you otherwise. It says me with a new mic and I'm just showing off. Don't go quiet on me. I know you can hear me. I know you can hear me.
Nice.
So the official sunset time for that day was 9:52 p.m., right? According to time and day.
Alex.
So, yeah, of course. So, I've actually thought about that eclipse in that sunset at that time, of it being late like that. In the Shetland Islands, how far north they are, they have a very strange climate. They're like are they actually in the Arctic Circle or close to it? But they don't have they don't have like Arctic weather.
No. So this is a strange thing. They don't have Arctic weather, but in the northern reaches of the UK, Scotland, and as you go further up, they don't actually have what we would classify as night time at this time of year. They only have, I think it's twilight, or the idea of what different twilights are. whatever it is.
Yeah. But like Civil Twilight, Nautical Twilight, whatever.
Those are the ones. So it only goes into the last stage and never goes into nighttime, which means the sun is coming up at, really, early hours and doesn't go away until past 10 o'clock. And see, this is the thing about England in the summer, right? Late summer nights. And this gentleman knows this. I presume he was English because of his accent. So he knows this. Long summer nights and the sun is up past 10 o'clock. I don't care what time and date says, especially with the Serenilian, right? Where I was looking down looking out my window, looking at the fucking moon, put my head out my window, look down the street, and there's the sun. In Bambi's observations, the sky it's not daytime, like I said, it's not in the middle of the day, but the sun's up, right? This is a Serenilian. The sun is 165 degrees off to a right.
Yeah. Do you guys remember these pictures? They came from later on that night too, from some dude. I don't even think he's in the server anymore. Because I remember I was in that. Oh, was it Bev?
Yeah, I think it was Bev. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember I was here in the server when all that was happening.
Isn't arsenic dense pressure? The fucking Dutch dude.
Yes, I don't think it was bad. I think it was that arsenic guy. I don't think he's here anymore. I don't know who that is, but
his name now, he changes his name all the time. So his name now is Dutch Steam Machine. But the names I know of is Metal Grouper, Dense Pressure, Arsenic. He used to go on Nathan's show. He's the Dutch kid, the NASA fanboy. You know who I'm talking about?
Oh, what's his name?
I don't know what his name. He was going by that. Apollo. Yep. Yes.
Yep, that's the name. I know him. Oh, these are his picks. Oh,
yep.
Okay. All right. Well, I still got them. I screenshotted them from that day. On July 16th, 2019. I was on the call.
You're a fucking liar.
I'm a liar, man.
I'm looking at this chart, this graph right here. It says you're a liar.
That means you're a liar. Don't worry about that sun behind me, all in the sky. I'm just a liar because look, this chart says it.
Yeah.
This was the thing about that eclipse as well, because we were doing the FED live show and that lasted for about 2 hours. I watched it for 2 hours, right? And when I started to observe it, right, it was already like pretty much a quarter to a third of the way through its cycle. Where Bambi catches it is where I see it. So that started happening, at least half an hour before that.
Yep.
At least. So yeah, exactly, man. The images that we've got that Bev took, they were later on in that evening. Right, they were past like 11:30 because he spent a long time out there. It was a long time before he came back because he wanted to get a decent photograph.
Hold up.
Yeah.
I think
the whole duration.
Yeah, I still got Bev's pics. Hold on.
Bloody hell, man! But the whole duration of the totality of this shadow entering and leaving, 2.5 hours. Some eclipses, right, are over in what? Half hour? That's odd.
Crazy.
Well, yeah, not that it happens. I don't care how it happens. But within the model, I don't know. Maybe the time that the shadow takes to go across the eclipse is something to look into as well. Because different eclipses, that one lasted 2.5 hours. Others last half an hour. Same rotational speed of the moon. Well, was it coming closer? What's the thickness of this shadow? Should take the same amount of time to transverse this shadow, right? Why some longer and some shorter?
That's awesome that you could see this outside your damn window, man.
Oh man, I just looked and it was right out my window, right in front of me. I was like, all right, you need to pay attention to this. The moon was smiling at me. Do you remember that, Miggy? The fucking moon, man. What's going on?
Yeah, you said, like what the hell, man?
I've never seen. See, this is why I was really confused. I'd never, and this was like my initial thoughts. I've never seen a moon phase like that. The moon's on its fucking side. What's going on? It was only after we looked into it. Oh no, that's an eclipse. Oh look, there's the sun.
Yeah, but you were tripping about it because you're like, well, the moon phase yesterday wasn't like this. Like it wasn't even close to being.
Yes, well,
you know. And then you were just like freaking out, like the moon's freaking smiling at me. What the hell?
We also have to understand with observing eclipses. Right, when I point this out, the moon has to enter that area of shadow behind the Earth. It's also when we should observe a full moon. So the moon has to be full when it goes into this area. To observe a full moon at this time, it's not in the right position to be a full moon. It has to be a full moon for eclipse. We don't get eclipses of like crescent moons, do we? We're stupid. So there's lots of things about that particular day, making that observation myself, seeing something that was just, we all have those flat earth moments, or I hope we all have. I've had 2, and that one's the other one. Sorry, that one's one of them. The first one was going down to Dover. Knowing I've been down to Dover and been on ferries before, but just wanted to have one more look, and there was France. So, personal moment for me. But to have somebody come in and challenge me, and not just challenge me on the argument, actually just call me a fucking liar for lying to me. But the Saturnian eclipse and what the moon does in the sky, we can all observe that shit, right? It doesn't fit the model. And the more that we ram this home to people, then the more that they're just going to have to realise that they don't live on a spinning ball, flying around in space with that thing up there, flying around with us too. The observations don't fit the model. And it's not just my observation, right? Bambi's observation. Fucking whatever his name was, the elder, Pliny, whoever. Right? This is known about. I want to try and somehow formulate that into a modus tollens if P then Q if every eclipse. Whatever, I don't know. Maybe I can talk to Quantum Eraser about it.
I mean, they do the work for you and call it impossible already. But yet, there it is.
Yeah. And I think that's one of the crazy things that I think we've become to really realise over the last month, right? Well, it's 2021, the year that we elucidate your fucking belief with 3 simple questions, right? That's what it's going to be. But the way that these people defend, I say these people, I was one of them too, but the way that they defend this, right? Chocolate's right. It's called impossible. Injo just read out why it's called impossible, and everybody's known it's fucking impossible. And we know that they're just going to say refraction at the end.
Yep, Band-Aid. Throw a Band-Aid on that.
Giving an excuse for something that you call impossible seems really stupid. Because it's obviously possible because it's happening. So why would you call it impossible and then give a reason as to why it's impossible? It makes no damn sense, man. And yet there it is. And people don't see that as a problem. Why would you call something impossible if it happens? Oh, because it's impossible in your model? Is that it?
Cognitive dissonance. It has to be cognitive dissonance. It can't be anything else. They have this belief. They have reality presenting themselves what reality does. And somehow they just shrug their shoulders and go, well, the Earth is a ball spinning in space, and whatever the fuck's going on is the fuck's going on. Yeah. I'll justify that shit. I might not understand it, but I'll point to somebody else. He will. He has. They told me someone fucking measured Earth curvature and demonstrate what actually they've admit that they haven't measured any motion of the Earth. Again, I'm fucking telling you. But the cognitive dissonance is strong, man, and they just don't see this obvious. It's impossible in your model.
Mm-hmm.
I also came back on a bit of a high. Here you go, I'll tell you this. When I jumped back into the conversation, when I started speaking with that guy again, before all of that kicked off, I had a really good conversation with a gentleman who moved into my old apartment across the way. I've moved into a bigger one. We all know this. But he moved into the one across the way that I used to have. Got chatting tonight. He's Christian, which was pretty cool. So he has an understanding or a knowledge of certain things. He's quite logical. He professes to be logical. He understands, science and man's role and things like that. So he's onto the kind of like pseudoscience and not taking everything on board that he is told. He's aware that maybe something's not completely right with the vaccine, but he's still wearing his mask and, doing the things that he should do and thinks it's a good idea. But with an hour conversation with me, and although I didn't, let's say, give him anything to do with the flat earth, I know that I could possibly do so in the future, and he will be at least open to having the conversation with me, for sure. He seems quite open. He gave me a hug at the end of the conversation because I sat down and I listened to him for about 20 minutes, half an hour, about relationships and splitting up with your exes and not being around your kids and not having a job and all of that type of stuff, because that's what a lot of people are going through at the moment. We had the conversation. He came up. He stood up. He asked for a hug because he hadn't had anybody to speak to for about a year. So I came into that conversation on a massive high because I felt like I made a friend and somebody that I could, talk to and, exchange ideas with that isn't just on the fucking internet. It's like literally across my way. And he seems a very reasonable guy. So I came back on a really big high. It is. So that's why I'm rambling on and sharing it with you. So
No. I think it's tremendous, man. Like I shit you not. I've been experiencing the same type of stuff. It's like people hugging me just because I'm taking the time to listen to what they have to say. That's it. Not even anything more than that. Literally, I'm just not rushing them. I guess I've learned more patience from the server. It's gotta be.
Vagabond.
Vagabond, can you hear Chocolate? I'll type Chocolate. Chocolate, can you hear Vagabond?
Vagabond.
Can you hear me? No?
I can hear you. Do you hear Chocolate?
You. Vagabond.
No, I don't think it does.
Yo, what's up, Chocolate?
Yo. What up, bro?
Chilling, brother.
Shit, man. Just came in here to start talking like it's all gravy, man. What's up, bro?
I'm chilling. Yo, I love the song,
How you been, man?
They put me on. I felt like I was snapped back into the Matrix. I was like, you know what I realized? It's like, I just been like, just reflecting, like, because when I take something away from myself, I almost have a better sense of it when I come back to it. Does that make any sense?
Yep.
Yeah, you know what I mean? So I realized it's like, this is like where I recharge my batteries because like my conversation with you guys are very like easy, seamless because we think the same way. You know what I mean? Like I don't have to explain how I got to some thought process of something. It's like usually a logical process. And like I ask some other people and like when I present it to you guys, usually like, I could see, even if you don't agree with me, you can see how I got there. Right. You know what I mean? But I realized when I go out into the world, it's like I can see everyone's minds dealing with their own shit. And all their fear and stress all compounded on top of that. So when Jedi was saying, like, he just took the time to listen to this guy for 30 minutes, talk about X's and this and that. And, like, the guy just collapsed. I'm like, wow, I see that everywhere now. Nobody takes time for anybody else because they're afraid. But you get so much benefit from just letting them get their shit out. And without introducing the flat earth, of course. Because, like, just the fact that I know it means, like, there's something else. There's somewhere else this conversation is going to go. And I think they can sense that. But they don't know where, they're like, this guy's just way too calm for society right now. But I think that's what's going on within us. We're exuding that inner confidence that they can't possibly have because you don't know more than we know right now. There's no way. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yeah, bro.
Shit is crazy.
Listen, since all this shit started, I've had people come come up to me, like coworkers and shit, come up to me and tell me, I might not agree with you with, the shape of the earth and all that, but I understand what you're saying when you're saying we're just surrounded by all types of bullshit. They're like, I'm starting to get it. Like this was towards the beginning of the pandemic, right? This was towards the beginning of that. People were already at that point waking up like, wait a minute, man. All of this seems very off. There's something very wrong with this.
Word.
So I could see at this point people getting to getting to that extent where it's like if I don't talk to somebody or let this shit out.
Yeah, but and they're getting letting it out, and they're almost getting hungrier for different perspectives now. Because they're like, something ain't right. I don't, let me fucking stop being antisocial and just fucking have a conversation where I may not have had one before, but like things are so crazy. It's like, fuck it. Let me just get out of my normal habits. You know what I mean? I think that's happening more and
more. Yeah, man.
Yeah, but interesting, bro. I'm just observing this bitch, because you know me. I've learned to just be hands off. Just like, I'm waiting for you to tell me what you want to know, and then I'll give you that, but I'm not pushing any. You know what I mean? I realized the mental strain associated with that pushing is like, I was really trying to convert some fuckers. But I was like, Jerry, stop. Yeah. I was like, you do not have any more energy for them. I was like, you really have to come back. And then I feel like I naturally gravitate back to more sensible conversations. So I noticed that. It's like I ran out of fucking energy to even do this anymore. And then I was like, once I come back and have the conversation with you guys, I was like, oh, I could, take some more time and listen a little bit longer to someone that like just might be drolling on about politics or some shit I don't care about. Because I know they're just like still not figuring it out yet. You know what I mean? I'm not rushing them anymore.
Yeah, brother, I hear that.
Crazy.
Yeah, well, either way, man, it's good to see you back.
Yeah, it's good to be back, brother. It's good to be back.
Yeah, man. Glad you liked the song. What song you talking about? The Why Would They Lie?
Yeah, Why Would They Lie? Yeah. Yo, that show's dope. Why would they lie? Because I remember when you guys were like, yo, we're gonna lay this track down. I was like, oh yeah, let me start writing a verse. I never wrote the verse, obviously. But I was like, I'm glad
I'll tell you what, buddy. Everyone has written a verse.
Oh yeah?
It be secretly.
All right. I shall write a verse. Yeah. I shall write a verse. Don't worry,
I've done it. I know. I don't know if Miggy, are you still in the room, buddy? Are you still here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. So Miggy wants to start spitting a few bars. You were asking around for some beats earlier on, weren't you?
That is correct.
The only thing that I want to elucidate, chocolate. So you, Elijah, Witsit, Spurs, your man Midi, and his friend who I can't name because I've got a great memory. But that inspired a lot of people, mate. Yeah. That inspired a lot of people, mate. Even myself, right? And I'm not going to tell anybody what I wrote down, but that's personal to me. But you inspired that. And it was a good few days while I had that fucking.
We have to have a day, well,
But also, this is the thing about that tune, right? And I will hold you to task on this, chocolate saying, right, that I couldn't get that fucking beat out of my head. I couldn't get those words out of my head for the days. Sometimes I wake up with a tune in my head and I'll have it for the day and I'll move on to other stuff. But that was I woke up with it still in my fucking head. Not 1 morning, 2 mornings, 3 mornings in a fucking row. Couldn't fucking get rid of it. So I know you inspired people with that shit, man. Look, Vagabond did shit as well.
Yeah. And I was going to ask you also with that.
Miggy.
I'm looking for a beat, chocolate. So I don't know how you get a hold of your beats. Like I'm trying to see if there's a way that I can get a beat that I can use to actually put forth
I mean, there's beats all over the place, man. People making beats. This dude DTV's got some beats he makes. You could hook up with MIDI. There are apps you can download. They'll have beats come with them. I mean, it's just depends on what you want to do, how you want to do it.
Yeah, exactly.
You could do like old disco beats or old 70s rock songs.
Well, I don't know what can be used, like if you put it on to like SoundCloud or YouTube.
Well, I think the best thing is to get a custom made beat, right? So it's like, it's your property.
Right Demont.
Yeah, so Miggy, what you could do is like you would find the type of beat that you'd want, Like go to YouTube and try to search for a specific type of beat. Find like a couple of those that you like that are within the same vein of what you want. And then you try to find a beat maker that could produce a similar beat, but it'll be your beat. You know what I mean? So then you own it. Because don't just don't just like buy a beat that's like sold to like 50 other people and then like your song actually blows up and turns into something like, no, I bought this beat before him and I bought this license and blah 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 blah.
Yeah. I've seen that, and it's like that. There's a bunch of politics that come along with it. So it's like, man, I don't want to. And every which way I go, there's a bit of like politics. It's like it's free, but not really free. It's kind of like you can only use it on this very specific avenue, and if you go outside of that little avenue, you're screwed. And it's like, well, what the hell, man?
Well, I've got about 100 beats on my computer that I've produced over years that I could probably spare one. I have to go through. There you go. And I have to get. There you go. I mean, I'll find some beats. I've got loads, man.
Would there be like a verbal contract that we have to get into, like in case it does? I'm not just saying the off chance that it does blow up. Be like, well, wait a minute, man. Like,
so maybe you might be like the new Elvis or something. What's going on here? Like,
no, I'm just saying, like, covering all my bases because, like, I don't want to get into it. Like, hey, man, this is free, and then it blows up. And like, oh, well, hold on a minute, man. Going back to the time when you first used it.
Listen, Miggy, as long as you don't as long as stardom doesn't go to your head, man, and you can still talk to the peasants, like, I'm good. You're fine.
No, dude, it's not. Well, I mean, I don't know. I guess it's like, yeah, I could agree with what you're saying, Vagabond. It's just like, I would like to have a beat that it's not going to be coming back to me like, well, remember, I gave you this beat, so.
No, of course.
Yeah. Miggy and I were talking about that too, because I was letting him know that sometimes the royalty-free beats aren't as really as you think they are, like that. But there are some apps that really spell it out, like that Remix Live app says you can reuse, redistribute, and even call it your own. And they have, like, I guess, true royalty-free beats on their app. But that Veloco app, I'm thinking that's probably what you're talking about, Miggy, where I was telling you about that. It seems like they want you to use their beat completely for free, but they want you to share it on their platforms. So we were worried about, like, well, what if I make a beat with your company but share it on YouTube? Will we get copyright strikes? Yeah. So, I totally get what you mean.
There's a lot of little nuances, man, when it comes
to the thing. Here's the thing with music, right? There's nothing new under the sun. There's only so many combinations. And that's why people make mashups so easily, because there's only so many different timings, there's only so many different chords, right? And the thing is that there's nothing new under the sun. Yeah, Vanilla Ice stole that from David Bowie and Queen, right? But he added the little in the middle of it, and he made it different. He made it his own, right? So all you have to do is just make it your own. You could take someone's chord progressions and their beat and their time signature, and you could just change it up ever so slightly, and then that's kind of how a lot of music is made. Sometimes it's on accident, but you could take an old Weezer album and look through some of the most simplest beats on there, but they're really catchy, and just change it up with different instruments, and no one will ever know, except for people like me who can hear it.
Yeah, but that's a whole different ball game, I think. But we're just talking about, hey, we want some cool beats to use for some Flat Earth songs, but we want to just avoid any complications with any misconceived piracy or plagiarism of songs or whatever.
Yeah, but I think that's what he was getting at. I think what he was saying is, like, should you like create a beat on your own?
Because it used to be part of the industry, right? Making mixtapes, using other people's beats, like. When did it become like, oh my God, this is my beat, I made money with it, so you can't make money with it? Like, it's so fucking corny now.
Oh, the vultures
imagine
are
a country
now,
singer.
Imagine
a country singer going. Imagine a country singer going to another country singer. You use G, C, and D. Oh my God, that's my G, C, and D. You use it just like I used it.
Let's just stick to the facts. The way the world presents itself, it's flat. I've been around the world, I've done a few laps. You disagree with my eyes and you're giving me maths. I measured the horizon, globe collapse. Set a red pill and you're bound to relapse. You don't want to debate it, you think it's traps. I understand your globe model that you can't let go because you got no bowl. Wake up, give your fucking head a bubble. You're not traveling through space at full throttle. Think about evolution, you prats. Your ancestor was no Jurassic rat. Don't disrespect me, you'll get slapped. I'm not crazy, I'm just tapped in. You think you was a fish with some fins. Starring story belongs in the bin. You stupid will not thinking. Now let its lyrics sink in. You get me? You're just gonna like
why aren't you making a song, Reasons?
I already made one.
He already made a song.
You made your song? I haven't heard it.
You're not.
Yeah, it sounded pretty good actually.
But obviously I rushed that version. But if I do a new version, I could do a new version and make it better. I just recorded it one day. I just got a bit. Been making music my whole life.
Nice.
Intellectual, individual, not your typical criminal, subliminal fool. I'm a possible, lyrical, natural, we're recorded to about schools and its rules. That bar that you spat made no sense. That's when your book made no sense. Those things that you said in the sentence. Oh, you got like, mic check. When I step up on a mic, they can't disrespect. Just the beginning, you ain't seen nothing yet. If you don't think so, then we can make a better yet. Yeah, we can make a deal. See who's fake, we can see who's real. We'll see which lyrics really appeal. Don't watch me like an Matt Beal. Lyrics in your head, so don't try to steal. Go round in your head like a big bus wheel. I can do loads of bars, man. You know what I mean? It's like rapping UK rap, that's what it's like.
Dang, Reasons. Wow, bro, that's pretty.
A bit of a garage flow in there, Reasons, haven't you?
That's the one, bro.
Bro, you and Kimo should do like a fucking UK mashup, bro. You and Kimo. Yeah. Do it.
Yo, Kimo!
Kimo!
Wicket's lyrics are really good as well. Like, have you heard his little rap he's been doing about his privations? It's a bit over. Like it could be more fun and bouncy, but he's put too much information in there. Typical Witsit, really. But he's got a really good rap as well. I mean, I think like if Jeddah gets one in there, if everyone puts a little 8-bar piece in there, a nice little catchy chorus, could put something together really well. But you guys need to get a condenser microphone. You can get a decent one for about $150. And a decent external sound card, and then I can teach you what programs to use and how to record your vocals over the MP3, and how to put compressors on there and stuff to really clean it out. So when you do publish it, people can really hear the lyrics. Because I've noticed a few people's music productions, it's just not up to par. It's just not good enough to publish.
That's actually, and I actually want to learn that. So that's actually perfect timing. I was like, I actually do want to learn that. So yeah, like
another guy.
Whenever the class opens up, sign me up.
There's a guy called Crypto in here, one of the mods, and he's actually he's a musical engineer. So he's actually 10 times better than me.
Yeah, I know he's a DJ.
No, he's a technical engineer, so he's like a professional.
Nice.
People pay him and that to produce like soundtracks. He knows more than me.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, I just heard that. Oh, Crypto, what's up, bro?
Yeah. So I'm trying
about like P Diddy of Flat Earth. What?
I swear everyone already knows it. You guys know I'm a qualified musician, right?
We're talking about you, not to you, mate. What the hell did you just jump from?
Yeah, I'll fuck off again. No worries.
No, you're absolutely fine, buddy.
I'll fuck off like uncontained gas.
No, you're saying you do the audio engineering, so like teaching us how to clean up our voice, like when we do a podcast or something like that, so it sounds like really crisp. You're saying like you know do all of that type of stuff.
I was more on the music production side of things. I mean, sound engineering like that's super simple to be honest. You just need to have 3 or 4 filters. But what Reason says is right. It starts with a good mic. You need to get either. Well, I mean, a lot of old studios, you normally used to put like egg cartons up. Like you used to get the foam from the egg carton. Don't know if you remember that.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, I have friends that have done like sound booths in like different apartments and rooms and stuff like that. So like I've seen like the foam that they put. I actually don't think they do a very good job putting it up, but whatever. That's just my like contractor's eye. But I want to like sound it out.
They're mad because I did my first song on a piece of shit karaoke app with some wired headphones.
No, we gotta cut that condenser mic. Listen, we gotta make sure.
That's how I got it done, man. Listen, that's how I got it done, bro. Made that shit in my room.
Mine is still uncompleted. You're right, mine is still uncompleted. Can't talk.
Here's the one thing you need to know about those types of microphones, though, is that you need to add phantom power to them, otherwise they sound like shit or they don't work at all, which requires getting the right kind of either audio interface or Yeah, or sound card. So, but it is worth it. It adds that kind of extra 10% kind of like crispness that you're really looking for.
The thing is, these microphones are so good. Sorry, one sec. These
Adds
microphones
the
are so
game
good.
without the static.
These microphones are so good that it picks up all the background noise. So you have to, there's a program you can run, like a GeForce program that gets all the background noise out, or you can put like a gate on it, which I'm experimenting now with what Electro's taught me, so that only with certain decibels will pick up through the microphone. But I still think when the microphone acts through that threshold, I've noticed it still picks up the ambience. Because I need an ambience remover, so it doesn't pick up any of the low tones. You get me? Like the hissing of the air and stuff. That's why you need like a egg cartons and a separate room with padding to kind of get dead sound in it. Because obviously when you speak, it echoes off the walls.
I mean, it depends what you're talking about. Because if like when people make like noises, that's called sibilance. Presumably because there's lots of noises in the word. But there's like specific techniques for getting rid of sibilance in a mix. So you wouldn't just add a gate. You might EQ it, or you might do something else. But like a gate isn't going to help you with that.
I've got loads to learn about the microphone part. But I did have a background remover, and that really works really well. But because it runs off drivers, it's like an emulator. Like it gives it like a false. It's like a program that runs through your mic. But then when I'm trying to set my mic up on the Mojo programs, it's all just colliding and just fucking. It'll work for 5 minutes, then it won't, and then I change this and change that, and I'm just chasing my tail on the computer. But I'll get it sorted soon. And I've got lots of projects that I want to just get out there, loads of them, and I'm just buried in it. And with my computer giving me stress, I just never get around to doing it.
Just get a better computer.
I know. I did. I spent. Got a laptop, and wasted money. Should have just spent the 1,000. But I've got one for 500. But I probably should have got the £1,000 one. But I thought this will do. I thought I'm only going to use it for recording vocals, but it's just my luck in it.
I mean, what are you trying to run though? Because audio.
It's not a lot. That's what I mean. I just run waveform on Traction 7. You know Traction 7 waveform.
Vaguely, yeah. I wouldn't.
But it's just like, yeah. So I use that with loads of plugins because it's free. But when I set my AOS IO, or I set my direct sound, so the mic picks up. Like, so let's actually, because I have like an MX10 mixing desk thing, and I run my mic through that. So let's say I put the input through the mic, and then I put the output from my headphones. Obviously, there's a delay. Then I set what's the word? Collaborate. Collaborate. What's it called? Calibrate. That's it. Calibrate the delay, and then when it comes to recording, it's like sometimes it don't record on point, or because I'm running a program through my sound card through the microphone to get rid of the background noise, it just plays up. So when I use the direct sound, like what you said with the mic cut off, it'll work perfectly. It'll be recording time, but it will pick up the background noise. So if I'm just rapping into the mic very loudly, it'll pick them up, but it will also pick the ambience up.
Okay, so I guess we can have a discussion about this another time, because I don't know if other people here are that interested in this topic. But yeah, sure, we can go through a few techniques or ideas to make it sound better.
Soon as it should be a couple of weeks. I'll be back in my studio, and we'll crack it, and I'll give you a call once I'm hitting them brick walls.
Sweet, yeah, no problem.
Want to hear Miggy's bars? Really intrigued. That kind of came out of left field when he said about that, and then I don't know, just didn't expect But that's awesome. And that's why I brought up earlier about the inspiration.
Where did he say it? What is this?
That was earlier today, man.
Yeah.
He was talking to somebody about getting some beats and so on because he was being inspired and blah, blah, blah. So it was just really nice. He put a massive smile on my face. I was like, oh, wow, that's awesome. Because I just relate that back to you and I relate that back to, Why Would They Lie? Excuse me.
For me, there's a lot of people that...
I just say, go on.
No, there's a lot of people that have already done the hard work of like mixing beats. So I think and there's a plethora of music out there that people are they're just lying around. They're not doing anything. So I could put one to good use and probably make it popular. I mean, if somebody was to allow me the chance, because I think that's a whole nother area of expertise that somebody can get into, like mixing beats. And so, I mean, if somebody's just doing it for fun, I mean, I wouldn't mind just, hey man, let me borrow one of your beats,
Yeah, Miggy, like I was thinking earlier,
over the place, bro. Trust.
And especially if they're not planning on releasing them and on like Spotify and making revenue, then sure they can let anybody use them. That's a good idea.
Like me, I'm not trying to make any money off of any of this. I'm doing this for y'all and for anybody who wants to hear it. But I'm not trying to make a career out of being a rapper. I'm not a rapper. I'm just a guy that likes rap. So
are you just talking Are you just talking flat Earth stuff or music in general?
What I'm doing is just pretty much flat Earth stuff, music.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Because I consider flat Earth kind of like fun hobby stuff where I'm not going to even attempt to make money off of it. But there's quite a few tracks I'm going to be releasing on like Spotify and iTunes. So yeah.
As long as I can make a track, if I put it on a YouTube and take it down, I mean, it's whatever. But as long as I've got the track and I want to share it, that's fine by me. I don't care.
Yeah, that's cool. So Miggy, but it does like you said, Miggy, you got to find somebody that's willing to give you one that's not going to worry about any kind of like, you know what I mean.
I like being successful at everything that I attempt to do. So if it does become something that I put out there, I mean, I don't want it to be restricted by like, well, it's copyrighted. You can't put it on this platform. You know what I mean? Like
that makes a lot of sense.
That's a bummer, dude.
Yeah, totally.
So that's why I'm saying it. Or if somebody made a beat that's copied from somebody else and said, "Hey, man, this is a free beat I made, but it was actually somebody else's work." Too. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, like I just posted something that I'm having a hard time understanding. This is a app I was using to make beats, right? If you read that, can you guys? I just pasted it in live stream 2 voice chat text. Can somebody make heads or tails out of that? Let me know.
Sounds like they're saying you could use it for a song, but you can't take the sample itself and sell it by itself.
You got to remix it.
But once you add something else, like you're not just selling a bass line, of course, because once you mix like a drums in there, it says then it becomes the owner of the track. But it's still kind of the way they worded it. It still says selling is not permitted. And then they have this little for instance thing, and it says, well, I'm still confused on it. So we own the track or not? I guess once you mix, use more than just one instrument, then it says then you become the owner of the track. Does that mean you can still actually put it up for sale or whatever if you're looking to go that way? Or this is the stuff I was telling you about, Miggy, in DMs. Like we especially have to like figure out how to cross our T's and dot our I's before you do something, so you make sure you're totally in the clear.
Well, no, I was kind of looking into that all day today, and everything I was coming up was word. They phrase it like this, like this little piece that you just put in there. I would see that. The beats are like royalty free, but only if you do it this way. I'm like,
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to see. Crypto.
Guys, just do me a favor, guys. Just real quick, do me a favor. Listen to Miley Cyrus "Party in the USA," and then listen to Weird Al Yankovic, "Something in the CIA." Right? It's the same exact song, but because he changed just the lyrics, he never gets sued. Right? Or as far as I know, I don't know if he's been sued once. He's probably been sued. I don't know if they won, but so if you could change, more than just the lyrics, which I'm sure you can. Because nobody's rapping about flat Earth, right? Except for flat Earthers.
No, I don't think it's about the. Yeah, it's not about the actual rap. It's about the music that's behind the vocals, right? So, just in that instance that you're saying that these are two well-known people and they have lawyers and all that. Like we're just like average people getting.
Yeah, we're just talking about royalty-free beats, but we want to try to be more clear on like how much leeway do we have to actually make these beats our own. Because that, like the app I was telling you about, that I posted.
I'm
that
telling you, you got a lot.
No, we're not talking about that. But the thing I posted, the royalty free thing about, that's not really a beat. Those are just drum kits and samples. So it's a little bit different than getting a complete beat. But it's still you're using somebody's instruments, like broken up into a bunch of different clips. And you can generate a beat off of it. And then I just wanted to make sure that, hey, when I play this on YouTube or something later down the road, is it not going to trigger some kind of, like Mickey and I were talking about, some kind of a copyright infringement and then shut down some channel or whatever. But,
right.
Yeah. But Miggy, like you said, if you find somebody that makes their own 100% original beat and they're not ever willing to sell it and whatever like that, so there's no issue with monetary, they'll probably just give it to you and it'll be your song.
Like I already said, I'll put my own verse on it, so I'll be on there. So any success it gets, I'll be part of its success, And yeah, I don't mind. I've got loads of beats. I've got about 1,000 unused beats that I just made when I was younger. And I've just got but I need to get to my computer, get reasons that are stored on my computer, and then export them. So I've got a bit of faffing to do, and it won't be for a few weeks. But work on your lyrics. I'll give you a few different beats. Which one do you think is the best we should run with? That's it really. I've released other songs on there. I've done a Halo song once, which got about 20,000 views. Done pretty well. I've done my hench one.
I'm loving the fact that so many people are picking up the pad and the pen. It's pretty dope.
Yeah,
to that point, we're just making music on them now. We're just dropping bars of songs on them.
Just like Jedi said, though, you did inspire that, Chocolate. Like you were the first one to actually get within the community. That is.
I won't say I'm the first. But there have been people before me. But maybe in this little group right here, maybe. But
yeah,
and not even really, because Mitty's been doing it for a while. Mitty's got a bunch of songs out.
Why would they lie? It's the song, and because it was a collaboration by much loved and respected members of the Flat Earth community, like yourself, mate, like Elijah, like Mitty, like these people, yeah. Because it felt like us, right? And why would they lie? It was very poignant, mate. So I'm not surprised that inspired, a lot of people to, get the pen and paper out, like you said. Oh. And yeah, we're just pouring the love on you, washing your fucking balls. just
Thanks, man. I appreciate that.
Yeah, no worries, man. Got a lot of love for a lot of people in the server. Chocolate, you are most definitely one of them. Miggy, you are most definitely one of them. Miggy's got me this microphone, man, and this is why I sound so perfect at the moment, I'm sure.
Yeah, have you heard yourself in the live stream, Jedi?
Don't, so. No, the only time I checked was when I was having issues. And that very first time, just the first time. I haven't gone back and checked. I probably will do. But yeah, as long as the most important thing, mate, is you're happy. To me, that's the most important thing, that you're happy, because you did that. You did that for me, and I know where that came from. I know it's from a place in your heart, so that's why it's so deeply appreciated. But I have a lot of love for people in this community. I'm only going to mention the two of you, otherwise I'm going to end up washing everybody's balls, and I'm not going to do that. But this community is something special, right? And that song was something special, and I'm not surprised I'm not surprised it's inspired people like myself and other people to do, not just do that, maybe do things that are not always been or had the confidence or the inspiration to do because it's been uncomfortable for them. Yeah, why would they lie, man?
And I gotta give a shout out to Eli too, because Eli did call out to this a lot. Like when I first put the song out with my other song, and then he put his song out, and we were like, "Yo, like maybe this will really inspire, just a bunch of us to just start doing this." And then even that at that time, we were like, "Yo, let's get on a song together." You could do like a Flat Earth Wu-Tang type shit where it was like 7 of us or whatever. Like whoever wants to spit on the track, get on it. And that's how it, like, sometimes it's crazy because it's like I remember talking about it and now it's already like happened. It's already like, the song's already out, and now people are picking up their pens and paper and shit because of that song, and I think it's fucking awesome.
Hey, have you heard High as Kai though?
I did.
Yeah, that girl.
Oh, wow, man.
I did hear that. Awesome. It was like 46 seconds or something, but she killed it for that 46 seconds. I was like, what the hell?
Hey,
oh, shit.
Hey, Lulu, are you here? Miss Savvy? Are you with us right now? I think she's got the link out. I wanted to see if I get the link off of her. No, Lulu, if you're listening, you got that link for High as Kai? Does anybody have it? I should say.
No, I heard it once, but I didn't save the link. But yeah, get her on a freaking track too, man. She killed it.
Yeah, she about made D to the V fall out of his chair, man. when he heard that.
Yeah.
Oh,
you're right, Miggy.
Wasn't that fire? That was fire, wasn't it?
And it surprised me. That was amazing, actually. Yeah.
It was really good.
You know who else surprises me is Chemtrail. That he actually shot a video for it too, and it's called "Stay Alone." Yeah, I think I've been posting it once in a while. What a hell of a video and song. His flow is so it's like nonstop, not a break in the whole thing, and it's just smooth and rhythmic and everything. It's just amazing.
I told him that the other day. And it's crazy because he told me I inspired him. And I was like, what? What do you mean? You can't be serious, man. But that's what he said. Yeah, but the song is awesome, man. His song, he does have a nice flow in it.
It does. Nice. And our boy Don Gio, I was talking to him. I'm on Facebook with him now because I keep in touch with him. But apparently he's been touching on some hot topics in here about the man and woman's place in life. I don't know the exact details, but I think what happens is a discussion gets into the dynamics of what place a man has and what place the woman has in life, and it got real bad, and he got kicked out of here a few times, and I think now he's permabanned, right, Miggy?
Yeah, he's permabanned.
But Don Gio is, oh my God, he just released a Flat Earth song just off the cuff. His first one he wrote in his iMac he got like a few days ago. I'll post it in here, but too bad he can't get back in here. I mean, I told him, I go, if you could just bite your tongue a few times and just keep it to Flat Earth and not get onto some stuff like trying to put a woman in her place or something, then you wouldn't get kicked out of here. Yeah, it's unfortunate. But
hey, Lulu, that link is broken, or I can't access it for some reason. It's just the thing keeps spinning around and doesn't let me get to it. It's weird.
No, but Don Gio is pretty damn talented too. He wrote his lyrics, he sang, he rapped it, and his little video he made, he started putting like memes up. Like when he talked about why you getting mad, he's got like a little meme of a guy screaming at somebody. So every sentence he's got something that corresponds with it, whether it's Flat Earth or the lyric he's talking. So he put some good time into it, and it's gonna get some Flat Earth exposure. It's just too bad he he couldn't keep it real and just stay in the flat Earth topic here.
All right, thank you, Miss Savvy, for that link. All right, I'm gonna play it real quick. It's only 46 seconds, but I just want to run it one time through. You guys don't mind?
Do it.
NASA lies more than my ex-boyfriend. Oh baby, break up with that ball.
Sorry little hoe, but you ain't living on a globe. All the things they taught you in the school, you gotta let it go. Like you can talk your shit, but then I'll flat smack you back with my rap. Call up gravity, like where the hell she at? Cause you need Jesus to see this, deceiving since Eden. Yes, calling out the Globers, they ran out of reasons. And 3 questions, we got your ball now gone, and you ain't done no work, but you just say we're wrong. But we know not to be lying and faking. Look what the hell they be saying. Look at the money they taking. They're doing it off of Satan. Take a red pill with a shot of Jack. Oh, please don't call me back till you know the earth is really flat.
Did you hear those 3 questions? Yeah, boy.
Yeah, we want more. That was too quick.
I think she needs to upload that to like Edge or one of those ringtone places, because I think that's a ringtone, man, as far as I can tell. I mean, yeah, it's a sample of her skills, but it's definitely a fucking ringtone.
Here's the official gear of the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0 server right here. I need your eyes peeping this. Peep that, will you?
I know.
I already ordered one and a tee. Just letting you guys know. It'll be coming January the 19th.
Did he just change it? Because I remember us talking about that. I'm like, I am Quantum Eraser. And now he's
get the freaking hoodie, dude. Dudes and dudettes.
And I can't wear a hoodie. I don't wear nothing but short sleeve shirts all year long.
Oh, there's t-shirts too, so.
I would have to be in freezing weather to wear that. I don't know when unless I move, but it could come in handy.
Right, bro. I couldn't wear that at any time during the year.
Camping trip, that would come in handy.
It's my Black Swan sweater.
Nice.
There, I posted our boy Don Gio's Flat Ball new song and video he just made today, just earlier today. So check it out.
Yeah, I heard it was pretty good.
Hey guys. Mickey, did you get things to listen to then? The ones I tagged you in?
Yeah, the one that you put out? Yeah.
Yeah, both of them. There's 2 of them. There's a gym one, and there's obviously the flat earth one.
You know what's funny? It's 2. My bad, reason. I was just gonna say
it's all good, mate. It's all good. Just checking if in. That's all.
It's 2 things that's kind of related to Walking Dead, right? Because remember Walking Dead? I don't know how many people watch it. I don't watch it anymore.
Yeah, sick. I watch it.
I used to watch it. Remember they used to have 3 questions that they would ask people trying to get into their game.
Oh yeah. How many people you killed? And
how many walkers?
Oh, that's funny. Yeah. How many walkers you killed?
How many people you killed and why? Right?
Yeah.
Right. And now we got QE with the. Now we got the QE with the I am QE. And remember what they were saying with Negan? I am Negan.
Yeah. He's like Negan, and he's actually.
Remember that whole I am Negan shit? It's hilarious.
QE is Negan, man. We don't talk about no pretender clowns around here. Walking around with Lucille. I've got a little thing called Lucille. You
fucking Miggy is Rick. Miggy's Rick with the 3 questions. It's hilarious.
Yeah, the 3 questions, yeah. It's funny.
Dude.
I'm dying. I'm like, you need to clip that part out, right, where he says, have you asked him the 3 questions? Like, every time they say it, and then put, like, a little video together, and then, like, cut in Miggy asking people 3 questions. Every time I've got someone new, just get a couple of the scenes out when... Oh, it's funny, that is.
We all stopped chugling, by the way. Did that actually
I'll
happen?
tell you what, we've been chugling, man. I've been chugling all evening. I started off with that since I've been loving you from Zeppelin, man. You could take that rap shit and toss it right in the trash. This is sublime
Tell him why you
brilliance.
mad, son.
That's really good, man.
Sublime brilliance, brother.
Aw.
I ain't gonna lie, man. You got a good taste in music, man. It's really good. I like it.
Especially because he loves my rap song, the best. So yeah, he's definitely got.
He's definitely
got that, bro.
Attention in the server. What's that?
Bonnie's falling down a well. Help him.
Black.
Hey guys.
Chickadee check of the microphone 1 2. Can you guys hear me?
I'd like to say hello.
Yeah.
It's been a long time.
Yeah, he would.
It's been over a year since I've been in chat with you guys. And I don't know if any of you guys even remember me or was here a year ago. I'm sure a lot of you were. I haven't been around, but I'm back and I've jumped in chat a few times and I listen to you guys, but I haven't spoken any because I'm kind of intimidated about talking to a whole lot of people. And the whole 4 years I've been in the Flat Earth since I've discovered 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server, which was probably 2017. When I first joined you guys, I always listen to you guys more than anything. And sometimes I talk in chat, but I always have more to listen to than to say. So normally I'd always keep, myself on mute and stuff, but sometimes I would talk and, it's been a long time. I've been gone well over a year and I'm just bouncing back in here.
Yeah.
And
have you heard of the water gas?
Welcome back. Hold on. Before we get into that, please let me. I want to address what they were just talking about. Please, that's why I jumped in.
Yes, sir.
You begging? Yeah, of course. You jumped.
I heard D to the V was asking about whether or not you can use loops from an app. When you on an app when they they have standard loops or whatever, when you adjust them and make them your own, that's your content.
Yeah, Helium. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah, I think you're right.
They can't copyright strike you once you change it around. Yeah, so
and it even said that too. Like once you jumble it up with your own little mix, it then becomes your own. So that's cool. Yeah, so thanks, buddy.
It's not.
Yeah, they can't copyright you for that. I mean, but even if they, you have a standard beat on an app, whatever. So that's cool, and then you start like manipulating it, it becomes your own at that point.
Helio, you could use a class from Nathan Oakley about talking backdoor shop on internet. Just want to let you know on a live show. Hey, Chocolate, you think he'll benefit from a class on that?
On what?
Dude, I'm gonna come to Missouri and I'm gonna kick your ass, John.
Stand by.
Because I'm the only one that's not allowed to talk shop. When people have been talking about this for 30 minutes and you jump, then when I have an opinion on it, then John jumps in and says I'm fucking, don't have a reason to talk about this.
I have to agree. He was talking about a pertinent subject.
Damn, man, take it easy.
Yeah, Dennis was talking about a pertinent subject.
Stand by for the audio technician.
You guys need a class from Nathan on talking shop. I just want you to know. Just go see Nathan.
Who's you guys? What do you mean? I mean, they were talking about this for 30 minutes, and then I come in and have an opinion, and John just jumps on my ass for no reason.
Okay, for the second time. Okay, so can you tell me again? So it was going on for 30 minutes. I just want to get it straight.
Yeah, give us a fucking break.
It was going on for 30 minutes. I just want to make sure I got it clear. Going on for 30 minutes, and then you just came in, and then I said something. Is that correct?
Well, I didn't hear you talk for the past 30 minutes while they were talking about,
I wasn't here.
Music and shit. Okay, well now you're here, and I jumped in to give an opinion on what they were talking about for the last 30 minutes, and then you're just like telling me that I need some lesson from Nathan Oakley.
Wait a second, I want to get this straight. So for the past 30 minutes,
back to where we were.
I appreciate your input, Dennis.
Rumpus by all of y'all. So Zealot was speaking about being gone for a long time. I heard you, bro. No, it doesn't matter what your deficiencies are, man. These guys are going to beat you into submission. So don't worry about it. Just enjoy the process.
No, Nathan, I'm going to tell you straight up. It was a debate you were having.
Nathan. Nathan's not here.
Nathan. Okay.
Holy smokes.
I think you've dialed in correctly.
I'm going to tell you guys. I started in here 4 years ago, 2017. And I've been homeless. I've been homeless since 2005.
Oh, that ain't funny.
And I live on a phone, and Discord was new to me. And you guys were the first Discord server I ever been on. And I used to talk to you guys. I know Mad Mike. I know Becky. I know Smurf. I know a few people. And I can even recognize some voices. But I was never able to see who was ever talking. I never knew too much of what was going on. I mostly listened. And the only times you guys ever really heard from me, because, I mean, it's hard out here sometimes, living outside and being street. And the most I could ever contribute, and I've changed my name a few times as far as like on my Discord. So, you guys might not even recognize me from that. So I'm sure I'm totally clueless to most of you, but I was the homeless guy that was the homeless flat earther that was in here for and I was pretty prominent, and I spoke to you guys and was around for at least a year. I was fucking in chat with you guys. I didn't always talk all the time because I learned so much, and thank every one of you. Whether you was there or not, because if you're here now and you're part of 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, then I already know what you're screaming, and I appreciate you for that. I really do. It was been a part of my growth over the years. I just came out of the monastery. I've been in I'm Orthodox Christian. I was in a Orthodox monastery in New York for well over a year. When I very first got out, the monastery, which has actually been about 6 months ago, I bounced in the chat one night and talked to you guys, and I haven't been back since. But I kind of miss being here, and I've bounced in every once in a while and listened, but I don't know.
It's a really good place to be. I mean, to have a conversation with like-minded people. Yeah, it's comfortable and uncomfortable at times. But at the same time, it's like, hey, it's good to have you back. I'm glad you found your way back here. I would hope if you want to continue to participate, just use the same username.
Yeah, you're right about that. Absolutely. 100%. I mean, I guess y'all can tell because I bounced into voice chat check-in a little while. It was probably a month ago, and I talked to somebody in voice chat check-in. I don't even remember who. It's hard when you're dealing on a phone to even know who you're talking to. Most you can do is hear voices and stuff. Especially when you're outside and you're in the city and everything's happening around you. It's a little bit different and things are a little bit more, quiet with the COVID and stuff, But, I got a lot of miles under my feet, just in the last year. I've been I was in New York for Ground Zero. I was in Minneapolis for the start of the riots. I was fucking in Chicago when all that shit was going crazy. I was in Portland for all the riots.
What?
I'm back in the South. I'm back in the South now. I'm from the South.
So you were in different cities for the riots. I mean, what was that like? Well, were you part of the riots or you were just there?
Oh no. I've been on the outside since 2005, man. I mean, I'm a real outsider, and I don't play left wing and right wing politics, man. We all know.
Well, you said you were there for the riots. I mean, were you involved, like one of the marchers, or?
No, I live on the street and I have to deal with it. And I'm gonna tell you straight up, which you probably won't hear a lot on the media, about one of the few things I could share, and the only thing I've ever shared in this server was my street experience. All the mathematics and the science and everything, man, y'all blow me away, and I love it. And I feel bad, feel kind of like behind that I haven't caught up with that. I mean, I was in the monastery and stuff, and I was focused on something else for some time, but I got out for a while, and it's like I've bounced in chat a few times and just listened to you guys, and it's just part of me, when you've been isolated. I was in a Ezecast monastery, so we didn't talk. And so, it's taking me a little bit of time.
You took a vow of silence? You took a vow of silence when you were in a monastery?
No, monks take a vow of silence.
But
they do more than just that. But
I know.
I need to interrupt for a second. I need to interrupt. Just XP, dude. Sorry. I'm just trying to keep it kind of on topic. I appreciate you sharing. Don't take it the wrong way. No, don't bounce, man. Don't bounce, because this dude could just be a troll, man. So he's asking to be unmuted so he can ask Helio a question.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so don't bounce, man, because he could just be a control. He could get banned in 7 seconds. So and then
I'm not gonna bounce. I'm gonna mute and listen to you guys so that I don't.
All right, cool, man.
Yes, sir.
Don't call me fucking sir, dude. I'm not in the army.
Sorry, sir.
What you said, XP?
Oh, you work for a living.
Hey, just to clear that, man, before anything, I call even children, ma'am and sir. So
yeah, I know.
It's part of my nature.
It's me, man. It's just me. Dude, I'm getting old, man. I don't like being called sir.
Well,
it's one of those things.
If I can get past the pride and call you sir, you can deal with it the same way.
Just get over it.
I hope so.
I almost want people to start calling me boy again.
Yeah, call me boy. Call me boy. Call me boy. See what happens. No, I'm
gonna put myself on mute and let y'all answer.
Did you say somebody XP has a question for me?
Well, he said, Helio, I have a question. Can you unmute me?
Yeah,
XP, you're unmuted. Trigger finger on the ban button. XP, you're up.
Come on, XP, man. Does he have a role? Maybe you can't
Probably using Windows XP.
We hear your.
He's using. Let me give him VC verified.
I seen him flash for a second.
I see his light flashing.
I gave him VC verified. See if that helps.
He was trying to punch holes in his keyboard.
I think so.
He said, I can hear you talk. Yeah, well, that's great. You can hear us talking. You're supposed to be talking.
Well, hey, I gave VC verified. Maybe jump out and jump back in. I know there's been some role issues here lately. Maybe that
said I can't talk. How do I talk?
On somebody's server.
I don't think push to talk is on. Here, let me double check this real quick.
XP, man, your mic's not working. Come on. I'm really curious about your question. I don't know.
Yeah.
We've done as much as we can so far. Yeah, I'm on the edge of my seat to figure out what XP is going to ask me.
That's right. I'm leaning forward.
On our end, you should be good here, XP. I don't know what.
XP has a question specifically for Helioskeptic. I didn't know.
Well, I mean that's what.
No, I don't know if it was specifically for him. He said, "Helio, unmute me. I have a question."
Oh,
okay.
There you
go. So,
might have came off of YouTube live chat.
So you had the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable.
Yeah. I can't even think of a comeback for that.
I've been saying that shit for fucking years, man.
I haven't had a comeback for years either.
That was a rhetorical statement.
XP, man, your microphone issues, as far as we can tell, I mean, it's not on our end.
XP, disconnect and reconnect.
I think he already did that.
Well, push to talk's not enabled, right?
You're gonna have to check your settings, bro.
I did, and it to push to talk. It's confusing.
You know, we can help him to disconnect.
Isn't there a way to, isn't there a way to drag him out by the neck and drag him back in?
Yeah. Well, meanwhile he's getting that sorted, we got another person that just joined us. LRT1.
I'll move him to VC check-in and see if I can talk to him there.
Cool.
Yeah, give that a shot.
LRTY, are you there?
Not flat. The world is not flat. You're all wrong. You're a bunch of ponies.
Huh?
Oh, that's a great argument.
Wow, that just proved the globe. Wow, is that the best you got?
Can I offer my rebuttal to you calling us all ponies? Nay.
That was smart. I like that.
First we were called normies. Now we're ponies now.
We're pony normies.
Is that an upgrade or I don't know?
Maybe you can have Helio give him some instruction on Discord apps.
I like laughing, thanks.
You guys just don't have no damn sense of humor, man. You guys are, what are you, dead inside?
What are you, a pony? What are you, a pony?
Yeah, technically, yeah.
Technically, yes.
Alligator Raid just joined our chat. So, Alligator Raid, are you there?
Yeah, I am.
Hey, welcome to the chat, man.
Yeah, it's nice to be here.
Thanks.
I'll ask you that again in a minute.
Yeah. All right. So, what brings you by the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord?
Well, I'm personally not a flat earther, but I wanted to join to see everyone's perspective and learn more about it, about the topic.
Now that's direct. I like his directness.
I love directness.
That's good.
So, why don't you think the Earth? I mean, why do you think the Earth is a globe?
Well,
what evidence?
It's just what I've been taught, pretty much. Like, it's all about roots and I've just been told that it's been a globe for so long, and I guess I just want to look at different parts of what other people think to come to a conclusion.
Do you know that the globe Earth is just a belief?
Well, everything is belief, I guess, and I'm just trying to find out which one I believe in.
No, everything's not a belief. The globe Earth is though.
That's the conclusion I'm trying to see if I'll come to by joining this server.
Okay. Anybody can jump in here. I'm going to step back for a moment.
Someone going to take this then? Hello?
I actually was thinking India was going to jump. Oh, he muted.
Right. So, my friend, you've come to the Discord server and want to understand more about it, yeah? Yes, no?
Yeah.
Maybe so. Yep, awesome stuff. Would you mind if I asked you what you knew before you came into the server about the Earth being a ball in space and all that jazz? Just 3 questions, just about what you know about it in the first place. Find out what type of knowledge that you have. Is that all right?
So what did I know about the Earth being a globe or the Earth being flat?
The Earth being a globe. So you understand or you believe the Earth to be a ball spinning in space, right? That's what the Earth is to you, yes? Awesome.
Yes.
So just 3 questions about that, if that's okay.
Yeah, sure.
Cool. So like I said, just 3 questions. I'll tell you what they are first, and then I'll go back to the first one and we can start. I'm not here to debate you. I just want to know what you know. If, you know something, then I want you to tell me what you know. If it's, something that you don't know and you don't have an answer to the question, then just say you don't know and it's absolutely fine. So 3 questions, one about the Earth and what it is. So the Earth is said to be a ball. So the question is, do you know in any point in history up until today that there has been a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth? And if so, how? Second question be about the actual rotation of the Earth. Same applies in history and how it was done. Third question be about the vacuum of space where the Earth is said to be and how you know this exists. So, are you with me so far, my friend, yeah? I want it to be more of a conversation than awesome stuff. So, first question, like I said. At any point in history, do you know of any direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth? And if you do, how? How was it done?
I have no idea, but I'm assuming with like satellite footage or comparing it to other things in our solar system.
Okay, so what I'll do is I'll repeat the question again. Listen closely, all right? Do you know in any point in history of the direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth? Not things that are not things that are in the sky. So on the floor, actually a person measuring the floor, the Earth to be curving. So do you know of any point in history if that was done? And if so, how? If not, no, that's fine. That's cool.
Yeah, no.
Cool. Would it be fair? Okay. Would it be fair to say that you probably just believe that somebody did this?
Yeah, I think it'd be fair.
Awesome. Cool. Awesome stuff. Second question. Hopefully, mate, this won't take long. So, second question. So, do you know in any point in history how the direct measurement of the actual rotation of the Earth was done? And if so, how?
That I also don't think I can answer. I'm assuming the way shadows were casted. I think. Not fully sure.
Right, okay. So I'm asking you about the Earth spinning, right? Not the curvature of the Earth. And when you bring up shadows, that's what I immediately think of. If we're talking about the Earth spinning on its axis, I'm asking you has that been physically demonstrated to be true? Has it been measured to be moving at all? That's what I'm asking you about, mate, just to be clear.
Well, not really.
Awesome. Would it be fair to say again that you probably just believe that somebody had done this?
Yeah, I think so.
Awesome. Awesome stuff. That's fine. Third question. So, the vacuum of space being a medium that we can travel to, or that it exists in the first place, adjacent to our atmospheric pressure. How do we know that this is true? Or how do you know that this is true? More to the point.
Well, I honestly don't know if that's true because all I've heard is things that other people have said. I haven't seen it for myself with my own eyes, so I can't really say whether it's true or not, or I can't really make an opinion on it. So,
and that's probably one of the better answers because it's really honest. Because you're absolutely right. It is really just a story that you're told. Right? You said you've been told this. You haven't verified it for yourself. That's right. You haven't. I wouldn't have thought that you've been to space, for example. So again, would it be fair to say that you probably just believe this to be true because somebody told you?
Yeah.
Awesome stuff, mate. So that's the 3 questions, mate, and I really do appreciate that conversation. Just going to run through your answers, all right? So the first one about the direct measurement of curvature of the Earth, you just believe that somebody had done it. A direct measurement of the motion of the Earth, you just believe that someone had done it. And the vacuum of space, you just believe that because someone told you. What this is, mate, is it's second hand. If anything, it's best within knowledge base, right? It is just a belief. It's not primary knowledge. You haven't demonstrated this to yourself. And you really, at the end of the day, hadn't given me any type of, argument to suggest that you did have any kind of primary knowledge to it. So it'd be fair to say, and it was very fair to say that it's probably just a belief in your mind. And it's not, picking on you and isolating you as one person. It's demonstrating that, yeah, man, we've all been there. We all believe this stuff too. The Earth being a spinning ball in the vacuum of space is just a belief. You understand that, my friend, right?
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. What we deal with here on the Flat Earth Discord server 24/7 and the Flat Earth community is not beliefs, right? The Flat Earth isn't a belief. It's a direct measurement. It's an observation. It's demonstrated physically to be true that the Earth is indeed level and not spinning. So it's not a belief. You understand the difference, right?
Yeah, I understand the difference.
Cool. So you probably got loads of questions, mate. I'm going to shut up now because I bored everybody to death. But ask as many questions as you want to, my friend. I implore you to do so. I appreciate that again. Thank you.
You rock, Sir Jedi, and I appreciate everything I just heard. I have a question for Sir Alligatorade, excuse me, from what I heard, and that is, what led you to question the ball Earth to begin with?
Well, a friend of mine is in the server, and he was telling me about some of the, just about the server in general, what you guys do, and it got me interested. So I started to think about joining the server because I wanted to hear your guys' perspective as well. I didn't just want to go flat out and just say, "Oh yeah, the Earth is a globe, the Earth is a ball," and I just wanted to get everyone's opinion. So I joined the server, started to look at some of the things in some of these channels, and I'm starting to understand more where you guys are coming from. So, yeah.
Thank you. I was just curious from a philosophical, just a sociological, philosophical perspective thing. I was just curious what it is, and it does. I do question that, what leads people to, research flat Earth to begin with, because there are so many people, I wouldn't, whatever. Thank you.
Alrighty then.
Alligatorade.
Sorry about that.
So you're all right, buddy. Alligator, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Awesome stuff. The next question you really should be asking is, what's the evidence that the Earth is flat? Being as there is no evidence for the Earth being a ball, what do flat earthers? This can't just be it, right? We can't just have gone, nah, it's no evidence for that crap. I mean, ultimately, this is how we experience the Earth, right? Level and stationary, Right, that's our experience. The burden of proof is on those of us that are different. We've just found out that there isn't any evidence for that. So, what? Is the Earth just level and stationary now, mate?
I honestly couldn't tell.
It can't be anything else, can it? If it's not measured to be curving, it can't be a ball. If it's not measured to be moving, well, we beg the question, say it's a ball, it's not moving, and you can't have gas pressure without a container. So the vacuum of space and all the stories about that place up there and what it is and does is all bullshit because that place can't exist. So being there's no evidence for the 3 primary claims that the Earth is a ball spinning in space, well, then the Earth's flat and stationary then, isn't it? Can't be anything else.
Yeah, I see that point.
I have a question.
No, actually, wait. Actually, that was 3 points. 3 points. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Welcome, Redman. Shout out to you, buddy.
Hey.
Hey.
I have a question from an empathetic point of view for our newcomer to the server that is asking questions, and, quite modest and not quite sure, and truly asking, in an unbiased point of, I appreciate the point of view that he's coming from, and just putting myself in his shoes. Of course I am a flat earther, but and I do have my own opinions on that, but you guys are so much better from it or at it and all of that. I want to ask, what are the best proofs that you can demonstrate to a newcomer, such as myself just coming back in here, and Sir Alligator Raid, that you can demonstrate that we don't live on.
I'm taking your flat Earth tag.
What's up?
Hold up, man.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, Jedi.
Take that tag off.
No, I'm gonna take your tag, homie.
Yeah, take that tag.
Up here.
This guy's a glober. This guy thinks we live on Paul.
Yeah, I'm taking your tag, homie.
Yeah, your tag's gone, boy.
Okay.
You live on a ball,
I'm not
boy.
a glober. I'm not
Yo,
a glober.
can I have a quick word with the new guy? Who's the new guy, Jedi?
That's the new guy's Alligator. Reasons talks and
Alligator. I just want to make a bit more common sense to you, right? Some of them man to man. Basically, imagine like someone tells you there's something that exists, and you think it's real, a bit like Santa Claus, right? But you've never seen it, right? You've seen evidence for it, you've seen trails for it, you've seen this, that, and the other. People saying, people anecdotal stories saying it's true, but when you've actually looked for it yourself, you've never actually seen it with your own eyes. That's kind of how I see the curvature of the Earth. I've never seen the curvature, but I've always believed it was there. I've gone on airplanes, I've travelled around the world, I've looked around, and I haven't seen it physically with my own eyes. But the reason I never believed I could see it with my own eyes is because they tell you things like, you can't trust your senses, your eyes are not good enough to pick it up, the world's too big to see the curve. You're not a geodetic surveyor, you don't know what you're doing, you're not smart enough. Do you know what I mean? Can you relate to that?
Yeah, I can relate to that. Makes sense.
So, there's a lot of videos you have to, out there of satellite imagery and all these presupposed things that, that do cement that belief that you think something's there that it's not. But I just say, go out there with an open mind and actually see if you can actually see noticeable curve with the eye. Think about what they say. They say, boats go over the horizon. But when you're nearly 3 times as high as a high altitude air balloon. On 1 second, I've got to go.
Yes, baby time. No worries, reasons, mate. I appreciate that. So, Alligator, we need to have a talk, my friend. Open your mic. You want some cowbell, don't you? Do you want some proof that the Earth's flat? Do you want that?
Sure. I've already looked at some, but more would be helpful.
What have you already looked at, mate, before I start rehashing old things?
When I got access to the server, I got sent some links, and I went onto the observations link where it's telling me like the distance, like the observer height, target height, stuff like that. And I just like skimmed through that for a brief moment.
Cool. So do you want to talk about that and what that actually means? Looking at stuff and maths and shit.
To be honest, I didn't really understand what it meant, but
and that's fine. But what? Go on. I don't want to interrupt you, mate. I'm just having the conversation.
Yeah, I didn't really understand what it meant, but I'm there's a podcast link that I see up here. I might go to that later, see if that will help me figure out what this.
Cool. I got you, buddy. So, what we mean by long distance observations is doesn't matter on the technology that we use, right? Your eyes, binoculars, telescope, high-powered zoom cameras. You can see as far as your eyes, the telescope, the high-powered zoom cameras will allow you to see, depending on the atmospheric conditions of the day. That's a huge problem if we live on a ball, though, because the thing that should be stopping us seeing things at distance would be the curvature of the Earth. You understand that, right? If you're on a curved surface, eventually it get in the way of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what we mean by long distance observations. Put it simply, we see too far. Quite simple, isn't it?
Yeah. If there was a curvature, it'd be obstructed.
Yeah. That's where the maths and shit comes in. So you understand geometry, right? Shapes and shit.
Yeah.
Awesome. The Earth is said to be one. It's a sphere, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. It's been given definite numbers to it, hasn't it? Radius, diameter, circumference of the Earth. Yeah. It's got those numbers attached, doesn't it? Cool. Okay. So those numbers are just a claim to geometry. Being as we've now got numbers attached to that, we can start doing a little bit of math and start figuring out, what we should be able to and not be able to see in our reality if that surface we were standing on was curving. One thing that we should be able to find out, being as we know the size of the ball, how much there should be of curvature between point A and point B over the distance of an arc. So, for example, put your finger on top of a ball, that's point A, and place your finger anywhere else on that ball, that's point B. Draw a straight line between the two. Point B is always descended from point A because you are always relative to you on top of the ball. You understand that, yeah?
Yeah.
Awesome. That calculation is 8 inches per mile squared. So that means after 1 mile, point B is descended by 8 inches. After 3 miles, it's 72 inches. You notice we've had to square the mile because it's a curved surface. After 10 miles, point B would have descended by 66 foot. When we start getting into the 20s and 30s, I'm going to start talking about 200, 400, 500 foot. It's not going to be long when I get into 50 miles. It's going to start getting a lot worse and a lot worse and a lot worse. You understand that? That's just maths and that's just geometry, right? Need you to follow me, buddy.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. What have I just said?
Well, you were talking about like one point to another, and how if you would draw a straight line,
I
can't paraphrase it exactly, but
the most important bit is point B at the end of the line has gone down, hasn't it?
Yeah, because if you're on the top of the ball and you put it down at the bottom, it'd be going down. Yeah.
Awesome stuff. And being as we know the size of the ball, it's just a mathematical equation to figure out how much. All right?
Yeah.
Cool. Second thing that we can figure out about our environment is where that blockage should be. Right, that hump of Earth curvature. Say, if we're observing a boat go across the ocean, eventually, if that surface was curved, it would get in the way of it, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Awesome. That's a mathematical calculation away as well. So that one now includes your altitude above that curved surface and a straight line from your eyes out towards the now geometric horizon. You understand that, yeah?
For the most part, yeah.
Cool. The maths it sounds complicated. I'll try and keep it really simple. We know the size of the ball. We know our altitude. That means the calculation is 1.225 times multiplied the square root of the observer's height in feet. That last bit sounds complicated. 1 foot, square root of that is 1. So 1 times 1.225 is 1.225, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. So that would mean if I had a camera placed at 1 foot above the surface of the Earth, water in this instance, then the geometric horizon can be no further than 1.225 miles, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. So that's what I'm trying to get at, is being as we know the size of the ball, we can figure things out about our reality. Observably, long distance observations show that we don't see this rate of descent, that there is no obstruction in the way. In actual fact, when we use the math to figure out where that obstruction should be, the horizon is 10, 20 times further away than it should be. If the Earth was a ball of a radius of 3,900 and whatever it is miles, then the horizon distance must be no further than the calculation that I stated, which is 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So for a 1 foot observer, 1 foot. If the horizon doesn't match the math, then the Earth cannot be a ball. Do you understand this very simple argument?
Yeah.
Awesome. Do you see the live stream 2 voice text, the text room that's just above this live stream? If you do, can you go in it for me, please?
Yeah, I'm on it.
Can you scroll up 2 images until you see 2 oil rigs?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
Awesome. All right, so these oil rigs are at a known distance. We put the distance underneath the oil rigs. You notice that one's at 9.41 miles and one's at 6.21 miles. You see that, yeah?
Yeah.
Awesome. In relation to those 2 oil rigs, can you tell me where the horizon is? Is it before the oil rigs, between the oil rigs, or after the 2 oil rigs?
I'm assuming after.
Yeah, you have to assume you can see it, right? The horizon where the sky meets the sea is clearly beyond the 2 oil rigs. Would you agree with me if I was to say that the horizon is at least 10 miles away? It might be further than that, but that oil rig's 9 miles away and it's behind that, so let's say it's 10. Would you agree on that?
Yeah.
Awesome. This observation, this image was taken from a video, so it's a still shot from a video. In the video, you can see the man put the camera on the ground. The observation height is 1 foot above the surface of the water, the Earth. And we just ran through the math, didn't we? For a 1 foot observer, the horizon's 1.2 miles away. The horizon's clearly 10 miles away in this image. A very conservative estimate. It could be 15, it could be 20 miles away. All we know is it's past that oil rig that's 10 miles away. What I'm demonstrating to you here is that argument I just told you. If the Earth is this, then the horizon must be there. It's been demonstrated to be false because the horizon's not there. Therefore, the Earth can't be a ball with a set radius that will be given. Do you understand this argument?
Yeah.
Awesome. So this is a direct observation and measurement of the surface of the Earth, which is water. We can clearly see the water is level. We can clearly see the horizon is past the 2 oil rigs. On another day, I might come back and the horizon might appear in front of the 2 oil rigs. In fact, I can probably give you a photograph that demonstrates this from a 1 foot observer. Different day, same camera, horizon's moved. If the horizon was physical, to cause physical obstruction, then it must be where the mathematics dictates it to be. If it's not there, the Earth can't be a ball. Literally at this point, I should hand you a t-shirt and a hat that says, "Welcome to Flat Earth." Because like we've said, like we went through earlier, there's no direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth, but there is direct observation and measurement that model isn't true and that the water is indeed level. So just a little bit of cowbell for you, mate, because that's what we mean by long distance observations. We don't see anything to do with our math or our geometry or anything to do with our model. We never see the ball. Understand that, alligator?
Yeah.
Alligator raid, sorry. Cool. So, the Earth's flat and stationary then, yeah? Or do you have more questions?
No. I can answer more, but I don't necessarily have any questions.
Okay, buddy. What you can do, I get 2 seconds, buddy. What I can do is I can start unmuting other people. So, alligator, like you've done, you stuck yourself on mute and you can listen to another conversation. If you get any questions though, buddy, and it's quiet, or you want to type your question in the text room, you can do that, or jump in at another point. At the moment, we've got somebody called Lord Ghost, hasn't got any roles, so I'm going to bestow upon your roles so you can speak, Lord Ghost. So, Lord Ghost, you've got control of your microphone. Welcome to the server. How can we help?
Yo, so I got a link to this, and I'm very confused about this server.
Okay, what are you confused about?
I'm confused about, one, why this got linked to a server I'm in with thousands of people, and there's not as many trolls, and two, how many people actually believe the Earth's flat?
Well, I believe it's flat.
How many people do you see in the live stream at the moment?
You could actually click on every single one of our names and actually see what our tags are, and we're rolling what our tags are. Thank you.
I would suggest most people in the server, apart from people like yourself who come in and ask questions, like the young gentleman I was speaking to earlier. So most of us, mate. What's up?
Yeah, if you've been to other Discords where it's just like a total shit show and nobody can talk because people are screaming over each other, that's why this place is different, because it's heavily moderated for one reason, because this is actually live streamed on a couple of channels, and for another reason is we want to have an open, honest conversation with people. So those are the two main reasons.
Yeah, I've got a piece of comedy right now. Direct your attention to the chat. This is pretty funny. This dude said this in Cognitus. Sorry, I know astrophysics better than actual physics.
Actual physics? That's why I always laugh when people bring up physics. They're just like, oh, I don't understand. So I'm not a physics.
He knows the pseudoscience better than the actual science.
I was just talking to him too.
Let's see what happens. Let's compare astrophysics to actual physics. Let's see what happens.
Okay. Which fairy tale would you like?
Well,
how about two colliding black holes?
I mean, India, people will come in and say, well, I'm not a physicist and I don't know any physicists, but they probably know better than I do, about why the Earth is a globe. It's like, does that really involve physics to know the Earth is a globe? I mean, what do you mean?
His evidence for gravity was to direct me to space.com, and he says, look, it explains it right there. Yeah, man, that's a cool story, man. That's a cool story.
Well, that's all it is a story, right? That's the end of the road for them. It's like either physics is true the way it's prescribed to us, or there's something else going on. Hey, guess what? Don't tell anyone. There's something else going on.
He doesn't know the actual physics, because I kept giving him the formula for universal gravitation: F equals m1 times m2 times g divided by r. You do it the other way too, but anyway,
that Newton had 3 theories of gravity.
Yeah, so that blew his mind. Well, listen, it gets even worse because Markov posted Newton saying that nobody should believe his theory, right? He said, I don't care what he said.
I don't care what you said.
I don't care what the guy said as I tried to defend what the guy said.
He's posted so great in absurdity that I believe no man who has in any philosophical matters the competent faculty of thinking can ever fall into it. His response was, I don't care what he said about his loss. And then goes on to cite his loss.
Yeah, the reason that you think they're this flat India is because you just don't understand. That's basically.
I don't even understand orbital mechanics.
I don't care what Newton said. What type of gravity are we talking about? Newtonian? What?
It's like, doesn't matter if I understand or not.
He's not even doing Newtonian.
I just believe it because you don't understand because you disagree with my pseudoscience priest.
He's doing like the 6th grade version of gravity that they teach you like in elementary school because, you can't do any math past just simple addition.
Pretty much all they have when they come in here and argue with us. Whoa!
He's beating that keyboard up again.
Who's the? Wait, I got a meme for that one. Oh, shit! I can't remember if it's on my phone or my computer. So you got the. It's like Jim Carrey in front of a keyboard going.
Right, but did we stop talking to Lord Ghost all of a sudden?
Since when was there multiple types of gravity?
Since your fucking religion, which I presume you have. Yeah, but since forever. Well, I say forever, a few hundred years since I started concocting this stuff up and then realising it was shit and having to come up with other ideas. So, at least 2. 1 would be the now one. The one that most people come with, mass attracting mass. That was ages ago. That's like old school shit. Fucking bollocks. So yeah, more than one, mate. Why? Did you think there was just one?
Well, I'm aware there's gravity.
Awesome.
Didn't know there was a name to specific ones. Just knew there was gravity.
There's different models.
Awesome stuff.
There is no theory of gravity. That theory can't be tested. But there's a bunch of models of gravity.
Well, that doesn't make any sense. You say there's different types of gravity, but you said there is no gravity. Or no, whatever you said. I know you didn't say that, but
the story that we're given about gravity, if you go to the live stream to voice text, Quantum Eraser just posted for you in 41 past the hour.
You know how there's Superman, you know how there's like Superman on Infinite Earths and comic books and each Superman's different?
No.
Well, okay.
Why is unorthodox?
So there's comic
sorry,
books.
guys. Sorry, Indy. I do apologise, mate. Unorthodox is just in the text room asking if you could get somebody to make a bet with him. I don't know if you knew that Unorthodox was back on the server, but he's already being weird. Sorry to interrupt you, buddy, but that's just interesting.
Are you having some type of psychotic
Superman
Unorthodox? Fuck.
So Superman, there's in the comic book, so there's a bunch of Superman in alternate universes, right?
Yeah.
So, but there's still a Superman. So there's this quote unquote theory of gravity, but there's a bunch of different formulations. So there's Newton, there's Einstein, there's Gauss.
Oh shit! I got a gift for that one too.
How many Superman are there though? It's only one, baby. Only one.
So I'm going to post about 20 alternate theories of gravity.
On the keyboard now.
That's me, man.
I know.
Sounds like a rabbit trying to get out of a hutch.
Oh my goodness!
I can type faster than that.
These fucking assholes.
Sounds like a rabbit trying to get out of a hutch.
Yeah.
Messed up, dude. Who was in here saying all that? Who here doubts flat Earth?
Me.
It's a guy who.
I do.
Shut up. Yeah, so Lord Ghost fell in here by some kind of happenstance. So he's all yours, Mickey.
Lord Ghost?
Yo.
Oh, there you are.
Near the top. Yeah. India.
There you go, Rock. I like that one, Rock.
Well, you do know that the globe Earth is just a belief, Lord Ghost, right?
Where's the proof of that it's not?
Self-evident here that it's what? What did you say?
I said, where's the proof that it's not? What is it, round?
No.
You're not supposed to be here to prove a negative. We're actually trying to prove the positive claims. Come on, man.
What is that? I don't get what you mean by that. I asked a question. If you said that it's a myth, so I said, could you back up what you just said?
Yeah, you said it. You said prove it's not. That means you want us to prove that it's not something. That means that you're trying to say that we're trying to prove a negative claim, which nobody ever makes. So come on, bro.
We're not claiming anything here.
You're claiming the Earth is round.
No. He is.
It sounds like you're
sorry.
claiming the Earth isn't round either.
No, you're claiming it's a globe, dude.
Okay, you experience
that it's not.
Listen to me. Okay, it's self-evident that. Listen, bro, calm down. It's self-evident that the Earth is flat. You've never experienced anything else, right? You go to the beach, you don't see a globe, you see flat, right? So, what's my evidence? That's my evidence right there. Okay, so I just right off the rip, I got more evidence than you.
Yep.
Well, okay. Well, then how come this? When you look at the moon, you see round, and you can see Jupiter from far away.
Okay, you see round. Cool, dude. But dude, we're talking about the Earth. Are we talking about the Earth?
I'm getting that. But when you look across the horizon, the human eye can only see so far.
Yeah,
why am I looking at the sky?
You're not looking at the sky for the Earth, are you? Because that's
well, I'm using as an example. You see.
How can I deduce the shape of the Earth?
How can you deduce anything, dude? Come on, man.
You can see other planets that are visibly round, and the human eye can only see so far, and you can only see so far across the horizon because the Earth curves.
Round and flat aren't mutual. Hold on a second. Round and flat aren't mutually exclusive. A penny's round and it's flat. You have to be more specific in your language. Hyper specific, please.
Okay, see, y'all are trying to confuse me with all these big ass words. What the fuck are you even talking about?
Don't refer to it as round.
That's exactly what y'all trying. You're trying to confuse me with big words.
So round and sphere.
He's just trying to tell you that there's a difference between round and sphere, right?
Yeah,
he said a penny is round and flat. Was that too hard to understand? Why did you just melt down just now, bro? Relax.
Yeah, what do you mean mount the fuck down?
Which word didn't you
melt down?
Why did you just melt down just now? All he said to you was be specific with the words you're using.
Guys,
you said
I
round.
think we have to be a little slower with our tone and our voice and our
mostly because we're trying to balance ourselves with your slow intellect. That's basically why we have to slow down.
All right, okay. Lord Ghost, are you there? Lord Ghost.
Well, it's
hold on, 2 seconds. Lord Ghost, I'm talking to you. You were talking to Indio.
Yeah, I'd like to go back to.
Yeah, please, Indio. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to go back to so you made a claim about there's something in the sky. It's round, so the Earth must be round.
Well, you give
do you see it?
Oh, I give 2 examples. You see the moon, you can see Jupiter. You see they're both visibly round. So you can use context clues of what's around you to commonly assume that the same thing you are on would be just like what's around you.
Oh, okay. So make that logical connection for me. Just claiming it, right? So I'm in a forest and I see a bunch of trees. Does that make me a tree?
That's not how that works. You can.
Yeah, that's exactly how it works. But I can look at my body, right, and see that I'm not a tree, right? So I see, hey, I'm not similar to those trees, so I must not be a tree. So we look up at the sky, you see the moon and Jupiter, and then you look at the Earth. So tell me the similarities.
What do you mean? Tell you the similar?
Tell me the similar properties that you are using to conclude that they're the same thing, right? You see the moon and you see Jupiter. You must see similar properties on Earth to conclude that they're the same thing as those things in the sky. That's how we tell things are the same, right? That's what human beings do. We look at similarities, right? We say, okay, this is similar to that, so those things are the same thing.
Well, go ahead. I see what you're saying. You compare and contrast to tell what things are and aren't the same. Yes.
Yeah.
So with like I say, Jupiter and Moon. Well, with the Earth, it's fuck, dude. My wording.
Yeah, you got nothing, dude, because it's a logical it's actually a logical fallacy. And this is the funny part, is that people like Neil deGrasse Tyson that are PhDs use this, right, as evidence when it is total horseshit garbage. It's logically fallacious. It is totally fucking, I wouldn't even call it reasoning. It's actually irrational, right? But it sounds good. It sounds pretty cool, right? Oh, we must be them because look at them, so we're them, just saying it. We don't observe any similarities, right? We don't look at Jupiter and go, hey, shit, I see that thing on Jupiter. I see that same thing on Earth or the moon or anywhere else, right? So that's why we have to stick to the Earth. But if you want to know our point of view, you started off with proof it's not a globe, right? That's not exactly how it goes because the burden of proof isn't on us. And for a simple reason, because we experience the Earth is flat. That's what's self-evident to everybody. Now, that might not be true, right? It might not be flat. And like what you were saying, the Earth is just too big where we can't see it. Yeah, that's cool. That might be true. But that makes the burden of proof on the globe, not on the flat Earth, right? So where's the globe? Like, where can we experience, measure, observe curvature?
Well, the only way I could say that with like common knowledge of what I have is with sunlight works. How you could see, what is it, like how one spot across the world can be bright as day, but my side can be dark, and and then you can also go all the way across the world and end up in the same spot if you go in a straight line. But it might not be. But it won't be.
I don't think anyone's ever done that. That's the thing that people come in here and say, hey, if you just go in a straight line, you end up back at the same place. No one's ever actually done that. I mean, it's a cool concept, but no one's done that because according to the globe model, that's 24,000 miles and no one can fly that far. So
can I just add?
It's unreal.
Are you suggesting you're going in a straight line around the sphere? How would you do that?
No, straight circle, right?
I could stay in this same exact spot, and the sun will move around me like how it is every single. Oh, I move around the sun like I do every single day. It's like that. I don't move constantly. I only move when I move. That's the thing.
When are we off? Where are we off to
Go
now?
ahead, Jedi. Go ahead, Jedi.
So, I know. Let's try and deal with one thing at a time, right? And let's try and understand what's being said to you before you skip off to something else. Because you won't understand, mate. You won't learn anything. So you said, if I go in a straight line, I'm going to end up back where I was, right? That's what you said? Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. How are you navigating when you do this?
Compass.
Awesome. So if I have a compass and I put a magnet on my table, I can walk around my table, can't I? Compass is going to face the magnet north, and I can walk east, west, clockwise, anti-clockwise around my table, can't I?
Yeah.
Awesome. Is my room, is my table a ball?
What do you mean your table's a ball?
No. Would it have to be a ball for me to walk around it using a magnet as a reference point? Or is my table level, is my room level, and I just walked around in a circle?
If you're able to move around, if the space around you is bigger than the table, then yes. But the thing is, the Earth that we live on is bigger than us, which means we cannot walk around it like that. The only way to get around it is if you leave the atmosphere and then go around it like that.
Right. So let's get back to your point before you start pointing at something else for us to talk about. You understand what I'm saying, don't you? That a magnet and a compass, and you can walk around in a circle. You use a magnet and a compass when navigating around the Earth, don't you?
Oh yeah, that's how navigation works.
Awesome.
That's not a straight line.
Well, I never said a straight line.
Yeah, you did. You said straight. That's dead reckoning.
Walking around the table.
Not the table, the point before. You said straight. I can go straight. Well, navigating around the North Pole using a compass is not straight. There's a GIF at 52 minutes after the hour showing you exactly what I'm talking about.
Well, if a compass always points north. That's how the magnet works in it.
That's right.
So if you that's on you to navigate with the compass. You can't always trust the compass because if you go all the way north, well then guess what?
You can't always trust the compass. What are you on an Adderall drip? You said going straight, right? You can come back to the place where you started. No, you can't. That's dead reckoning. Show it. Do it. We want to see it.
You understand you can't do that, right? You're not going to be able to show him that, are you?
I would like to be proven wrong. I'd like to be proven wrong.
I just proved you wrong. I just proved you wrong.
Listen, dude. Listen.
I can prove that wrong.
Okay, so show us that evidence. Show us that evidence. Show us someone went around the Earth using a compass in a straight line or whatever line you want.
Well, I have to look that up, but you have to give me a minute.
Well, you already have the evidence. You already believe it, remember?
Well, one man's word doesn't make evidence true. You have to...
Yeah, listen. You're coming in here like most people do with like these concepts, right? So that you have these concepts of what would happen if you're on a globe and saying, yes, explain this, blah, 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 your prediction of your model and how that would work on a flat Earth. But it's a prediction of your model. We don't care about the prediction. We care about what's actually observed in reality. Right. So if your model makes a prediction, we need the data, associated data, to validate that prediction. Right. And you need to exclude that it could possibly work on a flat Earth. And it was just demonstrated by that GIF that the same navigation technique would work on a flat Earth, no problem.
So what you're trying to say is you don't believe anything until it's physically proven that it's possible.
Well, listen. No. Claims need evidence, right? There's something called Hitchens razor.
For it to be factual, it has to be evidence to back it up.
There's something called Hitchens razor, right? What can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. So you can assert things, and we don't have to take them seriously until you actually present the evidence for the assertion.
Well, as you could probably tell, I didn't come here with evidence prepared for this, but I'm sure y'all have.
Well, I mean, that's why we're just having a conversation, man.
That's why y'all already have it.
All right, cool.
Well, I mean, we've been doing this quite a while. We've heard we've heard every possible angle that you could possibly take, you know. And I'm trying you got everybody riled up and shit, but I'm trying to be calm about it and just give you the benefit of the doubt. You're obviously young, at least younger than me, and you know, the globe is like a concept that people have, but when you actually go out in physical reality, in the real world, it's not there. And that is our position. It's nothing more than that. If you go out and you actually measure for curvature, there's the oceans, they're not curving. There's no curving water. That's a story. So these pictures that show a curving ocean, those don't exist in the real world.
Nope.
Hey, do you mind if I give Lord a little advice?
Yeah, go for it.
Really?
Lord, there are bots on the server that can show you information about Flat Earth. If you're gonna come in and you're going to start arguing I'm on the line. I'm not even a full Flat Earther, and I can tell you this. At the very least, you should read a little bit and then come in with arguments presented.
All right. So, real quick, Lord Ghost, once I said before when I started talking to you know that the globe Earth is just a belief, right?
That what? Sorry, I got tabbed out.
The globe Earth, and you were asking me for what evidence do I have for the Earth being a globe is just a belief.
Yeah.
All right, so I was gonna walk you through that, but it seems like you started talking about different things. So if I was to show you that right now, would you just wholeheartedly believe that it is just a belief?
I would take what you say and with an open mind.
Okay,
and
that's good enough for me.
I believe.
That's good enough for me. All right, so has there ever been measurable curvature at any time in history been discovered to be measured, like the curvature of the Earth?
I don't know that. I haven't bothered to look that up.
All right. So how about axial rotation, the spin of the Earth? Is there a method that you know that can detect the Earth spinning on its axis?
Not to my knowledge. I'm sure there is, but not to my level of schooling knowledge.
All right. So just one more. The vacuum of space is said to reside next to the air pressure in which we breathe the air. So is there any evidence for that existing the way they claim it does that you know of?
Could you repeat that?
The vacuum of space, the way they claim it to be, sits next to the air pressure in which we breathe. What is the evidence that that is the case?
I've never even heard of that topic, so
Wouldn't know, huh?
Space and shit.
Okay. All right. So the 3 positive claims that the globe Earth makes, there's no evidence that you have right now to present that it is an actual globe. So up until this point, you've had just a belief in the globe. That it's a globe and that it spins in the vacuum of space. Just a belief, Ghost. I told you I was going to present you evidence, and the positive claims of the globe Earth did that for me. They showed you that the only thing you have right now is just a belief. You have no firsthand knowledge of any of those positive claims. So how does that strike you right now? Now it sounds like if you start defending the globe in any way, shape, or form, it would be just like a religious person defending their faith. Which I don't want you to do, because then that's what it's going to sound like. If you were to start sticking up, you don't owe the globe anything. Somebody's got a hot mic in here right now. You're moving around furniture or something, and it's really loud.
Brain shape, your mic's unmuted.
All right, so thank you. And that's what I wanted to present to you. A lot of people come in here with their head kind of moving forward, looking down and like, what do you guys can't believe in 2021 people still believe the Earth is flat? Like, it's not about that, man. It's like the whole pride thing doesn't need to be in the way. The only thing that you need to know right now is that people think that the Earth is a globe. It's a fantasy idea that they have, that they could travel amongst the stars and all kinds of other nonsense, when none of that can be proven in reality. There's no evidence for it whatsoever. So all you're left with right now is just a bag full of dreams that even exists, that has never been proven in this server for over 6 years that Flat Earth has been going. And nobody has debunked those 3 positive claims that I've given you. We've had people of superior intellect, according to them, come in here and faced with the same questions. Some don't make it through, and most of them will just wind up just like you, saying they don't know. So that's where we're at, Ghost. We're at in this position right now. People don't know any evidence for the globe. Thank you very much.
Well, I sit here and say I don't know because I've never heard of these topics that you brought up for me to discuss about.
Well, this is supposed to be common knowledge. It's the Earth in which you stand on and live in day in and day out. It shouldn't be something that's that's hidden knowledge, right, Ghost? It should be something stark and evident to you. That's what I'm trying to say.
But with your logic, well, everybody uses a car every day, so everything you should know about a car should be common knowledge, but most people don't know anything about a car.
No, we're not talking about the car, though. We're talking about the Earth in which you live.
I'm using it the same way you're using it with the Earth.
Is the Earth a car, though?
No, but you're saying I live on the Earth every day, so I should know every single thing about the Earth.
No, not every single thing. Not every single thing.
Car every day, so you should know everything about a car.
Not every single thing, Ghost. The 3 positive claims.
Listen, that's the type of logic you're putting on.
No. Listen, what I'm telling you is the 3 main positive claims. The Earth has curvature. Number 1, if it's a globe, it needs to have curvature. Where is it? Nobody has presented evidence. Number 2, that the Earth is actually moving. Nope. Where's the evidence? Nobody's presented it. It's not moving. And some people use stupid analogies like, well, imagine if you're in a car going really smooth. You'll never feel it. Well, that's stupid because, I mean, that's just a wrong analogy. You can't use that because you first have to establish the Earth is actually moving. So no evidence for that. Then the very last one is, of course, the idea that the infinite cosmos in which they present to you is a reality cannot be proven with any evidence that the vacuum of space exists next to the air pressure in which we breathe. So there are the three main positive claims that stick out like a sore thumb that anybody would be able to know if they had two brain cells that could rub together. But of course, you make it sound like it's something very intricate. It's something stark and evident that anybody should know because they can use their senses to understand the world around them is doing what they say that positive claims are doing. Most definitely feel that the Earth is actually in motion. You would be able to detect that. Most definitely understand that the Earth would measure to have curvature if it was a globe. Absolutely, positively for certain. So this isn't like a car being a mechanic. There's something very stark and obvious to every human that lives on this Earth. According to you, you have to know intricate details of this hidden knowledge that only a few select minds know. Right, Ghost?
I wouldn't say it's intricate details. Only few
well, that's what you made it sound like, right? You have to be a mechanic to know.
I'm saying only certain few people even bother to learn this type of stuff. Just like only certain few people.
So you're saying that the rest of them are just believers, right? You say the rest of them are just believers, right? Like religious believers?
People in society believe what is bestowed around.
So that's the point.
Yeah, that is the point. So you're one of them, right? You're just a religious believer.
I wouldn't say I'm a religious believer.
Yes, you are. You're a religious believer because you're now going to start to defend and justify the thing which you were already shown to be a belief. Now you're going to come back around and try to make it sound like, yeah, there's a reasoning behind why I don't know because I'm not as smart as those guys that have known about the globe and its intricate details. That's what you're trying to say right now with this analogy about being a mechanic. Yeah, that's what you're saying. So you're saying the rest of us are just like those people who don't know what a mechanic is. Isn't that right, Ghost? So we're just believing everything because that's our lot in life. We just have to trust everybody who's smarter than we are. Ain't that right, Ghost?
Well, I wouldn't say most of y'all believe without facts and this and that because from what it looks like in this call in this Discord, that most of y'all look into look into this stuff with your spare time and your free time and your heart to prove and this and that. When I come in here and I don't study the Earth, I don't do this and that. I just come with my common based knowledge because I feel like with an argument like this, you also need someone with just common knowledge to get a viewpoint of what people believe. See, y'all study this stuff all day, every day. Maybe not all day, every day, but I'm just saying that. And y'all believe and this and that. And it's just like that becomes to an unfair advantage, and you say, "I don't know this and this and that."
Unfair advantage.
My common knowledge.
Ghost. Everybody that comes in here, I don't care, and I've already said this before. It doesn't matter what type of intellect they are. It could be somebody that just knows hardly anything, and somebody that's of what they would consider to be superior knowledge. I already said this. They all fail at those three positive claims that I've given you. They don't have any evidence.
It's because that's not common-based knowledge that we are taught. And
did you hear what I just said? Did you hear what I just said? Did you hear what I just said? That means like the people that you describe, the mechanics that should know about the car, don't know about the Earth because they consider themselves to be scientists or whatever, astrophysicists. When asked these questions, they can't tell us anything about it. So that's just like the mechanic you use in your analogy, that they don't know about the car. It's like a mechanic saying, well, geez, man, I don't know what's wrong with the car. Yet they're a mechanic. That's the same thing like the analogy that and I'm telling you, these guys coming in here, I give them the three questions. So it's not about you being the common Joe walking around there that don't know anything. The smart guys who you look up to don't know anything either. Now what? And they've come in here before, so there's no excuse for them not presenting any information. So there you have it. You got all kinds of, and I'm calling them out too. If you're listening right now, do you hear this guy struggling? Ghost can't come up with any evidence, guys. If you have any evidence and you're a consider to be a smart person in your field, you need to step in here and save your friend Ghost because he's drowning right now. And you guys, what a pitiful way that you guys are letting him do this. Shame on you, whoever are out there thinking that they're wise in intellect, letting this poor man endure this. You need to step on in here and bring your evidence for the globe and show us that it is a globe if you can withstand it. But it just seems like you guys are cowards. I'm calling you guys out right now. Get in here. Anyways, Ghost, back to you. Yeah, I called them out because they're pretender clowns. That's all they are. They got nothing to offer, and they would allow a layman, like you said, like such as yourself, to come into a forum like this and not know anything when they should be standing up for the globe. That's shameful. Shame on them.
I don't even understand the argument right now. Is the argument we know too much about the topic? I don't understand what he's trying to say.
He's saying it's not fair because we know too much and he doesn't know it that much.
How is that not fair?
All right, well, I'll say unfair was bad wording. I will say that's in this. Y'all can take that as use it as is. Unfair is a bad wording. It's lack of preparation, and y'all have more than enough preparation, and then that's that.
Dude, that mic check. Sorry, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah,
you're good.
Okay. That's okay, man. Go and learn about the heliocentric models first. The more you learn about the heliocentric model, the more you're gonna find out what a joke it is, and then you become a flat earther. So don't, we're not trying to make you feel bad or anything. Just go ahead, take your time with it, learn it, and come back.
Dude, it's not like a weird thing that you're coming into this and finding out that you really don't know much. That's really how it happens, right? Because it is just a belief. It's a fucking story that we're told when we're kids, and we just believe it all our lives, and a lot of us don't question it at all. Some of us do, but some of us don't. Not till the day they hear of flat Earth do they question it. And then some of them will come in here and say, well, how dare you flat earthers think for yourselves and think that it's flat? What's wrong with you? Everyone knows it's a globe. And then we ask them, well, how do you know it's a globe? And they go through the same thing that you just went through. They realize that it's all belief, that you don't have any hard facts for this globe. You've never experienced it. You've never seen it, never felt it, ever. And you're in the same boat as us because we've never seen it, felt it, ever. No one has. It's a story. They told you to ignore your senses and believe our story because it's a cool story. That is it. So it's not weird for you to understand that now. So the first thing you got to do is understand the globe that you are meant to be living on. That's the way that you will understand how globe it is not. You understand what I mean?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, man. It's really that simple.
Yeah. It ain't Ghost's fault. It's those intellects who have preached the doctrine to him, who say that the earth is a globe that don't want to step foot in here. That's who I blame. I blame the deceivers, not the deceived.
Yep.
Lord, you want a good video I found that shows some stuff like NASA being wrong and like mess ups really high up?
Yeah, sure. Send it to me.
What I'm gathering is you have a belief that the Earth is a ball because of knowledge that you don't have, but you think most probably somebody else has got it, right? Shall I talk to myself? Yes, Jedi. No, Jedi. Maybe in a minute, Jedi.
I hear you. Discord
I
is
know.
cutting out a little bit. Well, mine is anyway.
Yeah, it's been playing up on me for the last couple of days.
that guy XP was screaming in his DMs to let him speak.
Oh,
Man,
awesome.
Y'all gonna make me go in there and get on my Christmas mic.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, boy. All right, let me see if I get XP his mic. Did you guys mute him for some reason, or he wasn't speaking?
Yeah, he was making background noise earlier, buddy.
Yeah, background.
Right. XP, are you there? You gonna help your buddy?
Yeah, I am. So, I just got a question. Can you explain a lunar eclipse, which is where the sun is behind us, and you can see the Earth being projected onto the moon? Can you explain that?
No, because you're not gonna give us something to explain until you tell me the 3 positive claims I gave Ghost. You give me answers to those, and then I can answer you anything you'd like. I can start you off with the first. I can start you with the first question. You need to answer it specifically. No, that's not how this works, though. XP, 3 positive claims that the globe Earth has made. You need to answer them if you want to speak up for the globe. If not, you can't speak up for the globe. Just like your friend Ghost here can't speak up for the globe now. So now it's on to you.
Question and you're dodging it.
No, I'm not dodging it.
No,
this is what it is, right?
Hey, check this out, man. I've been talking to XP. Come on, Miggy, give me a chance to talk for a second here. XP's been messaging me saying, "Hey, I got so and so. I want to get in the room and I want to talk." And and then he comes in, of course, with this stupid question about the lunar eclipse. We know that they're going to do this, right? But how can that be any kind of proof of globe Earth? Right?
I didn't want to answer that question because it's going to be a weeds question. That's what he wants.
I know it's getting off into the weeds.
Yeah,
of course. No. So XP, where's your so what does it have to do with the Earth being a curve? In your opinion,
the Earth is projecting onto the moon.
Who told you that? Who told you that?
Do you know what a lunar eclipse is?
Yes, I know what a lunar eclipse is.
Well,
Who told you that it was the Earth's shadow causing the lunar eclipse? Who told you that?
Well, tell me, what else would it be?
No.
I'm asking you who told you that. You don't ask me another question in response.
Well,
hold tight. Let's not get upset.
I think that's the shadow of the Earth, right? Hey, XP. If you think that shadow, what you're calling a shadow, is supposed to be the curve of the Earth, then there would have to be a measurement for such a thing, right? That measurement would have had to exist before you knew that that's a shadow of the Earth, right? You would have to know the Earth is a ball, right?
Not necessarily, no.
So then how the hell would you know that what you're seeing on the moon is the curve of the Earth?
Okay.
Why should I just not throw that out as a story?
Okay, let me ask you.
No, I've asked you, is there measurement of the curvature of the Earth that has given you proof that shadow is a shadow of the Earth?
Dude, if the moon was a physical body and the Earth was a square and there was a shadow, you could see a curved shadow on the moon. I mean, you could have a vertical line that would appear as a curved shadow on the moon, depending on the position of a light. I mean, it's like, come on, bro. This is not any proof of anything about the shape of said Earth.
Yeah, I thought the 3 points wasn't about debating.
I mean, you guys can really argue a bunch of kids who have 10 minutes of research, but I don't understand.
Arguing any kid here. You're the only kid they ever hear about right now.
An actual scientist come in here because you know
they beg to come talk to us, and then as soon as they do, they just
points, and you guys just fumbled the fucking ball for him. Christ. Let this numbnuts turn into a debate when it was the 3 points.
Yeah,
Go team.
Let him talk at all.
I'm trying to get him back to the.
We just got to answer the questions, but you guys got to stay on the point. Instead, you went
I was
all
trying to get
debating
him
dumb
back to
shit.
the measurement of the curvature of the Earth.
But he just kept
I
asking.
thought Mickey was doing the 3 points.
All right, I'll tell you what, let's get back to XP, see if we can salvage this conversation. XP, I've unmuted you. You there, my friend?
Yeah, I am.
Awesome. Right, so we're not having an argument. Well, hold on, we haven't got there yet, my friend, and I'm not debating you just yet. Hold tight. I will let you talk. My goodness me. Am I going to regret unmuting you straight away when I'm just trying to have a very quick conversation so you can then make your point? All right.
Okay.
That's all I wanted to do.
My point is,
Holy
you can
cow!
argue.
Can
with
you stop and
people.
let him talk?
Yeah, you didn't listen.
Just done talking. If you heard him.
No.
Yeah, I was literally waiting for you to clarify that you heard what I fucking said. I know. So, my friend, you asked about lunar eclipses, right?
Anyone with any basic comment.
Oh, shut the fuck up, dude. Mute this dumbass.
Man, you really truly sound retarded.
I will wreck you, you fucking moron high schooler. Shut up.
Hold on, guys. I mean, XP, do you want to talk
Hold
to
on,
Jedi or
nothing.
not? No, do you want to talk to Jedi?
He
or
can't have a normal conversation.
I know it is.
Can't shut up long enough to hear anybody else talk.
No, it's really weird. What the fuck is wrong with you, bro? I was kind of like trying to get him back in here, and now he's just shitting on everyone. So, come on, XP.
Hey, I just want to say, hey, Mike, man, I love you, brother. It's good to hear your voice again. That's it. I'm out.
Yes, buddy. Appreciate that. Much love. Mike says hi. All right, so I'm going to try XP again.
I'm waiting for the Mickey Triangle, damn it. What's up?
I know, and I'm literally trying to just get him back there. That's all I'm trying to do. So, XP, are you back with me, son?
Yep. And don't call me fucking son, you faggot.
Son.
With that idea.
Yeah.
Okay, son.
There he is.
That was fun.
Well, now he left, even though he made a joke and then he left. I mean,
that was his execution.
I don't know why I can't call him son. His mama calls me daddy.
Oh!
Jeez.
Man. What the hell is wrong with these
been lying
people,
to me,
man?
boy.
They get so mad when they get fucking cornered, man. It's just freaking. They're fucking like globe earth badgers. You know, they get cornered and they're just like, Rah! But then they just shovel off somewhere. Well, badgers are actually pretty aggressive when they get cornered. That was a wrong friggin' analogy. Oh, I was thinking of possums when they fake that they're dead. You know, when they get cornered. So, anyway.
Oh, they don't think they're dead. They fall down and get stiff. They fake dead.
Yeah, they fake dead. And that's what they either leave or they fake. They'll mute themselves and just they just like, I don't want to talk anymore.
He said mute. You think their soul leaves their body?
They'll badger the fuck out of us for hours on end, and it's like, I want to talk, I want to talk, I want to talk, I want to talk, I want to come in, I want to come in, and then as soon as they get cornered, they fucking fake dead and they just fucking leave, and then it's just like, and then a couple months later they'll come back and go, oh yeah, no, I see what you guys are saying, I want to come back in and I got something new. It was like, they don't have anything new. There's no such thing. Anyway, you guys continue with everything you guys got going on.
All right, so we can unmute Abraham. Sorry, I thought you finished. Sorry, buddy. All right, so Abraham Gray, whatever. So Abraham, whatever your name is, I'm going to unmute you. Welcome to the server, Abraham. You've got control of your microphone. If you want to speak, you can do so. So, Abraham, welcome to the server. That little microphone thing with the slash for it, press that. If If you don't want to speak, that's absolutely fine, mate. You can just sit here and listen. Don't have a problem with that. I will, though. Oh, you fucked off. Well, go away then.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's up with Brian?
Oh shit.
Yes,
Just for a quick laugh, has anybody taken a look at Unorthodox's little video?
Yeah.
Apparently he thinks he's got a physical sphere edge.
You're gonna elaborate him?
Oh, sweet. Give it.
Look.
Hey, Unorthodox, can you prove the horizon is geometric?
Hold on.
I didn't mean for us to talk to. I don't know if I don't even know if he's in the room. I'm just looking at his freaking.
He's here. All right. Cool. So, Unorthodox, have you given us the observation of the actual physical geometric curve of the Earth, where the math says it should be and shit? Yeah, have you got that?
Yeah, I got that in my back pocket right now.
Yes, please.
Oh my goodness. So you understand what I'm asking you, right? Have you literally posted a video with the geometric mathematical curve and shit?
I just posted something that was just a little fun. Just having a little fun, guys.
Yeah, we need to make that a GIF.
Oh, I'm here too.
Kind of odd how that spirit pillow mimics a boat going away from you. Isn't that a little odd?
Yeah, sure does, man. Yeah, you're right.
Hey, I got something like that too, man. It's so cool.
Was that Indio? Did you see that video? Indio?
No, I didn't. I just see the fat ball.
We need to make it a GIF in the server, dude. Like it's that
GIF. Pretty good, man. A-class shit. Took me about 20 seconds.
20 good seconds, I would say.
Yeah, definitely.
So Unorthodox, do we live like on a 20-kilometer ball? Because this boat disappears in 500 feet. How did that happen?
That boat that I posted disappears in 500
feet? No, I just posted. The one I just posted. It's on so they took this on a little lake that's 600 feet long. And the boat vanishes in 500 feet.
What's your time stamp? There's a lot of people are posting shit.
It's a GIF I just posted.
What's your name?
I have a full video too.
You guys shut up and let him talk.
No.
What's your name?
No, let you talk, bro. they can't help themselves.
Unorthodox Indio.
Oh, that was Indio?
No, we can't talk.
Yeah, that was Indio. Dude.
Unorthodox and Indio. Unorthodox and Indio.
Yeah. So, how does a boat disappear in 500 feet when the globe model predicts the horizon is 2,600 feet away? So, what's blocking the boat if it's not at the horizon yet?
I don't see anything blocking the boat. I see the resolution. I see the camera being unable to resolve the boat.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Welcome to Flat Earth, my friend. Snacks to the back, bathrooms to the left. DJ's taking requests. And smoke them if you got them. Welcome, Unorthodox.
Unorthodox doesn't disappear. It just unresolved.
You just snatched your own wig off. Unorthodox.
Look, this video I just posted, the boat is completely. This is a different video because this test has been replicated multiple times. So this is a different video on the same lake. The boat completely disappears. Cannot see the boat, but you can see the spray from when they hit the boat motor. The water flies up in the air. So you can see the water flying up into the air, but you can't see the boat that's throwing the water.
Yeah.
So if the horizon is supposed to be 2,600 feet away and the lake is only 600 feet, why can't we see the boat?
Can't make out shit in this shitty quality video.
This guy.
But apparently you had an answer for it before, huh?
The other one, yeah, pretty easy. It's pretty easy to determine that was just a resolution thing. Well, I just kind of.
Oh, really? Welcome to Flat Earth again, brother.
I don't even want that.
I thought you guys say that only happens because of the curve of the Earth, but you just debunked that, brother.
Yeah, that wig got lice in it. I don't want it.
See, Miggy, I told you, snatching their own wigs is more fun.
That was quality chocolate food. That was brilliant.
Yeah.
Unorthodox, you've done it. You've Eden Flat Earth. Well done.
Yeah.
Sweet.
It's face the foot style.
Sweet. I'm so proud of myself.
Yeah.
You should be.
I know he keeps blocking your foot with his face.
Because you're a award.
I mean, that's the second time you've done that today. That's the second time
curious.
you've debunked your model today, buddy.
I know.
Yeah, it's kind of funny.
I'm curious whether Unorthodox has any flat Earth guys that he talks to all the time that agree with him. That's kind of weird. I mean, because I don't really think it's true. You know, I mean, I think that he has more flat Earth friends than he does globe Earth friends.
I only have one.
Because of his arguments, you know, because I don't think the globe Earthers agree with him on a lot of his bullshit points.
I bet you 99.9% of them do.
99.9%.
Who's your favorite? So who agrees with you on Orthodox? Who agrees with you on the globe Earth side?
Are you certain about that, or is that a belief? Like you said earlier, everything is a belief, right?
Everything's a belief, isn't it?
Philosophy 101, my friends.
Okay. You're having a hell of a day, Unorthodox. I'll tell you.
You're gonna eventually have to find your way over here on Orthodox, bro. You're gonna have to find your way over here because I don't think most of your Globey friends, but I don't think you have any. I think they're just like kind of embarrassed of some of the bullshit that you talk sometimes.
I mean, the science and the reasoning is kind of
the
similar.
Science and reasoning. You haven't presented us with any.
We do have some new people. We do have some new people in the server, so we can probably put a cork in that guy. Kind of go to the new people.
He
right?
just debunked his own model. I mean, yeah, sure.
You don't have to tell me twice.
and honestly, we can talk to him about that later, and maybe he will come to our side one day. Yeah, he'll talk to.
He is on our side. He's like literally making our arguments for us.
I know. Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right,
I wanted him to say it again.
We've got Gliz in the server right now. Gliz, I'm going to mute you. You have control of your mic. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, Gliz. Gliz, are you there? You have control of your mic, man. The floor is open and it is yours right now at the moment. We want to welcome you here if you want to get on your mic. That's a no-go for Gliz. Okay, on mute you go.
Tell us again why the boat disappeared on Orthodox. That was hilarious. Just do it again. That was priceless. It's been a funny day today, but that was just awesome.
Can we get an unorthodox round 2, please?
Can I say hello if no one else is gonna?
What?
Hello.
Hello. I just watched Rumpus's last effort on Nathan's show saying gravity's not strong enough to hold the gases to the Earth.
Yep.
And there are no natural laws. I'm still speechless. Like, oh my goodness.
So am I, and I was there.
Yeah. I heard it in your voice. Like, are you serious, bro? What the freak?
Yeah.
So well done, guys. That was just brilliant. I loved it.
Someone's got to make a rumpus.
All they're doing now is debunking their own model all over the place.
Tim Osman saying no one claims the horizon is the Earth curve. Like,
he's trying to talk rumpus and he can't even rumpus a motherfucker. What's up? Let him in there.
Yeah, go ahead, India.
Hey, what I was going to say is someone needs to make a rumpus versus rumpus video.
Oh, that would be really cool.
It would be long.
They'll have to battle me. I'm King Rumpus.
He's been on Nathan's show so many times. It would be like a 15-hour video of rumpus versus rumpus.
Wouldn't that be what's the guy that has the YouTube channel? It's Trolls versus Trolls. Doesn't he have a one? It's like it's just Rumpus versus Rumpus video. Get a hold of that dude and make a Rumpus versus Rumpus video.
Look, it wouldn't even be like one side versus the other. It would be like 15 sides. He said just about every possible combination.
Yeah. That'll be funny.
He was literally saying that he wanted to make the bouncy balls analogous to gas. So then he says, okay, well, if we give the bouncy balls elastic collisions, then they'll behave like gas. Well, yeah, because then they're going in all directions. And he doesn't even understand what he's done.
Unorthodox wants to make a bet with Jedi. I don't know what.
Yeah, I don't care about a bet. I want him to say why the boat disappeared again. I mean, if he wants to give me measurement of curvature or measurement of actual rotation, we could go through those 3 points again. I don't care about any bet.
Yeah, I'll take that bet.
I don't know what it is.
I wouldn't have the stones to make a wager. Nobody wants to hear what you got to say, man.
I love that. Cut the shit.
What the hell is that?
I got the debit card out. I got the debit card out. What we betting on?
Fucking funny. Anyway, yeah, I mean, the bet with Jedi would be as legitimate as a wig on a Chihuahua.
Well, we can put a wig on a Chihuahua, but I got a debit card. You better have PayPal. That's all I got to say. I'll come collect my money. What were we betting on?
Yeah, you don't want this heat.
Just find out what he wants to bet about, because we're not doing anything else.
What's that old saying? Your mouth is going to write a check that your ass can't cash?
Yep, that's it.
So,
exactly.
Michael, I've unmuted him, so it's all yours, buddy.
Okay, so you're going to explain the bet? Okay, so I've heard many of you guys say that the reason that the atmosphere doesn't equalize is because we have plants and trees and all these things producing oxygen at the ground level, and that's the reason the air doesn't equalize. That's the reason for the gradient. I'm gonna build a box. And
who said that?
And I'm gonna pressurize it. And I'm gonna measure the pressure at the bottom of the box and the top of the box. And I'll bet you $100 there's gonna be a pressure difference.
You want to bet on the straw man?
Yeah.
I mean, I've heard 3 or 4 of you say it. I mean, I can go through the stream earlier.
You've still got a container.
I've heard multiple of you say
we want to see you do it in a container. The gradient is the product of a container. Yeah, gases are produced at the ground level, but the gradient is the product of the container, and most flat earthers say that. So you're straw man in the whole group.
First flat earther I've ever heard say that. Can you explain that, or can you just said it?
Explain it.
Sorry. It's actually
the natural antecedent for a gradient is a container. The only way we can demonstrate a gradient of gases is in a container. What do you mean explain it?
You said the reason.
Self-explanatory.
It's not self-explanatory. You said
don't repeat what I said. I just told you specifically. The antecedent for a gradient is a container.
It's just
a logical inference. The evidence is the gradient. The evidence is the gradient, bro. The only way we can produce a gradient on Earth is in a container. That's why it's an antecedent for a gradient. Is it you don't understand what the antecedent is?
Let's take the bet.
Now you owe him,
bro. Without the other.
Now you owe him money, so you better pay up.
Right.
Well, let's modify the experiment, and then I'll take the bet. Okay. You show me.
How are we going to modify it?
You're going to make a vacuum chamber, and then you're going to show a gradient in the vacuum chamber.
right.
Oh,
that's your model. That's your model. And
that'll be a little bit more difficult. The box would have to be more rigid, but there's no such thing as a perfect vacuum. So that would be that would be possible as well.
Well, there's no way you're going to have a gradient in the vacuum.
You're on. You're on. Demonstrate it.
How big a boy are you, and how can we get where you're at?
I'll go all in. How many chips I got? Hey, listen, can I borrow some money? Dude, I'm betting it all.
I said I got the debit card, bro. What's up? I'm backing this one.
You know that vacuums are measured in pressure, right?
No, wait. How much money are you betting?
I got a bet. I got a bet.
Huh?
I bet you ain't got enough money to back my bet.
How much you putting on the table, Unorthodox? Come on, man.
$100.
10, 20, 10, 20, 30,000. Hundreds? Come on, man. Thousands, bro. You broke ass motherfucker.
You send me a contract, then we'll agree to thousands.
Well, it's Zalek 2.0.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna wait my time for 1,000 unless you send me a contract.
I'm gonna need to see a verification of funds. I'll send you the same.
Send me a screenshot of your bank account, bro.
No, I don't do that. Don't be a dumbass.
No, just show me how much you got in there, because I don't.
Fucking Apu calls me every day from Indonesia wanting a copy of my bank account. What the fuck? I'm smarter than that, guy. I'll tell you what. I'm gonna send you a $25,000 check. All you got to do is cash and send me back 8, and we'll be good. Cool.
I don't have to ship a car back or anything. Are you not gonna ship me a car?
Well, if you're dumb enough to cash the check, you got a bank account?
Sure, tell me.
When the routing numbers come back mismatched, bro, you'll be paying the whole $25,000. So you can keep 10 if you want, and just send me 15.
I'll just pay some to go in there and cash it. Or I'll change your check. Or I'll change. That's kind of what I thought. I've heard you guys say it over and over and over. The reason
the best insult when it goes right over their head.
Over and over and over again. I provide a method by which we can...
No, you haven't. I have never even heard a person say that in here. I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
That is the fucking video. Somebody said it earlier 3 times.
You got... Hold up. Hold up. You got some audio clip. We live stream this. You got some evidence somebody said this?
Absolutely.
What does he got a method of? What's he doing?
I'm showing pressure gradient inside of a container.
Yeah, ask him. Nobody say anything, okay? Why is there a gradient? Why,
hold on.
Normally,
we already covered that.
I'll answer you.
You want to answer you? Will you?
All right. So, in your model, what is it? Hold on. In your model, what is the explanation for the gas pressure gradient? Let's see if you know your model.
The explanation.
Yeah. No, we will literally get there, but I want you to tell me, in your model, what is the explanation for the gas pressure gradient? Let's see if you know what that is first. What is it?
This is how I did my proof of gravity on Nathan Upton's show.
Right, okay, so you're going to say gravity. So your knowledge is incorrect. That's not true. In your model, the reason why I have a gas pressure gradient is because of the geochemical cycles, because of the energy that's being put into the system, the heat, the cold. Right, so that is why we have a gas pressure gradient in your fucking model, mate. So on the Earth, we have geochemical cycles. We have heat and cold. So that's the reason why we have a gas pressure gradient. And when you demonstrate a gas pressure gradient inside a container, what you do is you are manipulating the system. You'll put energy into the system, right? Heat, for example. You will then probably want to replicate what's actually fucking going on. So want to change the chemicals that are being made within the container. So there you will have a gas pressure gradient. It's literally hold tight. It's literally in your model. That is the explanation for it. It's not fucking gravity. You think it is, but it's not.
It's the explanation for movement gas, too. Listen, the amount of energy a gas has is directly proportionate to the amount of the temperature. The amount of energy being put in. You heat gas up, it gets excited. You cool it off, it calms down.
Correct.
Let me ask you, do chemical reactions make things get hotter or colder?
So we could measure the temperature also. We could use a control variable, and we could measure the temperature as well.
Our mountaintop's frozen.
When you can make all this happen in a vacuum, you win the bet.
Whatever you want to do, you got to do it inside of a vacuum. That's the problem.
Yeah, because the Earth sits inside in a vacuum and then creates a fucking, in your model, creates an atmosphere with gradient layer. So if you can't replicate that in a vacuum, then it's just not true.
So what kind of vacuums can we replicate on Earth?
10 to the negative 6-4.
Well, space isn't a perfect vacuum anyway, so it doesn't, it could be relative.
Okay, so
relative to the size of the box. It's comparable to the size of the Earth. By volume.
It's 1 psi.
So, no, the difference between low pressure and high pressure is magnitudes difference. 10 magnitudes of difference. So it has to be low pressure, 10 magnitudes greater than the high pressure.
I'm not going to make a 10-story tall building.
Oh, so you don't understand what magnitudes are. All right, never mind.
So you're telling me I could create
Maybe we should get somebody else to do the experiment.
Something like, you're doing like a 1-story home, basically, right? I'm not going to fucking do it in the middle of the stairs or something.
No, the difference between the high pressure and the low pressure we're not talking about size.
I've heard it over, and the only explanation I've ever heard in 3 years of being in the flat Earth community that the gradient exists.
Dude, you're famous for never addressing what people say and just moving on to the next rambling bullshit.
Yeah, especially
in 3 years.
Why is it? Listen, why isn't you can't cover anybody's point? You just got to go on and keep rambling the same dumb shit you keep saying. You never address one point that's said to you. Is it because you don't know what the hell you're talking about? You're outside of your pay grade, so you want to drag it down back to your level every time?
Now you're not addressing my point. You're accusing me of not addressing points, and you're not accusing my point.
We're past addressing your point. You're trying to make a point while I'm asking you why you didn't address my point. Don't be moronic.
What point didn't I address?
I won't treat you like a moron.
You gotta tell me what point I didn't address, because I didn't do it willfully. Might have done it on accident.
I said make the difference between high pressure and low pressure 10 orders of magnitudes difference, and you started going to size, relative size. We're talking about the difference between low pressure and the high pressure, and orders of magnitude in which that equates.
And on Earth, the difference in pressure is related to the distance, is related to height. So
you still don't understand what I'm saying. You still don't understand what I'm saying. Listen, what's the difference between the low pressure of space and say, surface level pressure at ocean or sea level?
I'm not talking about
10 orders of magnitude.
That's not what
not size, not distance.
You're kind of missing my
claim. You're going from a positive number to a negative number. Your points were it's void. It's redundant.
Why does it vary by height? Listen, why does it vary by height?
Because of gravity.
Okay, so why doesn't the gas pressure fall off inversely proportional to the square of the distance, like gravity does?
Because you've got temperatures going on as well, right? Other forces involved. It's similar. If I showed you a graph that was the barometric pressure equation versus an inversely proportional graph,
there is no barometric pressure equation. You don't have B, dude.
I know.
You gotta have a volume.
Let me get you the barometric pressure equation.
So what's your V? What's the quantity of V?
It would be in PSI, whatever units you want to.
You have to have a volume. So your volume is infinity.
Well, let me get you the equation, and you can pick the equation apart, okay?
They should be able to literally put a small vacuum chamber on the ground where the gravity is supposedly the strongest, inject a little bit of gas into it and show how most of it gets pulled down.
Okay. So in the barometric pressure equation, it has Boltzmann's constant, right?
Yep.
So what's Boltzmann's constant? PV over Tn. Your V is infinity. V as in volume. So your volume is the universe. Your volume is the universe. So do the equation for V, dude.
Listen, Boltzmann's constant though applies to ideal gases, and we don't live in an atmosphere of ideal gases. An ideal gas is theoretical because it doesn't exist in nature. There's no pure forms of gas.
Yeah, there's no
mixture.
Yeah, it's not perfect.
So you can take Boltzmann's constant right out of any atmospheric equation because it's a theoretical equation on pure gases. In the rate of distribution for pure gas. You know what ideal means, right? Ideal gas?
Atmospheric pressure.
You know what an ideal gas is?
Yes, that's how basically all systems are idealized. That's math for you.
Not all systems.
Yeah,
just atmospheric systems.
What system isn't idealized?
What system is?
Physics.
Not all systems in physics are idealized. Name one that is.
Every one. Because it's math. The part of the
no, it's not. Listen, no. Ideal situations are not contemplated in every form of physics. You're a moron, dude.
Oh, so you're saying the equation?
A lot of physics is demonstrable because it's not ideal. It's real world equations.
Yeah, but it's not perfect. So that means it's an idealized version. It's not a perfect.
No, it's simplified because they can't. It's simplified because they can't actually do the full. They can't count for all the variables and actually come out with anything because gas behaves in non-linear ways.
It's complicated. You can get close.
Right, in an ideal gas.
Yeah, you can get close.
Everything works perfectly the same every time.
You know how you get close? You do lots and lots of tests and experiments, right? And then you manufacture or design things using trial and error, and then you get close. It's a good starting point.
They do that with buildings. Where do they build these large skyscrapers?
They use the ideal gas law for skyscrapers. Are you kidding me?
And you're saying that that's how it's done, right? That's how all science is done. Skyscrapers is an area of civil engineering, which is an application of science. So you tell me that trial and error. So where are these
Well, you think they started building buildings yesterday? Are you completely fucking dim, dude?
Yeah, that's bullshit.
Built using trial and error.
That's bullshit.
When was the first building ever built, dude?
Holy shit, man.
What year was the first building built?
Later.
Let's see here, 220 BC.
I'm sure it was way before that.
I just basically want to see if anyone would take me on my bet. I knew nobody would, so.
What bet? It's a sucker's bet.
Yo, you don't even have any money, kid.
Yeah, no shit.
Okay, let's bet $1.
Have anything?
You bet $1,000.
No,
you bet $1. Isn't everybody fixing to get a $600?
You talk more shit than a horse, man.
Not all of us are on welfare, dude.
Well, unless you make less than $300K, you get a $600 check. So
are you going to show us the bottom of a cube?
Get out of that.
Getting no fucking check.
You're going to show us the bottom of a cube at a distance?
I'm going to build a box, and I'm going to pressurize it, and I'm going to measure the pressure at the bottom and at the top.
You're getting a stimulus check.
Right. So you're going to pressurize it independent of the external air.
Airtight.
And you think that you're going to measure a pressure gradient inside this box?
And I could be wrong.
Is it going to be hotter or colder than the external environment? Is it going to be higher or lower pressure?
I can put temperature sensors every foot or 2 feet inside the container.
Wow.
You know that temperature, pressure, volume are related, right?
You know that. That's why I suggested temperature sensors every foot or two inside the box.
I thought we were measuring pressure.
Well, like you just said, temperature and pressure are related. So we need to know temperature.
What about altitude?
Yeah, so we need to know, like, is energy going to come from the outside environment, right? So if the box is at thermodynamic equilibrium with the outside environment, then you're going to have an equilibrium of pressure. It's just
the altitude will come into play too.
Yeah, well, I can do what do you call it? Basically, a timed video that's 8 hours showing that it's equalizing and showing that the temperatures equalize and record the pressures and show you that there is indeed a gradient and the cause.
We can make this so much simpler, right? We can just take a car tire, right, and the one that's on a car, jack the car up. And just measure the pressure inside the tire. According to you, there'll be a gradient in the tire. The bottom of the tire will have a higher pressure than the top of the tire.
Well, I mean, a tire probably wouldn't be in thermal equilibrium. Is it because sitting next to the cold or hot ground?
Well, that's what we're going to lift the car up to, because we don't want the tire on the ground.
A little bit of water in the tire. Weren't you just
water in the tire?
That you could get a pressure gradient in the container? Wasn't that your argument?
I thought so.
So now when Helio asked you about the tire, now you're making excuses as to why there's no pressure gradient in the tire?
You say there's no pressure gradient in the tire.
Is it the rubber? Is it the rim? Like, what makes it not have the pressure gradient?
I didn't say there wasn't a pressure gradient inside a tire.
Well, see, I just made it super simple.
How does that even address what we're asking?
Because your claim is that all gases equalize unless there's some kind of external force acting on them, right? And what I've heard...
No.
You're not going to contain the gases in a vacuum with no container.
All we want is you to show pressure without containment, because we can show you pressure with containment. We want to see you create that pressure and maintain it without containment, like you say.
Listen, we started with the antecedent for a gradient was a container, and he went to I could show a contained gradient, and that's what I said from the get-go. That's where we started from, and now this is where we're at. He's going to prove there's a gradient in a container, but that was the original statement that he denied.
No, my original statement.
Yeah, it's just like a propane tank. There'd be a pressure gradient in a propane tank or a acetylene tank, fluid on the bottom, gas on the top, heavy metals on the very bottom. Yeah. Air compressor tank, it'll have compressed air in it. There'll be moisture on the bottom, heavy metals on the bottom. You see them in the filter when you drain it every time. There's absolutely a gradient container. I don't need a test for that. Can you create a gradient without a container in a vacuum? That's what we said we'd bet on.
Yeah.
That's what we need.
And I got thousands. I'm not getting no fucking stimulus check.
Okay.
Especially because that's your claim.
Shit, I'll bet you a Corvette, and you can pick from the damn collection if you win.
Making over 300K.
You can pick whatever. Oh,
maybe you don't. But I mean, I'll be honest with you. I've been in this community for 3 years. I've never heard anybody explain the gradient by anything other than gas being produced at ground level. This is all new to me. Kind of weird.
Yeah, I said you're straw man.
You got to contain
in the entire fucking group because we don't. The gradient is created by a containment. It's actual evidence of a container.
How so?
So is pressure.
How is evidence for the how is that
time? I said this if you'd quit talking, I'd finish. I said this when I made my original statement. The only way we can demonstrate the gradient is in containment. The only way we can demonstrate gas pressure is in containment. It's the only way we can demonstrate it.
Not true. I have a.
It is true.
I have a fan.
Show me a tire. Okay, then show us how to wrap air around a tire without a container, so we don't need the rubber. We quit replacing our tires.
Unless you can show me your assertion.
No.
No, I didn't say there's a dome. I said there's evidence of a container with pressure and a gradient, because it's the only way we can demonstrate it here on Earth. Those two things.
It sounds like a tactic to me that he just wants to talk about what's going on in a container when his claim is without one. So it just sounds like tactics to me.
No, I'm reading the specific claim that the reason that
now you're moving on to a straw man. Now you're moving
No, it's like you said, you've been doing this 3 years. We know you, man. This is not brand new.
I disconnected him. I can't take that shit no more.
Yeah, I guess.
Thank you.
He's just doing it for attention at this point. He's lonely. He needs a girlfriend. You know, he needs something. All dog.
Does he think it's a good thing to tell us that he's been here for 3 years and still can't figure it out?
Yeah, right after that
he's
says,
singing
I don't
Blue
know
on
what
Black,
I'm talking about. Or some crazy shit like that.
You say he's singing Blue on Black? Night falls and he's alone?
Yeah, something like that.
Blue on Black.
How you been, Paige? It's good to hear you.
Yeah, good to hear your voice too. Yeah, things are pretty crappy over here, that's for sure. It's the middle of summer and it's been freezing cold and pouring rain for over a week now.
I remember y'all saying that last year too.
No, last year at this time I was watching the bushfire from my back porch burn the paddocks just out the back.
But didn't the fires end and then hot. Yeah, but then when the fire ended, didn't it get like super cold or something? That's what Becky was saying. I don't know if you met Becky before.
She might be in a different area to me. Where I am, it didn't get... I mean, it rained afterwards, after the fires, but it didn't get cold, not like what it is now. We're lucky to even get to, 18 degrees, and it's midsummer. Like, usually after Christmas, you've got the air conditioner on all night, and, you wake up in the morning and it's already like 30 degrees. Nothing like that. It's been so weird. It's good weather to be locked in the house, though, I suppose.
Are you guys still locked down there in Australia?
We are in weird times, so it makes sense.
Some places are. I'm not here in where I am in Victoria, but I think Sydney was being locked down again. Lucky for me, I live out in the country, so tiny little town. I can pretty much ignore it.
I hear you there.
I haven't worn a mask once the whole time. Hardly anyone even says anything. I think I've been asked twice over the whole of last year where my mask was, and I just said, I've got a medical exemption. They just went, yep, no worries. Keep going.
Well, country folk, we're not scared to get dirty, and we don't wash our hands till the work's done.
Yep.
When the work comes, we wash our hands.
Yeah, you wouldn't do it, 50 times a day like they want you to at the moment.
Just got asked to leave somewhere today, me and my family, because we wouldn't put a mask on.
Oh, wow. I think the only thing I had to do was fill out some form at the little cafe in the main drag. And I said to the lady that I didn't want to fill it out, and she was like, they're making me do it. And I said, okay, fine, give it here. I don't want to get you into trouble. So she gave me the form, and I wrote Shearer on it. Just put a whole heap of fake numbers.
In the 70s,
Yeah,
in the
She-Ra.
70s, we were allowed to
She-Ra,
hang.
Princess of Power.
I almost did.
Hey, in the 70s here, we were allowed to hang a sign on our business walls that says, "We reserve the right to refuse service to anyone." And then,
oh yes,
in the 2000s, they took that over that liberal crap and trying to force bakers to make dick cakes for gay weddings.
Make cakes for gay weddings. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, now for another liberal thing, we're right back to they can refuse service, but you don't have to post the sign.
Yeah, it seems that they can make these rules, whatever's okay for them is okay for them, but if they want to change the rules for everyone else, then they do that too. They just seem to do whatever they want.
We got enough signatures to impeach our governor, and if they refuse to let us do it, shit's going to get tight here in Michigan. I hope they know it.
Yeah, I think a hell of a lot of people are learning about common law and figuring out that you can actually have a court case. You can, file a thing with the common law courts and sue people personally for things that they've done, even if they are a policeman or a government official or whatever. It doesn't matter. The old "I was just doing my job" didn't work in the Nuremberg trials. So, if they're not careful, we will see people start to do citizen arrests and that kind of stuff. If enough of us wake up, then
for converting your political position, to a tool of harassment. That's a federal offense here in America. Most people don't know it.
Say that again. I missed what you said.
Conversion of your political position to a tool of harassment.
Oh.
Or your position of power, like if you're an officer who likes to harass somebody. Intimidation and harassment are illegal on a federal level.
Awesome, yeah. As soon as, I think the police here are starting to figure out that a lot of us are waking up to this because, there's been so many things going on here where, people get pulled over at a COVID stop in their car and they say, "Have I committed a crime?" And the policeman goes, "No, I want to see your ID." And they go, "Well, have I committed a crime?" "No." "Well, I'll be off then." And the police, "Oh, no, you got to show me your ID." "Have I committed a crime?" "No." "Okay, I'll be off then."
Yeah, you need suspicion in America. Suspicion that I committed a crime. Yep.
Yeah. If they just
and if you have no articulate reason to suspect me of a crime, you're not even supposed to stop me for a civil infraction.
Yeah, and these are the things that we can sue them personally for, because they're not doing their job, they're doing something more, so it'd be good, the more people that can actually find their voice and stand up for themselves and say, hang on a minute, I haven't done anything wrong, why are you harassing me? The more of us that can do that, the better.
Yeah, profiling is illegal, I'm a white man in a COVID area. I'm a white man in a high COVID area. That's why you pulled me over, damn it.
So, I'd share something. I don't know.
Don't forget that. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
You're all right.
I would share something from an experiential point of view about the COVID, if that's okay in this chat. And I'm not hearing any naysays, so I will continue. But and since COVID started, I have been around. I've wrapped the country twice. I was in New York City. This is from an experiential point of view. I was in New York City for Ground Zero. I was in Chicago. I was in Minneapolis when the riots started after the whole I can't even think of his name because I'm that far media distance. But you know what I'm screaming. And I was in Portland for quite a few months. Seattle, you know, and I've been around. I've wrapped the whole thing, and I know, and I've been homeless since 2005. I am homeless, and I've been homeless since 2005, since Hurricane Katrina. And so that's like what, 15, 16 years now, 16, probably pushing 17 years. And I know thousands of homeless people. And everywhere I go, the only people I have to communicate with, unless it's online, are the homeless people, because nobody wants to do anything with anybody homeless. I'm missing teeth. I'm not dirty. I might not fit the typical stereotype of the homeless person, but I'm houseless, and I've been houseless a long time. And I know thousands of homeless people across the United States that all know 1,000 other homeless people, and none of us are sick, and none of us have gotten sick. And I'm an older fellow myself, and I don't run with like these travel kids that ride the rails or anything like that, fresh out of mama's home or nothing. Everyone I hang out with is older. And they say this shit attacks the older population and everything. And, in street terms, I hang out with the home bums, and that's the older generation. That's the old Vietnam vet, 70 years old. We don't practice good hygiene. We don't have a sterile environment. We eat out the trash cans, and none of us are sick. So, I'll just...
Why you're not sick? Because your immune systems are so strong. I think this was the beginning of them getting to their 500 million. They get rid of the elderly first, because they're the most, taking up the most money for them. They have to have, old age homes and all this kind of shit for them. So they get rid of all of them first. And it seems like they might be focusing on the kids next. Just keep our eyes on them.
They're trying to propagate to the kids and make the kids more ignorant, so when they grow up, they're, subservient generation.
Yeah, you can see that already, can't you, with the reactions we get on this subject, where they say, they told me to think of it this way.
Yeah.
And it's like, well,
and I know for a fact
what?
they target our veterans no matter what age.
Oh, for sure, because
they want to
military
make us
guys
all look like they want to make us all look. People nowadays think every vet has got PTSD. We're all mentally unstable. We're all fucking conspiracy cooks, and it's just fucking bullshit. These are the people that went out and put their life on the line for your freedoms and your right to call people morons on the internet, and
that's why they need to get rid of you, because that's the section of society that, if you're married and got kids, then you'll fight for your family and your children. And these men are those kinds of men that will, stand up and fight for others. And they're the ones
not
that
only
don't want...
fight, we'll organize too. We'll take them people that think they can't fight and show them you can be a valuable
show them
part
how
of the
to.
unit.
Yeah, for sure.
You can kill many men. If you just
That's why they
want to
break up the family and feminize men, because they don't want real, strong, manly men. They want men who wear makeup and dresses and, don't have wives or children,
and
so they
lay
don't have
down
anything
when the police say lay down.
Exactly. Yeah, it's really sad.
If I could share, this is going far off, COVID and current events. This is going far off from the flat Earth topic, and I respect you guys and I respect this server, and I don't want to go there if you know that's like off limits on this server. But if I'm allowed, excuse me, forgive me, to speak on the topic, you know, I've been on the outside looking in for a long time, and I'm not totally ignorant. You know, I keep up with things through the internet, not through mass media. But this is all about the 2030 Sustainable Goals Project, and it has a large part to do with, you know, communism, world socialism, and depopulation. And I can promise you that they're going to get people on this vaccine. And once they get you once you took the shot once, they got you. You're going to take every vaccine after that it takes to keep your fucking, excuse my French, forgive me, that allows us to keep our inoculation card that we're all fixing to have up to date in order to travel, in order to work, in order to do what we have to do. They're not going to force it mandatory on us, but they're going to make it so uncomfortable. You know, they're going to make it to where you can't really conduct yourself in society without it. And once they got us once, we're going to continue to take it. And it's not going to take very long because there is no liability on any of the vaccines now. That one of these vaccines, if not the first one, is going to sterilize the 90% of the population.
Yeah, I saw something where these doctors were saying that whatever they've put in this vaccine will have such an effect on your immune system that, like an infection that normally would, you know, make you feel a bit sick and you need some antibiotics or whatever, will kill you. So in the next, 5-10 years, they're predicting that we'll see people just dropping like flies. I think
it's a precursor.
Yeah, I know that Tiffany Dover woman. I heard she hasn't been seen on her social media since the day she had the jab, and Bling Bling BS of the ISS said today that there was another person in the UK that had died, and I don't even know if that's another person on top of like Tiffany and another person. Like, I don't know, but it doesn't sound good.
There's a lot of people in this chat. I'm only going to say this once. I watch. Okay, first of all, I know that most of the COVID hoax is a hype. I know the head of security of an entire hospital chain in Portland, Oregon. I know him personally, and they're labeling everybody who comes in there with anything with COVID. But there was a doctor who was appealed to Congress about ivermectin. Now, I've been a Margellans victim from the chemtrails, from being outside, from being a targeted individual because they experiment on the homeless, and I've been out there a long time. I fought Margellans disease for 5 years. Thank God, I mean, I've pretty much beat it, and I have beaten it. And as far as like having, we all have the that stuff in us. We just don't all react to it the same, and they can enacted in us. But man, I never tell anybody this because it's I don't want it to get out there and to see them ban it. But ivermectin, go to your pet store, go and get horse dewormer, ivermectin, apple
Yeah,
flavored
that's that
ivermectin
dewormer
horse
stuff.
dewormer, and
Yep.
set it in your first aid kit. I promise you, you're gonna if you survive till we hit that time where like shit gets real bad. Excuse my French. I'm sorry. I don't mean to curse. You're gonna really appreciate having that. And this doctor who was appealing to Congress about this COVID. Now, I'm 100% on the whole thing that it's a hoax, and they're just labeling the flu and anything anybody gets. People are getting lung infections from wearing a damn masks all the time, and and it's so stupid. But
And tongue and
he
mouth
appealed to
ulcers and
Congress.
stuff.
It's a
He appealed to
conditioning.
Congress, and I can link the video. Actually, I'd have to go dig through my history. I seen it off of YouTube, but it was actually him appealing to Congress. This was like on, it's not like it was secret, but he was in front of Congress, and he said he was working with 200 other doctors across the United States in some of the heaviest hospitals that was quote unquote supposedly hit by the COVID, and they were treating people with ivermectin. And he said it's nothing short of miraculous. And if you take the ivermectin, you're not going to get the COVID. And he says, and if you got the COVID, it's gone within 48 hours. So nobody needs a fucking vaccine. Excuse my French. I'm sorry. I don't mean to curse. So nobody needs the vaccine, you know. But man, look, I beat Margellans, and I don't even tell people this because I'm scared they're gonna take it off the market just for me saying it, because I'm heavily, they watch me, they watch it, they're watching all of us, but whatever. I'm not like paranoid, but at the same time, ivermectin,
They condition it.
man.
What this is, it's a big conditioning scheme. You see, it's a big. Imagine a giant highway with all kinds of exit ramps. Okay, it's a fear highway of conditioning. The exit ramps are each flu vaccine, each flu, wink wink, COVID that comes out every periodic time. People get paranoid and scared, and it gets miraculously taken away by something the government creates or big pharma creates, and it gets increasingly dangerous every cycle. And there's going to come a time, as you see now, everything's coming to a head with cryptocurrencies, right? What they're going to do in short, in quick terms, if you want to go to the hospital, sure, swipe your hand. There's your medical history. If you want to get on a plane, sure, swipe your hand. There's your plane ticket, seat aisle 11, whatever. You want to buy your groceries at Walmart, wherever. Swipe your hand, there you go. You want to stay home and do all that shit? Swipe your hand. You want a vaccine? Sure. We're going to have these injections, which are just like booster shots with the flu. You get one and you get a cycled booster into the hand where the mark, where the digital information is all stored, and everybody's going to love it like it's the next big thing because everybody loves innovation and technological advancement. And how can I prove that? What does everybody keep their face plugged in every day, 24 hours a day? Their phone. You think they're not going to fall for something as simple as swiping your hand to do every single thing on the planet, including healthcare? Sure they are. And the technology is all laid out right for you to study. Quantum dot luciferase tattoo technology.
So
There'll be a lot of it.
I'm gonna sound like a real nut for saying so, but I'm gonna say it anyway. I'm not the smartest guy. I never been to college. I've been on the street a long time. But we all have the capacity to learn. I learned from listening to you guys, and I couldn't touch a flame to half of what you guys got to bring to the table. And I've been gone for a little while. I was in a monastery for a bit, different things and stuff. But we learn in different ways, and we all have something to bring to the table. And I'm gonna say this. I used to be a magician on stage. I ate dinner with David Copperfield. My uncle's a professional magician. When I was younger, in my younger days, and and I know it's all cheesy and stuff, but you learn certain things, and just from being on the outside and watching things, and it's the bait and switch, man. This fucking PCR test they're giving people to test for the COVID has nothing to do about testing for COVID. It's collecting people's RNA and DNA.
It can't even tell the difference between live bacteria and
they're collecting RNA and DNA on everyone and storing it in a fucking bank. The same way you fucking store money or I'm sorry, I don't mean to curse. The same way, excuse me for the F word. Forgive me. Stop that.
Hey, stop fucking apologizing. Damn it.
Okay.
I was gonna say stop fucking apologizing.
Thank you, Mike. I'll stop. I won't do that then. But they're collecting all that stuff. They're in the same way, like on Wikipedia, and they're collecting all the mass knowledge because it has to do with a mass depopulation, and they're going to use these. They're going to use these vaccines that they no longer have any liability for to mass sterilize the planet, and they're going to be growing. They're going to be growing. They're going to be growing babies in bags, and they're going to be using women to harvest an egg once a month, and it's going to be off limits for men and women to even be together, and no women's even going to be able to have a child because you got to in a sense harvest a child for 9 for 9
what do you
months
think
that you're not producing an egg. And they're gonna in the process, and they're gonna appeal to the falling, humanity. Like we need to keep, everyone alive. So they're gonna separate men and women completely. And
right. Well, you know how they
add the transgender agenda into that.
Well, you know how they tell the truth in movies, right? You know how they tell the truth in movies, right? Zealot.
Absolutely.
Yes, okay, Now, I agree with everything you said, and I'm going to point just how we already know it, but I'm going to point exact examples out that's proven exactly what you say in the very current movies. Man of Steel, right? Guess what happens to planet Krypton, right? It blows up. What the hell was the culture doing? They haven't had a human-born natural in hundreds and hundreds of years. They were all pre-programmed with orders and predisposed jobs. That's what Zod was, a general to protect Krypton. It was in his DNA. But yet, the father of Superman, right, decides to have sex with his wife and create a natural-born child. That's the goal for humanity here. And they tell you, like Truman Show, piss right in your face. But we go watch the movie and say, damn, what a strong-looking dude that, he looks big and... They're telling you right in the damn movie that's what they are going to do. And it will happen. I might not be alive for it, but my great-great-great-great-great-grandkids will. You can guarantee that crap.
No, by 2030, man, they're going to have men and women separate. And, it's going to be a shame, man. This vaccine is leading to a mass sterilization population.
Well, what I could see realistically happening.
Accident.
What I could see realistically happening by 2030, because that 2030, there's a lot that couldn't happen scale wise. I mean, I know what the agenda is, but what could, viably actually be set in motion is the entire fossil fuels are gone. We're using solar, we're using wind, we're using other sources, right? For the purpose of redirecting the economy off of the dollar or any tangible gold or silver. Because if you totally control the economy, right, you centralize every damn thing. And so if you take away fossil fuels, nobody has fuel. It's all central. You're totally and utterly dependent on them. I could see that in place. And with this Biden shit jumping off.
That's why they shut down all the businesses, get rid of independent income, and you create dependency.
Yeah. And then by 2050, we could be having, by 2050, children can be created by them and not us. And it may be a law that we can't reproduce with the crazy shit that we allow our government to impose on us.
They'll say, oh, no, it's too dangerous for everybody to have a child. Like, if we just let everybody have as many children as they want, look at what happened back in, 1990 and 2000, 2010. They'll point back to this time and go, no, we can't let you do that anymore.
So 2030 is very possible. It's all off, straight. Fossil fuels are all gone. Could happen.
Do you guys know much about urine therapy? I watched a documentary on Stan last night, and I was blown away. This woman, this woman had her cancer cured, breast cancer and cancer on her, I think she said on her labia, on her vagina, I think it was. And
cervical.
And also, sorry?
Cervical
and these
cancer.
No, it wasn't inside, it was on the outside. Like she said, I'm sure she said it was on her labia. But she also had like big ulcers on her legs, and she started doing the urine therapy and putting it on her legs and like soaking her feet in it. And she shows you the pictures, and her legs are beautiful now. This other woman had like rheumatoid arthritis, and her hands were all mangled. And she's still like working and doing Zumba classes. She says she's got no pain. And then they were even saying that they cured a mother and a daughter of HIV through this therapy. And then did it, to 100 other people after that. And in India, it's like accepted. It's something that they just do. They call it, like Shiva's something. And it's just something that is acceptable. And
I'm listening. I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt.
No, go for it. I just wondered if anybody, I think I only know 2 people in this community. That allegedly Dave, I think he is, the dark-skinned man, he was in it. It's called Urine Aid on Stan, and his face popped up on it. And then I think Pete Shea is the only other one I know
don't know what you're talking about. What type of therapy are you talking about?
Urine therapy.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Urine.
Drinking.
Oh,
drinking your own wee.
Like when all of our when all of our coaches, when all of our coaches told us to piss on our feet to cure athlete's foot, I did. It worked. That's
it's
what's
in
funny.
All the cosmetics. Urea is in all women's cosmetics for it does amazing things for your skin.
I mean, it's like the same principle that shit is fertilizer. Everything natural has very specific
use
and functions.
Do you know? Like, what do you think your urine comes from? Like, what do you think your body does? Do you know where your urine is produced from?
I mean, my understanding is that it's your body getting rid of toxins and whatnot.
That's what I thought too.
It's sterile.
Urine's
sterile.
Your urine actually comes from your kidneys. Your blood is filtered through your kidneys, and your urinary tract system is not connected to any of those other waste systems. It's blood filtration, and all it is excess nutrients. It's like 95% water, and then some other stuff.
Hey, small confession. I've been partaking in urine therapy for years.
Oh, and what do you think? Because I'm very intrigued now, to be honest.
Me and my significant other are very interested.
Oh, you dog. Kinky.
Hey, no low T here.
Hey.
Hey.
I mean, just the way these people looked, their skin was glowing, and like this guy was like nearly 80 years old, and he'd been doing it for years and years and years, and he looked like he was like 50. Like, amazing. And because it's from your own body, it's tailor-made for you. It's as if God put a pharmacy in your body.
It's not as if he did. I mean, there's one growing out there naturally, and the chemistry of our body. We are our own best physicians of the human body. It's big pharma and all this synthetic shit, and then the foods, and then the fluoride.
It's making us sick.
I mean, come on now. The fluoride in the water, all the things they put in all the waters, all the damn big pharma chemicals.
It's like your spit for superficial cuts and burns. What's the first thing you do when you cut your finger or burn it? You stick in your mouth.
Yeah.
Why? Why? Because there's enzymes in there that kill all germs and all other things, digestive fluids that just kill bacteria and make it to where they can't reproduce.
I remember somebody telling me dogs were good if you cut yourself to let your dog lick it.
Apple cider vinegar.
Lick their worms. Yep.
Apple cider vinegar has nothing to do with big pharma, and it takes care of more things.
Share something with you guys.
You sound like my grandma now, bro. I got an apple orchard and that cider mill out here. You got to do a shot of apple cider vinegar at least 3 times a week.
Yeah.
I'm gonna share something with you guys. Something I've never shared with near as many people. Maybe on a personal level with a few people.
Oh, do tell.
Or a person here
I
and there.
did.
And it's got a bit of a testimony to it. But I don't know how to get to the point without at least giving a background to it. In 2015, my girlfriend was dying of a brain tumor and was in the hospital, and I was hospicing her, and I was homeless with a backpack and everything, and stuff, and going in the hospital every day, and they're looking at me like I'm crazy, like you don't belong here. So for the sake of the hospital, I'd sleep in there some night, but I wasn't trying to fucking live off the hospital either. And I'd leave there, and I'd go down under a bridge that was halfway between the closest Orthodox church, which, because I'm Orthodox Christian, and the hospital, and I was sleeping under the bridge, and I was going to the Orthodox church on Sundays, and I was hospicing my ex-girlfriend, through a brain tumor. They cut the brain tumor out. She had to go through chemo or, a gazillion complications, because, hepatitis C, she wasn't handling, her liver wasn't handling chemo, yada, yada, right? I'm gonna try to make the longer story shorter. Well, one day I'm under the bridge and I wake up and I got all these bumps on my stomach, and I'm like, okay, because I've been around, and I'm from the South. I'm from Louisiana, just so you know, and you know, born and raised. But you know, I've been everywhere, and you know, most everywhere, 31 states, and in the United States. I've never left the United States. I mean, you know, take that for what I mean. But I wake up with all these bumps on my stomach, and I'm like, damn, you know, I got chiggers because I hadn't been around nobody. I wasn't hanging out with no homeless. I wasn't, you know, drinking with nobody. I wasn't doing nothing, you know. All I was doing was going to the hospital and going to church, and going to sleep under the bridge. And I wake up with all these bumps on my stomach, and I'm like, damn, you know, the first thing I think is it's chiggers. So I go and get some fingernail polish, right? Clear fingernail polish, and put on it. Um, and because that kills chiggers. And we know that from, you know, because I'm Cajun. And I'm from the real South, South Louisiana, South Louisiana. South of New
C'est
Orleans.
comme c'est beaucoup.
And yeah, all of that. And so thank God, thank you, Mike. And and so I put this. I make a long story short. I use the fingernail polish. It doesn't work. It gets worse. I'm like, fuck, man. I got body lice. I don't know where I got it, but I gotta go fucking get a rid kit from the store. I go and get a rid kit from the store, you know. And I go to my people's house. My ex, my girlfriend. You know, I hate to even call her my ex. She's dead. You know. I mean, she's I you know, well, I'm a Christian. You know, I mean, Christ defeated death by death. And she's, you know, she might be resting peacefully unto the Lord. But she died baptized. But I'm not gonna go there. So I used this rid kit at her people's house. I went there and I'm like, look, I got bugs or something, man. I gotta take a shower. I gotta use this rid kit. I use it. It just keeps getting worse and it keeps getting worse. And I had to bail because I knew I would if I stayed in town, you know, I was gonna go to those people and I didn't know if it was contagious or what. And I went south, and man, it kept getting worse and kept getting worse. And to make a longer story short, you know, it turns out I had Morgellons disease, to where in the end, you know, I fought this shit for 5 years. I was pulling fucking fibers out my skin. I had fucking bugs and fucking all kind of crazy shit. Like, it was like coming from me, out of me from the inside. And man, I went from state to state on Medicaid, begging these people to help me. So miserable, man. I was ready to set myself on fire like a burning Zen monk. I didn't give a fuck. You know, I was like, take me to jail because you got to deal with this shit. You know, even the cops wouldn't even take me to jail. I begged them to take me to jail one time. And they're like, man, unless you commit a felony and go to prison, you know, you getting thrown in a drunk tank and you're gonna sit in there for 3 days and we're gonna give you a summons to go back to court. We ain't even helping you get the bugs off of you, you know. But it was coming out of me, man. And it's so fucking crazy. Morgellons disease, man. People don't understand. And it got so bad, and it got so bad. And man, I ended up all the way in Michigan, and I was about to try to escape to fucking Canada just to beg them for help because nobody else was helping me. And I went all the way to Michigan in the middle of winter, man. I was there in sandals, walking in the snow. People were like, "Man, what the fuck are you doing here? Where are you from?" You know, fucking dudes come running up at me at the bus stop, like, you know, you got a. I did have a phone at the time. You got a phone, man? You know, I'm bringing you some shoes, bro. You can't be out here with those sandals. You know, you're gonna die. You know, and you know. Uh, I was trying to fucking get to Michigan. I mean, I was trying to get to Canada from Michigan, and I was trying to kayak. I almost kayaked to Michigan. My issue is some old stuff from running a business, and if I had even went to Canada, I wouldn't have got back, and they wouldn't have treated me. You know, I owed the IRS for 15 years. That's I ain't even got a hide it. Whatever. It's not like they don't know. And and they told me, if you're fucked if you try to even go to fucking.
You was gonna kayak to Detroit River?
Yeah, I was going straight up that motherfucker, and I was gonna go to Canada because
It could be
nobody else would
done.
help me. I was trying. Look, I went to every doctor, man. I'm not even gonna tell you all the crazy shit I went to the doctor because I don't wanna deal with all that. But look, I've been to shamans in the Indian shamans in the desert. I've been to hippie medicine men at hot springs. I've been to hospitals all across the country, all trying to defeat this fucking affliction, man. That's so horrible. I mean, you can't even sleep. I mean, I learned how to sleep standing up. I can sleep standing up to this day. I had an ex-CIA agent tell me he was jealous of me because he could see that he saw me one day fucking because we were part of an action in Washington State. That's a different story. And he's like, man, you can sleep standing up. And he's like, I can't even do that, And man, I can't even wear shoes. I can't even wear shoes now. I wear sandals because, like, to put boots or something, it's like I'm gonna lose my breath. I guess it's PTSD from the Morgellons, because I'm so used to having. It's like standing in an ant pile. I stood in it. It's like if you stood in an ant pile for 5 years, but worse. You know what I mean? You fucking pulling these fucking fibers and fucking all the shit out your skin, dude. Shit that don't even make any sense. Like it's all symmetrical and shit. It's like, how is this coming out of me? And oh man, it was the worst. And I tried everything. I lived at an apothecarist. She did everything. I did all that bullshit. I mean, you're not
Isn't
gonna tell me.
Morgellons? Hey, isn't Morgellons where like fibers just start growing out of your skin?
Yes, it is. And I had all of that, man, the worst way. I mean, it was so, so bad. No one could ever understand. And
I wonder if
so
bathing
horrible.
in urine like that lady did would
Look,
help.
I tried
with-
that. That was my you talked about urine.
Oh, was that your point? Yep.
That's part of it. And I tried everything: the neem oil, the peppermint oil, the man, everything. If you can't go to Walmart, you can't go to Home Depot, you can't go to Lowe's, you can't buy a pesticide and an insecticide, any kind of chemical used for anything that I haven't bathed in full heartedly. I am the Toxic Avenger, 100%. Now I fucking lived it, man, and through some of the
Well, they
the
can't
biggest
charge
hell
us
of my
for
life.
our own urine, can they?
And
So they won't tell us how good it is because they can't charge us for it.
I'm gonna tell you, I had to give up on everything. I had to turn away from the internet and stuff, and I had to start to try to apply what worked. And I'm gonna tell you what worked. And I've never fucking told anybody this. It's I haven't discovered this got Morgellons. I mean, there's a lot of people in here, and this is almost public. Almost the whole world can hear it. But it took taking ivermectin, horse dewormer. It took taking horse dewormer. It took taking probiotics. Probiotics. I had to treat myself 3 different ways. I had to treat myself internally. I had to treat myself externally, like my skin. I had to treat myself internally, and because and I had to treat myself like through the blood. Ivermectin gets in your blood. Okay, the ivermectin gets in your blood. For the skin, it took making a mixture. 3 part. It's actually 4 parts. But 1 part each. You know, like say 1 cup of water, 1 cup of bleach, 1 cup of PHP swimming pool alkalizer, PHP plus, and 1 cup of black mold mildew remover. Now, that concoction right there, you know, is attacking, you know, as far as the skin goes, it's attacking, molds. It's attacking basically anything plant based, anything fungal based through the PHP, Clorox, water, and black mold mildew remover, is trisodium phosphate, sodium phosphate, and mixing those together. And the trisodium phosphate, the black mold mildew remover, takes care of any fungus. The fucking bleach, you know, that works on bacteria. You know, the pH plus alkalizes your skin, you know, and the water dilutes it. I tried it undiluted and I fucking burnt
See, your urine would have done all that because your urine's antifungal, antimicrobial, you know, all of those things.
Right.
So you probably would have, yeah.
So that one concoction was taking care of a myriad of different fronts, right? And but that didn't work alone. I had to use the ivermectin to kill the shit that was, you know, in my blood, because it's coming out of your skin. It's not coming from the external in, it's coming from the inside out. And so it took the ivermectin, it took that concoction I just explained, and it took changing my diet. I had to completely eliminate sugar from my diet. I had to completely eliminate yeast from my diet. And I had to go on a pure probiotic diet. I spent my
Sugar's
whole,
really bad for you.
I spent my whole EBT check, my whole EBT card, my whole monies for the month on EBT on sauerkraut. I ate nothing but not the sauerkraut that you buy in the can. Got to get it in the refrigerated section, the unpasteurized sauerkraut, and kefir, and pickles, and fermented foods, kimchi.
I was just about to say foods that are fermented.
Really?
Eskimo people used to dig massive big holes in the ice or in the snow and throw hundreds and hundreds of fish in there, cover it over, let it rot, and then they would feed it to the dogs, their sleigh dogs. And they found that it worked so well, the dogs would eat less but run further, you know, faster, for longer. Their coats were better. They lived longer, all that kind of stuff. So the people started eating it themselves because they saw how, you know, amazing it worked on the dogs.
I mean,
so it's not. You've just got to stop the oxygen from getting to it. It rots differently out in the oxygen.
So bad for so many years. When I first came on this channel, in like 2017, you know, I was covered in sores, man. The homeless didn't even want to, they were scared of me. They didn't even want nothing to do with me. You know, I would cover myself so, you know, it didn't show as much, but it was on my face. It was on my fucking head. You know, I'm not a dope head. I don't do dope. you know, and it was just so bad. It was so horrible. And I'm telling you what it took. It took that concoction I just explained with trisodium phosphate, the pH up, the bleach, and the water in equal proportions. And and it makes a chemical reaction. I don't know for sure, but some dude told me that makes chlorine when you mix pH plus and bleach. And but I don't know because I'm not a chemist or nothing. But the shit gets hot and it starts to boil when you mix it. If you mix it with no water, it's just gonna boil on you. And I use that on my skin plus the ivermectin plus going to a completely probiotic diet. I didn't. I totally avoided every bit of sugars I could. I totally avoided every bit of bread I could, and you know I dropped to 103 pounds. And man, I looked so bad. And then I had sores all over me. Everybody would have swore I was a dope head, and I wasn't even doing dope. You know, I've done dope. I've been a dope head years ago. You know, I'm 47 years old. But I wasn't even on. It's bad when you're not on dope and everybody thinks you're a dope head because it's like, fuck, man. You know, like I'm just trying to survive. I'm trying to, you know, the doctors ain't even helping me. You know, man, it sucks. I mean, I lived in the graveyard for a year and a half and fighting this shit, man. And man, I went everywhere. I was willing to chase down any ends. I was ready to set myself on fire like a Zen monk. But I didn't have the Zen. I was hating life, and and it took doing all three. It took doing all three. The probiotics, man, I recommend to everybody to, you know, with all these chemtrails in the air, with all the chemicals we ingest, with all the sugar in the food, with all the bread we ingest, we're just weakening ourselves, man, so bad that we,
white
you know,
bread and the dead.
we're making ourselves, you know, prone to it, you know. Maybe I was, you know, my body didn't handle it. My body, you know, was rejecting, you know, what we all have. But, you know, I truly, you know that it's through ivermectin, man. And they saying that about the COVID now. I just saw on in front of Congress the other day, the guy's like, man, we don't even need vaccines. He's like, this shit is working. If you take the COVID, you're not gonna. If you take the ivermectin, you're not gonna get the COVID. And if you got the COVID, it's gone within 48 hours if you take the ivermectin. Now I've been swallowing ivermectin for years.
Trump was trying to recommend some experimental treatments like UV light therapy to disinfect the bacteria within your circulatory system or whatever. And he was trying to say that that has a bleaching effect by, you know, using the light to kill, you know, dangerous microbes or whatever. What was it called? Like the UV tube, UV light, something to that effect. But the media just, you know, railroaded the dude for trying to, you know, put forth an alternative therapy.
There's a lot of misinformation out there about Morgellons disease. I got all into that, you know, as a part of the Morgellons community. You know, I tried running them for a few years, Morgellons awareness site on YouTube, and they fucking, you know, cut my channel from YouTube. I was Morgellons misfit, and I was all about posting everything about Morgellons, and I was researching it and everything, and it just got to a point to where I was like, just so like, you know, dealing with this shit all the time, and everything I read and everything I tried, nothing was working, and it was like, you know, I just had to fucking close off from everything, you know, like, you know, I couldn't deal with none of the Morgellons community.
Your body or something like that.
And well, it was like mentally, like, you know, disturbing to me, you know. it's like, man, I was so ready to set myself. I mean, I was literally like ready to set myself on fire, like daily. I had to fight, not like literally like fucking just pouring myself in gas and set myself on fire.
Was
Oh
it because of
man,
the pain or the discomfort, or I hear Morgellons is uncomfortable, kind of like
Mm.
an itchy, scaly skin, and
No, it's not
pulling
itchy at
metal
all.
fibers out of the
Mm.
body or something like that.
It's not itchy at all, but it comes with bugs. But it's not bugs. You think of bugs like living on your skin and like crawling in your skin. This is like bugs that are growing out of your blood and coming out of your skin. And man, it took the ivermectin to kill the shit. You gotta go to the pet store and buy ivermectin, Varsity one. Man, I recommend fucking really, because I am sharing this on the just you guys, I know it spreads a lot farther, but uh,
Yeah.
you go to the pet store and you buy the cheapest apple flavored Varsity wormer. You don't want all that other stuff in it. You want the pure ivermectin. So buy the cheapest ivermectin, the cheapest Varsity wormer on the market. And you don't want to like fucking overdo it. I almost killed myself on the shit more than once. And the shit is a neurotoxin and it tears your liver up. It's not something you want to take all the time. I begged the doctors to give it to me because I was bathing in fucking scabies cream, which is permethrin. And that's another thing I used was they were giving me permethrin cream, which is scabies cream, 10% um, from the hospital. And I was like a junkie fucking going and like, man, I need this permethrin cream, telling them I got scabies, um, you know, but I knew I didn't have scabies because there's a there's a section in the whole fucking Morgellons process where you have these like fucking larvae, like mini maggots growing out of you. And there's no part of like these before, the worms. It's before they become like the long fibers, I mean, it starts small. And, depending on how much blood and everything they get in it, it goes from like, translucent to white to pink to red to blue to purple to black, and and but you don't want it to get that bad, right? You don't want to have to fucking deal with like fucking long black fibers. If you got long black fibers, dude, you fucking hurt. I mean, it's way bad. Like, oh, I feel for anybody suffering with it, man. And if you know anybody, you probably don't, but anybody who is suffering Morgellons, uh, should either contact me or you should tell them what I'm telling you now because I'm not hiding nothing. But man, I took permit. You can go to the for like Morgellons, you can go, and this helped me a lot, but it wouldn't get rid of it all of it. I mean, it took a multi-pronged approach to kill this shit, using all of that, what I'm telling you, but it also took, I was going to you go to anywhere, you can get it from Home Depot, from Lowe's, you get the permethrin. It's the it's the little bottle that you put in you pump up spray bottle and you mix it with like a gallon of water and you spray your whole yard with. I was mixing that shit on my skin undiluted. Okay. I'm fucking blind. It blinded me, dude. I got glasses now from that shit getting in my eyes. And I mean, I can't see close up or far away. I got to wear glasses now from using the bathroom. So, you know, you want to be real careful with it around your eyes. That ain't no joke. What they tell you on the back of the label. But I was bathing in that shit undiluted, 100%. You go and get that stuff and it's only a couple of ounces in a bottle. And dude, I'd use that shit in like 2 treatments. Oh, it was so bad, but because it's coming out of your body, it's not going to kill it completely. It took me using the ivermectin to kill the shit in my blood. It took the permethrin. What you do, you go and if somebody has really got Morgellons that has to deal with it, you don't want to do like I did. You know, a lot of the time is put it on 100% undiluted. You want to take it and you want to go and get a bottle of hand lotion, you know, a bottle of body lotion that doesn't have any perfume, no other chemicals in it. It'll absorb as much of the bathroom as possible. And you fucking, you know, mix it up like 50-50 and shake it up. And that's the same shit you get if you go and buy scabies. You know, it might be, but stronger. And that you get from the hospital. And you know, it's already 10%. It's got a bunch of fucking, you know, inert ingredients that are, you know, highly cancerous and toxic. It's not something you want to do if you didn't have to, trust me. But you know, if worse gets to worse, but everybody should have that shit on hand, dude. If you a prepper, if you like, you know, if you realize like what's going on, you know, in the future, these all the things I talked about, from trisodium phosphate to Clorox to ivermectin to pH up to, you know, the permethrin yard spray to you know, probiotics, pills even, you know, you can get them in the capsules, all that shit you want to stock up on. I guarantee you, you know, if we ever face that like world economic collapse and shit started getting bad, people are gonna it's gonna start to break out on everybody. You know, we all got it already, but you know, we don't all know it yet. When that shit comes, that's what it's gonna take for you to keep it under control. You're just gonna, I mean, you're so gonna like, you know. I can't see too many people that walk through my shoes that just wouldn't fucking kill them. And thank God, you know, I do every day, man. You know, I sleep, I get full night's sleep and everything now. I don't have all these sores all over my body and stuff, man. And I'm so like grateful. I was dealing with all that stuff back when I like first back server and stuff, and talking with you guys. I was fighting Argell and living on the street, and it's so hard. You gotta fucking struggle just to find a shower, you know. And nobody wants you to even go in their house or take you in their car and shit because you got all these fucking sores all over you and stuff. And it's not like I wasn't doing dope or nothing. You know what I mean? Everybody thinks you're a dope head, man. It's like the fucking worst shit. You know, being in exile in the worst way. I suffered. Thank God. Like I said, you know, I couldn't even escape the United States to get help. I just had to, you know, but I shut everything off and I started applying like what worked a little bit. And I don't know. But it took, you know, thousands and thousands of different things till I finally came up with what I explained. A 3-prong approach with taking care of my blood through the ivermectin, taking care of my body and my gut through the probiotics, and using the my concoction, I call it, contain the PHP plus. you want to alkalize your body as much as possible. You know, even the water you buy at the store, go ahead and spend that $3 and get that alkaline water. I mean, if you care about your health and stuff. I mean, I still drink water out the faucet now that I got rid of it, but I mean, I'm the toxic avenger already. It's not like it matters. If you got to do the ivermectin, you know, I mean, I was doing this shit twice my body weight's worth, you know. Actually, that's what I recommend to somebody who has to use it to, like, you know, fight off Morgellons. Yeah, you do twice your body weight's worth, and you gotta wait at least 3 days because the shit's got a long half-life and it settles in your brain. Man, I almost killed myself. I was doing it every day for like 5 days. Like I would do like twice my body weight's worth once a day for 5 days. And it would knock the shit out for a fucking, you know, a couple of weeks, and then it would be coming back, but coming out of my blood. And because I don't know what, but you gotta interspace it a little bit. You don't want to do it like I did like that. But man, I like fucking died. I literally died off of ivermectin and saw myself floating over my body after doing it for like so many days in a row. All that ivermectin. I literally saw myself floating over my body. It was like so horrible. Like I just realized I did the most worst thing possible, and I was like scraping, scratching. It was the most horror, terror. You know, I was like just looking down at myself. I knew I did the most worst wrong thing, and oh, you can't experience any more terror. And it was like I went scratching at my body, and I fucking came back in. And I fucking sat up, you know. So you got to be careful with that ivermectin stuff. You know, you don't want to take like twice your body weight's worth every day for 5 days. That's not a good deal. But you know, you interspace it. I've learned better how to do it. You know, I still take the, you know, I'm a lot slower with it. I don't do it as often. I don't want that shit coming back. You know, I'm total PTSD, dude. I can't even wear shoes. It's like I don't even want a pair of shoes. I don't. If I put a pair of shoes on my feet, it's like I for 5-10 minutes. It's like you know, it's like I don't even realize it, but it's like I'm holding my breath. You know, I got to remember to breathe, and you know, and it's like I just want them shoes off my feet so bad because I just expect to feel this fucking crawly, this fucking bug crawling on me. When I fucking put shoes on, so bad on. I mean, it's like standing in an ant pile for 5 years. You know, you think you can see it, but you can't. But it's not only just that you know, like bugs crawling on your skin. It's like shit coming out of you, man. Like larvae, fibers, fucking objects that are like symmetrical and don't make any sense. You know, it's like, what the fuck is this coming out of me for? And it's all comes out at the skin level, you know. It's like fucking so crazy, but it's so miserable, man. I went almost 5 years without any sleep. I mean, I learned how to sleep, and that's bad. That's bad when you they're just a sleep deprivation. I'd take getting waterboarded, you know, over having to deal with Morgellons. I climbed a mountain when I was younger, and I got frostbite on my feet, and I fucking healed up from shit without any fucking. Well, I had ibuprofen. I healed up on ibuprofen, but my feet were black and blue, biggest little mini watermelons. All my toenails popped off, man. My shit was bad. If somebody had put me in gave me like, you know, access, I couldn't get up. But if I had access, if somebody had put like a machete or a saw or like a chainsaw next to me, I would have cut. no hesitation, no nothing. I'm gonna cut my. And the Margellans was worse. So I mean, I believe it should belong in anybody's bug out first aid kit. Should have the Clorox bleach. Should have the trisodium phosphate, pH plus, the ivermectin, and even the 100% or 10% permethrin yard spray you get. You might need it. Trust me. You really think you people don't realize that Mack truck coming around the corner is fixing to get ugly quite a lot. If we want to fucking make it through times, those things. Shut up. And they do say that ivermectin, and they're probably going to take it off the market because the vaccination's not about curing people with COVID. It's about compliance. It's about the 2030 World Sustainability Program, which includes a 90% depopulation reduction, and they're going to sterilize people. In other words, what I mean by sterilize, people separate. They're gonna crucify me for telling you. Stress. I'm already. I've already. I told him. Flat Earth and Jenga. They tell me it's the 100 bird. At that one bird that flies off and the flock flies. Well, if I gotta suffer it anyway, I might as well. Might as well do it. Leave me. I was a bad product. So they gave me the Margellon because, like, tired of spending money. The Margellon. Tell you. Don't be surprised. You probably.
Yeah, I have one thing to say. If Unorthodox is going to keep typing in this chat, get your ass in here, and that goes for Rock as well. You guys are not in this chat.
What?
Stop
What are we saying?
Rock's in here.
Yeah, I'm in here. All good, bro. Been listening to the stories, This kid's a fucking tool anyways. Didn't he get kicked?
Unorthodox is just constantly typing in here, but he might be listening to the live stream, but dude, get your ass in here.
He's a perp. I'm an Orthodox Christian.
I mean, I have no desire to talk to him, but I mean, just stop spamming our freaking chat room. I mean, you got roasted earlier, so just fucking go away.
Yeah, you got roasted pretty bad. I was here for that.
It was good to hear his voice.
No, it wasn't.
My agents.
It is whatever it is. But yeah, unorthodox. Just freaking stop, man. Just stop.
Hey,
if
guys.
you're not in this room, don't type in this room. Even if you're listening on YouTube, just don't type in this room anymore.
Hi, Shadow.
I'm not looking at any of that type or nothing. Thank God.
Just don't read his bullshit. Like if you're actually gonna argue with him, you're just feeding him, right? He's just trolling. Like we established, he's just a troll.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna look. So you got no power over me, unorthodox, dude. I have my phone. I can't. As I look at it, all I do is see the time on it, and I got notifications.
Zilla, I mean, you were talking a lot of shit earlier too. I wanted to troll your ass too, but I'm just saying, unorthodox. He's been just freaking spamming our chat like over and over, and he might be listening on YouTube. But dude, just go away. You know, I mean, you got roasted earlier. I mean, just freaking accept it, man.
He doesn't want to bet me though.
Yes, sir. I apologize for going off on unorthodox earlier, but I know who he is. I know what he's about, and I can wait.
No, but he's not here, and he's still freaking talking in this chat room, and it's just it's just like you're not.
I'm sure he didn't probably show up until I arrived.
No. He was here for a couple hours before you came in.
Oh, really? That's good to know.
Yeah, and he was actually talking earlier, but doesn't matter.
Good deal.
I'm just saying I don't appreciate, the way he treats this room. So.
He's a true believer. Once he sees the flat horizon and all the other flat Earth possibilities, he'll be a flatty in no time.
Oh, yeah.
Hey guys, I'm a globe earther. I'm up for a discussion if you guys want.
Sure.
Hey Lemon, what's up?
Hey, how you doing?
I've been good. Hope you guys been doing well.
Pretty good. Did you have a question?
No. I just listen.
Wait a minute, you just said I'm a globie and I want to have a discussion, and then you said, no, I don't want to talk. I just want to
No, I never said I don't want to talk. I just said I mostly come in this room and listen. Right now I want to talk. I feel like talking now, but...
All right, we'll talk to Lemon. That's what he was asking.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Talk to Lemon Bird.
No, I don't have any questions.
Yo, ask me anything, dog.
Anything?
Yo, anything.
I was hoping you would ask me questions, but okay.
Does it look flat?
Yes, it does.
I rest my case. You guys can take over.
Yes, it looks flat.
Hey, you say...
Can you show us air pressure without a container?
Hmm?
Go ahead, guys.
Well, thermodynamics, I'm not...
Can you demonstrate? Can you demonstrate air pressure without a container?
I'm not an expert in thermodynamics. I can only give you, with my little bit knowledge, that gravity is what's causing gas to... It's what's holding gas without the container.
I said, can you demonstrate?
No.
Can you or something where somebody has demonstrated this gravity being manipulated and holding air pressure in?
No, it's just what we believe.
Yeah, I know. You just believe it.
Yeah.
Well, I've never seen a force contain anything. Have you ever seen a force contain anything like that?
Wait, what? Can you repeat the question?
I've seen solid barriers contain things like air, but I've never seen a force contain anything unless you're talking about electrostatic repulsion. Have you ever seen a force contain anything the way that you're kind of implying gravity does for like the air and stuff like that?
What I mean by gravity, I mean the force of gravity that's pulling us down. And it's
like it pulls down
the
bubbles
best
and smoke and
analogy
helium.
that I can give think of, which is similar, maybe not that similar, but it's similar when this would be used, is that if you have a denser liquid on top and the lighter liquid in the bottom, and it's contained, the denser liquid will go through the bottom and it will push the lighter liquid up, and it would equalize.
So it has to be
Same thing with
contained.
gas. Not really, but it's the best analogy.
You said if it was contained, so it needs a container. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or do you need to put it in a container or not?
Not in terms of the liquid. No.
Well, why did you say if you put it in a container? I've never seen water just, like if I just poured water out onto my table or onto the floor and then poured a thicker liquid on it, what do you think's going to happen with it if there's no container there?
Can you repeat the question?
If you did what you were suggesting with the water just onto a table or onto the floor and you didn't have a container, what would happen to the water?
Of course it would fall.
Right. And if you have a balloon or something and you pop the balloon, what happens to all the gas inside that balloon?
The gas escapes.
And does what?
It escapes.
And goes in how many different directions? Down? Just down?
Wherever direction it's where the hole is at.
Okay, the whole balloon has like exploded and there's no more balloon at all. Does gravity then pull on the gas and make it go down? Or does the gas just expand freely in all directions at very high speed?
It pulls it down. But there's different gases.
It pulls it down.
Said, these are the analogies that the science has.
No, that's not that's not an analogy.
It's just what it is. It's just what they believe.
I would rather know the truth than believe a story. Wouldn't you?
If you want to go to what causes gas to stay in the atmosphere and you say it's contained, I'll buy that. I'll accept that too.
Well, I can prove to you that we need some kind of container to have any kind of pressure at all. Pressure's defined by the square inch of the container. So if you don't have any physical containment, then the gas just goes everywhere. And on the Bohr model, you have no... And you're saying gravity's not even mass attracting mass anymore. You know, your science for gravity is bendy space-time.
No, you're talking about the theory of gravity. That's a different subject. When I say gravity, I'm talking about the force that pulls us towards the ground. That's what I mean by gravity.
The thing is, maybe mass and weight or whatever you're talking about is a field. It may be a combination of forces going in and out of the object, some of which cause the object to float, some of which sometimes it causes the object to sink, sometimes it causes the object to rise. It may be a medium-object interaction.
Oh, like if you drop a bit of wood into water, sometimes it floats. Whereas if you drop the wood just in air, it will drop to the ground. Why not, Lemon?
And if the wood is sufficiently waterlogged, it'll sink. Maybe
it'll sink.
The medium waterlogs the object. I think the medium is the ether. If the ether suffuses the object enough, maybe it'll sink or rise or whatever. The background medium that tells stuff to, go floatity, gravity, or whatever. Who knows?
Do whatever it's supposed to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like we can manipulate the direction of things by manipulating the density of the medium it's in. So where's gravity when we do that?
Yeah.
I've never seen anybody go, oh, look, here, this helium balloon, I'm going to use this force of gravity to now make this helium balloon fall to the ground. But I've seen, sorry, I was just going to say, I've seen an egg rise because you change the density of the medium it's in. So I've seen, a manipulation of that. So where's the manipulation of gravity?
Yeah.
You guys,
It seems like there's other options out there. What were you saying?
I was going to ask a question. Like, do you guys think that the force of gravity that pulls us towards the ground? I'm not talking about mass attract mass. I'm not talking about the theory. I'm just talking about us keeping towards the ground. Oh, I didn't hear you, helioskeptic. I don't think you were talking. Or
yeah, I'm not talking. There was an issue when I said something. I couldn't hear everyone else, and then I jumped out and came back in. Everything sounds great.
Oh, okay.
Great job. Yeah,
thanks.
Continue.
Yeah. So my question is like that force that keeps us towards the ground, whatever you call it. Is that independent from the gas?
Why are you calling it a force?
Pressure.
I'd say that.
Well, what else do you want to call it?
I'd say that it's basically a medium interaction, and the background medium is the ether. That's just me, but
Okay.
gravity could be electromagnetic. Who knows?
I'll buy all that. I'll buy all that.
Even the guys inside the ball science say it's not really a force. There is no force of gravity really, but you can think of it that way. So to do their math and stuff, they have this effect that they just have made a story up. That just happens to fit. They made it fit when there are other explanations.
Hello?
Paige, your mic fucked up.
Yeah, man. I think there's something wrong with Discord page. I couldn't hear you anymore. Maybe jump out and come back in.
Yeah, your mic just glitched out.
Yeah.
It happens.
Same with me. Just went silent.
Yeah.
Man, it's crazy, man. What's going on?
Yeah.
Well, the main thing for me is gravity makes way too many jumps in logic that are not connected.
What do you want to call something that falls towards the ground? What do you call it?
Anything that doesn't make it have to pull to the center of a ball, that's way too much jumping.
No, but when you...
What, like helium falls?
Yeah.
Why do you think everything falls to the ground? That's just not even true. That's not accurate.
Well, would you at least say that heavy objects really definitely fall towards the ground?
Then not all of them then, do they? So what is the difference between a heavy object and a light object?
Which heavy
the density of it.
Which heavy objects do not fall towards the ground?
But your gravity pulls everything.
Counts water.
Well, definitely heavy objects, that's for sure.
Clouds are millions and millions of gallons of water. They float.
I mean, can't you see it's fallacious to start out saying everything falls to the ground? Because, that guy Newton sitting under the tree when the apple falls on his head. Imagine he was sitting next to a pond and the apple fell and hit the water on the pond next to him and floated. What would his theory have been then?
Water floating on water.
Well, water floating on water.
I'm not sure if I understand.
How they tell that story where the apple fell on his head and he went, "Ooh, that means there's this force pulling this apple down and it's fallen on my head."
Yeah, he said it was the same force that keeps objects in orbit. Yeah.
Well, what if that apple had have landed on a pond next to him and started floating? Didn't fall all the way to the ground underneath the water, did it?
What if the apple started floating?
It's medium dependent. Let's just cut to the chase.
Yeah, I'm trying to get you to understand.
Medium dependency.
Yeah, what changes things is the medium that you're using. There is no force of gravity. Right.
More like the force of the medium.
Yeah, I mean, you can get vector and magnitude with density, relative density equilibrium. Even if they want to say, I mean, there can be a definite up and down if they want. You know, it's just not. It's not a downward force. If there is, if Earth is like a dielectric plane and there is a difference, you know, a definite absolute up and down. That's cool. It's just, like you said, not to the center of a ball. It's just straight down and straight up. The same everywhere. But it's not gravity. We have something more to do with, you know, electrostatics, or it's what we need to be looking at rather than arguing about gravity.
I agree, yeah. I'm happy to.
Awesome.
Consider other theories about what gravity is or why things fall towards the ground. Into that. So.
Yeah, to get an object to float, all you gotta use is electromagnetism. So that may kind of imply that, you know, gravity's electromagnetic right there.
Is that what they use in that quantum locking demonstration, where he turns the thing upside down?
Or it could be something else that hasn't been discovered yet. Who knows? But right now, we accept that that the theory that mass attracts mass. You don't have to agree with it. You don't have to believe in it. But that's the theory we have, that mass attracts mass.
No, that's not. That's bendy space-time.
Newtonian. Well, as I said, you don't have to accept it.
It's the
not
they don't even use that.
Yeah, that's been debunked by Einstein itself.
Well, bendy space-time just sounds like, you know, ether to me. So if they're, you know, basically talking about the ether and everything but name only, maybe we should look at that instead of this assumption that everything pulls.
Yeah,
for sure.
That's just another, you know, concept.
Okay, well, you guys can explore those concepts. I would love to hear them.
I'd go with the ether because people have seen auras around people that extend into space using special screens and filters, dicyanin, which sensitizes the eye to see it even after the experiment's over for a little bit. They had much more acute vision. They could read without reading glasses and stuff like that for a time after the experiment. See colors and hazes around people extending into space.
So correlation.
There's this background that pervades all space, even with the inverse square law, like Hank was saying, says that, you know, it would these fields would go down in intensity, but would never approach zero. They just get really, really weak. You get further and further away from the source, so it's not too much of a jump to say that everything's kind of connected with this background that's everywhere.
Like incoherent magnets, when you put a lot of magnets together and they go all, you know, they get weaker and weaker the more, you know, discombobulated they are.
But it never goes down to zero by the inverse square.
No.
It just get really close to zero, if you want to look at it like that.
I just don't think there's a downward force at all.
Well, we certainly do fall towards the ground.
No, not everything falls towards the ground.
Because we're heavier than the air.
Exactly. It all has to do with the medium.
Have you seen a heavy
What happens to us when we jump into a swimming pool?
Well, there's still force that wants to pull you down, but there's also
No, there
force that
isn't.
pulls you up.
No, there isn't.
See, why? Yeah, why do you have to make yourself think that?
You don't sink because there's an upward force pushing you up. That's what we call buoyancy force.
Well,
So instead of just making a simple explanation, you've got a downward force
it's
and an
a physical
upward force.
You push an object, it moves, it accelerates. We call that force.
With nothing's
By
pushing
definition.
it. Nothing's pushing it.
You push a box.
First of all, you took it out of this equilibrium. It wants to go back into equilibrium. Whatever density it's greater, whatever medium density is greater than itself, that's where it will stay or go upward.
Okay.
In other words, if you get a balloon filled with helium, well, the surrounding medium, the air, it's a lot denser than itself. So what happens? It goes up. In other words, let's say if you fill it up with just regular air, balloon would just go slowly float down.
What if you fill it half and half?
Now put it like this. What if you
They always say. I mean, what if? All right, let's start over. Let's take from a negative standpoint. It was like, what if what they said about gravity never exists? Could this shit work the same way? Could it work the same way without without the influence of the presumption of gravity? The answer is obviously yes.
Yeah.
No. So things aren't buoyant, and nothing has weight without gravity. Oh, are you serious?
Can we talk about Newton's laws?
Newton's laws been debunked.
Newton's laws, yeah. Come on, bro.
I don't think you guys understand Newton's laws.
I don't think you understand. Really?
Why do they always go to you don't understand? Like just because you think we've seen something different, we've got a different explanation that we say works just as well, if not better, but instead of listening to us, you just go straight to, I don't think you understand.
No, because it's like Earth is really, really big, guys. You have to understand it's really big. Okay.
You were throwing the water analogy that
unless they're looking at the curve and then it happens like 3 miles away from you. So yeah, it's not really that big then.
You were asking why do things float up when it's on water? It's because of buoyancy force. Well, there's still that force that wants to push it.
It's just at the
Look
medium
at it this
around.
way. You carry a heavy object, a ball, something heavy.
What happens if you
extend your arms? It's gonna want to drop towards the ground
because it's a lot denser than the air.
But it's gonna want to drop, right? But you keep
because it's a lot because the air can't support it.
You keep it up.
Because the air can't support it.
The point is that there's still that force that wants to push it down.
No, there's nothing pushing it down.
Force.
Well, demonstrate that.
Do that with a helium balloon.
Not
demonstrate. It's by definition.
No, it's
this
not.
is what Newton's laws is.
No, science is demonstration, not just.
I really highly recommend you guys read on Newton's laws.
Newton's laws are no longer apply.
Dude. Don't you think we have?
Do you think we have not
looked
at Newton's laws? Are you freaking serious? We haven't looked at Newton's laws.
Oh, explain.
Are you serious? You think we haven't?
Newton's laws.
Well, explanations
Rubbish.
are
That's
as
what they
good
are.
as anything. You know, I mean, it's just like, my explanation is better than your explanation, and so I win.
Yeah. Unicorn farts are pushing everything down and then push everything up. So, yeah, it's unicorn and pixie farts. There you go.
Thanks, Unorthodox, for still typing in the chat when I asked you not to, when you're not actually in here.
So, can you check out what I posted? Can you read what I posted?
If you can't demonstrate you manipulating gravity and causing something to go in a direction it's not usually going in because you've manipulated it, then you have no science. Don't you understand that? It's just rhetoric if you don't have a demonstration where you can manipulate it and cause something else to happen.
FL Lacrosse, can you read what I just posted?
Newton's laws do not describe to why things move the way they move. It just describes how they move. You push an object, it moves. We call that push a force. That's it. It's
Nah, you call that
basically
just
we
pressure.
observe in our everyday lives. It's just categorized.
It says
nicely.
Newton. Sorry, it was Shadow Elite. Look at what I just posted. It says Newton's two crowning achievements: the laws of motion and the laws of gravitation that had reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687 were toppled from the throne by Einstein.
But you don't believe in Einstein.
That's another concept.
Yeah,
That's not the point. Your science says.
Your rhetoric got your rhetoric. The rhetoric you believe in says that it's no longer applied. They were just demolished.
You don't know what I believe in.
You believe in the laws of motion.
I believe in the laws of motion that we observe in our everyday phenomenon. Yes.
Nah.
And I'm a huge fan of Newton's laws. Yes.
Not even your current science thinks that.
Well, the current science.
Your current pseudoscience. Oh, they don't accept it either.
No, they do.
Because they're wrong as you're wrong as well.
Those are two different systems, man.
Never mind that Einstein talks about like big masses of objects and quantum levels described to.
Yeah, it's two different systems.
And they don't correlate.
So space-time superseded it. I don't know what you're up, but
when something close
it is not being used anymore.
Yeah, you're about 105 years out of date. 106 now.
We still use Newton's laws. It's still valid.
It was superseded by Einstein.
When you're talking about some objects close to the speed of light.
No, it was superseded.
Where do we see objects going close to the speed of light?
I got something else for him.
Oh, jeez.
Sounds like zealotry, man.
It is. It's 100% zealotry.
Why do you guys even say it's superseded? You guys don't even believe in Einstein's relativity. So why are you bringing
It's
that
a
up?
hostile witness. Because globers tend to choose what they like when it fits them.
Pretty much what you're doing.
Yeah.
Exactly what you're doing.
Yeah.
That's what globers do.
Because a lot of globers can see how silly the argument gets, so they go back to Newtonian because it's easier for them to explain and stuff. You know, they don't want to explain, bendy concepts because that is ludicrous, bending a concept. You can't bend happiness or, they try and get us to argue about Newtonian when that's not even what their science is.
Well, I'm a huge fan of Newtonians.
Okay.
I don't believe that.
You could be a fan of
anything.
You could be a fan of whatever you want.
Unicorns.
No, they're still valid. That's what I believe.
Yeah, well, you can believe whatever you want.
Yeah, you believe.
Because
got no demonstrable proof. No, you haven't. You haven't got a naturally observed phenomenon. You don't have any scientific experiments that actually follow the scientific method and are, properly done. You have a couple of half-hearted bullshit experiments, can't even call them that, like Cavendish, where they make all these assumptions, and he didn't even know the volume. How the hell do you do the math? It's just ridiculous. They just make the assumption and go, yep.
What do you guys
he stuck gravity in there. Sorry, what did what?
What do you guys have?
What do we have? We don't have to replace your model. What the hell?
But what do you guys have?
Have for what?
Yeah, you have a belief system, so...
I mean, do you have a model? Do you have something?
A belief system is what you have.
We don't live in models.
Dude,
Faith.
Go and look at Google Earth ground level and have a look at what the elevation is for, look at the side-on profile and think about things like vertical and horizontal. All verticals are parallel to each other. All horizontals are parallel to each other. Vertical and horizontal are perpendicular to each other, right? Horizontal is parallel to the horizon, but on your model, to get the curve and to get things to work the way you need it to in your math, you change the vertical line to a radial that goes to the center of a ball. So you're already assuming you're on a ball, making radial lines to the center of the ball to prove your ball. It's lunacy.
Okay. We have the laws of physics that states that when you push an object, it moves.
Yeah, you're pushing it.
We call that a force.
And
if you don't want to accept that, if you don't want to learn that, then there's nothing.
What?
further.
How on earth does that prove a ball?
I'm not talking about a ball. I'm talking about like the basic laws of physics that we have, that we apply, that we can verify.
How does it verify?
Could you tell me something, or tell us something that verifies the Earth is flat?
Yes, vertical, horizontal, geometry, basic primary school geometry.
Geometry.
I could go outside right now, and if you, I'm sure if you dig a hole, the shadow is going to be.
I can't hear both of you. So.
Sure. I'll tell you an experiment that can prove the Earth is flat. If you,
I bet you it's not an experiment.
The Earth is flat. The Earth is round. My bad. I'm sure if you go outside, you dig a hole, right? Or if say you just put something standing up, right, that creates a shadow.
If you're going to do sticks and shadows, I'm going to lose my shit.
No.
Two sticks, baby. You gotta get the.
Assume how far away the sun is.
It's okay.
That the sun rays are parallel.
Mimsy, do you think we didn't hear this 1,000 times now?
Do you have
a day?
And that's probably today, yes.
Sometimes a day.
Mimsy,
well, do you have an answer for it?
Yeah.
Yes, I just said you assume the distance to the sun, you assume the sun rays are parallel, you assume those holes are dug into a circle.
So
You've
I
asked the question.
Not that I literally see it right in front of me.
Yeah, you assume the Earth is spherical.
Yeah, no, you don't understand.
And what math have you done?
Give me a second. How far is the sun?
How far is the sun?
Exactly.
Yes.
So from the distance from the sun to the Earth?
Yes.
It's 1 astronomical unit.
So you assume you know.
So how do you know that?
I'm sure they've measured it, and
how did they measure it?
How?
I have an answer to that question.
You don't know.
So you understand that right now?
They calculated it, not measure.
Now you have, this is called a belief. You believe they measured it.
But what I can measure is the length of the shadow for different times of the day.
But this is the problem.
You've already pre-assumed all these other things.
You don't know how far is the sun. If the sun was closer, you would have the same results.
But if the sun isn't closer, so
you don't know. This is the thing. You don't know where the sun is because you cannot measure where the sun is. That's you're assuming where the sun is at. You're assuming the sun rays are parallel. This is all based on an assumption without any back.
Even though you can look outside and see their corpuscular rays not parallel, like you can literally look at them yourself and see that they are not parallel, yet you'll assume that anyway when you do your math. Like, this is why we don't believe this anymore, because we can see with our own eyes they're not friggin' parallel, my God.
But of course, they're not going to be parallel because the Earth spins
But
on like.
to get your shadow done,
again?
they have assumed they are parallel.
Again,
They,
another
in the
assumption.
math,
The Earth doesn't spin on like a one way like directly around the
the
equator.
Earth doesn't spin at all.
You have not verified that the Earth spin. It's another belief you have.
Then how does a solar eclipse happen?
How does it happen?
How does a Selenelian happen on your model? What they call the impossible eclipse.
This is again. All these you're stating this information because somebody told you, and you believe this is what it happened. The way it happens, they don't have any verifiable evidence. They tell you, oh, it's because the moon is getting in front of the sun, or because the sun is getting the Earth is getting in between the moon and the sun.
So they assume a shadow.
They're assuming things that haven't verified themselves. So those are beliefs. So
I could
what?
just
That's
the
called
argument has no point. Like I could just say you're assuming stuff about the flat Earth.
Actually,
but we're not, because we're not making claims.
What about water at rest? Large bodies of water of rest. Do they curve or do they just maintain its level?
Well, since the Earth is quite big compared to us, right? So
have you ever seen the water curve?
No, you haven't, because when you look out to sea, since the Earth curves, when you look out to sea, since it is curving, there's a dip, right? It starts to go down.
No.
So of course you're.
No, we actually falsified the radius.
Why do we have the black swan then? If your horizon should be 3 miles away from you at 6 foot high, why have we got horizons that are more than 10 miles away?
At 1 foot high.
And they change at 1 foot high. Thank you. They change on a daily basis depending on the weather.
But still, you're not going to see the whole thing. Okay, just picture this, right?
You can.
There's a straight line, right? And it starts to curve down at the end.
No. Have you ever used a water level?
I think you're missing out the main point here. You said something that already killed the whole argument. You said one time. That's all we need, motherfucker.
What?
One time.
One time.
And we have it repeatable. But
you're supposed to have a physical horizon that can block boats and buildings, right? Boats going over the horizon. So on your model, your horizon must be physical. But we've proven it's not, because it changes with the weather. Sometimes it's 10 miles away, sometimes it's foggy and it's 50 feet away.
Of course, it's going to be different lengths at different times of day depending on the weather. But the reason
Lindsay, on your model, it can't be. It has to be at that spot. You've got math, you have a certain size ball. Think about a basketball and a little ant on it looking to his horizon. That horizon, it might get closer because, he's got something in his way, but it can never get extended because you've got a certain sized object. This is why geometry kills the ball.
I understand what you're saying, but...
No, but Mimsy, do you know the radius of the Earth, Mimsy? Do you know the radius of the Earth? So,
no, I do not.
The first thing I would tell you is, why do you come here defending your model, your globe, without having any knowledge about it? Secondly, with this dimension of the Earth, the radius being 3959 miles, right? These are the numbers they give us. We can calculate the curvature drop rate, which would be 8 inches per mile squared. So with an observer height of 1 foot, the geometric horizon, the physical sphere edge, bro, the Earth is a physical, they claim is a physical ball. So after 1.22 miles at 1 foot observer height, stuff would be obstructed by the physical sphere edge of the globe. Yet we can see 10 times further than this. Do you understand? A globe
and from
necessitates physicality.
And from no matter how high we go, the horizon will always rise as you do. As you rise in elevation, the horizon will rise with you. But on a ball, if you do it in a 3D program, put a little man on a ball and rise him up off a ball, you'll see that the horizon can never rise. It will always fall more and more away. You have to look down further and further to see it. And that just doesn't happen.
So you start trusting what man has told you, believing that they're telling you the truth. But these things
How old are you, Mimsy, if you don't mind me asking?
Things that you have never seen.
Why would they lie?
Yeah, I understand how you know far, but like the horizon is always the same distance, but humans can only see about 3 miles out.
No. Actually,
We've got technology.
We got.
So of course it's gonna look the same no matter what.
You see Roger posted the picture and the live stream 2 voice text.
Is it in the general chat?
No.
Live stream. Just right on top of where you're speaking at.
Oh, do I have to click on that?
Yeah. The live stream 2 voice text, the one with the hash.
Oh yeah. Sorry, do I?
So tell me, Mimsy, where's the horizon? Where do you see the horizon?
When you look out to sea.
Yeah, where in that picture? On the picture.
Oh, hold on, there's a picture. Let me see.
Yeah, that's a still out of the video.
Where's the horizon at, Mimsy? Where do you see it?
The horizon, it's as far as you can see of the ocean.
Yeah. Is it in front of the oil rigs? Is it between the oil rigs? Or is it behind the oil rigs?
There's oil rigs? Oh, I need to watch the full video.
I tagged you in the live stream. Have you found it?
Black Swan.
Have you found the picture?
Wow. It's been so long since I've heard that.
It shocked him. It shocked him into silence.
Oh, hold on, okay, I found that.
Do you see the picture with the 2 oil rigs, Mimsy?
Wait. Hold on.
Bye-bye, ball.
Where is? So it's in the live stream to voice chat text, right?
2. Live stream 2 voice text.
Oh, okay. I've been looking at the wrong thing the whole time. Oh, so is it that Is it that like white picture? Oh yeah. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, I found it.
Okay, so where's the horizon at, bro?
It's as far as you can see. So
Yeah,
behind
but
the,
in the picture.
Yeah, it's behind it's behind the oil rig. The oil rig.
Behind the second oil rig. Right.
Yeah, the second oil rig.
Awesome stuff. The globe dictates that when you're at an observer height at 1 foot, the geometric horizon can only be 1.22 miles. It cannot be further than this, right? Because the ball is a physical object.
Yeah.
Dictates that after 1.22 miles, the geometric horizon will start blocking boats and buildings. Yet in this observation, we can safely say that the horizon is further than. Do you agree?
But yeah, I could just use your argument against that. You're just assuming that the thing is 9 miles, and this first one is 6 miles. Who says this pitch is true? Just like who says
It's a still shot from a video. Do you want the video?
Then who says that is true? Just like you guys say, I assume that.
Oh, this is the thing, though. This is the thing. You go verify this yourself. You don't have to take our word for it.
Just like you can verify the laws of physics.
That doesn't prove a globe. We're talking about curvature at this point. Where does physics come in to prove curvature? So I'm now going to post you the picture of the video. 1 second. All
right, man. All right. I honestly don't really know what most you're talking about because I'm only in 7th grade. But yeah, sure, you win. I'm just gonna go.
You win.
Oh yeah, I don't really know what to say. If I don't know.
Bye, ball.
So, unorthodox. Why are you DMing me shit, man?
No, don't go, Mimsy. Don't go, darling. You're the same age as my son. I think you.
Hey, Paige, is this the same guy? Hold on. Is this the same guy right now? Because I got the same call with my picture from my stream.
Oh, that such is fat. His name is El.
Yeah, I just banned him.
El Borica. Yeah, he's been calling my
Yeah, he does the same.
however you call someone.
I banned him and blocked
telling me
him from
get cancer, faggot, and I'm going to dox everyone on the server because I'm bored. Oh, okay. You must have a really small, very emotional.
Some small.
Oh my goodness.
Some tiny.
Anyway, Mimsy, all I can suggest to you, sweetheart, is to actually sit down and watch a few videos from places like Globebusters, Nathan Oakley, even go back to the Eric Dubé, the 200 proofs, that kind of thing.
I guess I'll do
because you need to, if you don't even have an understanding of your model and what the scientists are claiming your model can do, then you're just going to automatically think that they're right because you've been taught to. We've all been taught to. Your teacher, okay, they teach us this. Oh, well, your teacher's correct. She's not going to teach you something that's wrong, is she? We all just assume that we're being taught the correct things. But when you actually look into it, you realise that, hang on a minute, none of this stuff makes sense. And you're very young and it is a life-changing thing, even for grown adults. Gravity, for one, space, rockets working in a vacuum, combustion in a vacuum.
If you drop the pencil, what's that? What do you call that? Like something else than gravity?
Relative density disequilibrium.
Okay, so it's a second term. Okay.
A second term.
You would just be pulling that pencil down.
Yeah, that's what they tell us. But what would happen if that pencil dropped onto water? It would float, wouldn't it? Where's gravity now?
Well, the pencil has a lower density in the water. And is
Bingo! You got it, mate.
Things that are denser than the medium.
You don't need a force.
Things that are denser than the medium will go down. Things that are lighter than the medium.
They only need that force to do all their orbital crap in space.
Which is a second law of thermodynamics violation.
I have a question for flat earthers, but I really just want an answer for this specific question, not like something else. Is that all right with you guys?
Sure.
Are you guys familiar with Pearl Harbor, the war between Japan and USA back in World War II? We're talking 1940 technology. Can you explain?
Yeah, that was Japan, America. What about aircraft carriers? Right?
Yeah, I was about to ask, how did they manage to come from the Japan?
Carriers.
I still didn't finish the
Aircraft
question.
carriers.
Don, you finished?
Yeah, go for it. How did they manage?
How did they attack US crossing a lot of distance according if the Earth is flat? If it's round, it's gonna be way easier, way shorter.
False dichotomy. False dichotomy. You're saying it has to be either a ball or this round other map. Well, we don't actually know. Yeah, it's got to either be a ball or this round AE map that you've probably got in your head.
Yeah.
Yeah, so straw man and a false dichotomy, because there could be other options.
You know, if they go around, it's going to be so easier for them to attack it, doesn't it?
Sorry?
If they go around, if they go from the east back to the US, wouldn't it be so much easier than it to be flat, for the Earth to be flat? So they have to cross way more distance using 1940 technology without refueling.
So what? They could call the moon from a landline in the 60s, so I think their technology was pretty good. Went to the moon on a Game Boy.
You guys don't believe in the moon, so...
Don't believe in the
No,
moon.
I'm just saying you say your technology was so good.
What?
The moon has nothing to do with the land. The land is flat. The moon could be up there in the firmament. You know, it looks like they probably faked the landing based off of the photo anomalies that look like they're in a Hollywood studio as opposed to, you know, on a rock in space. But who knows? If you watch the special, A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon by Bart Seabrill, you can see them faking the Earth shot to make it look like a blue dot in the blackness of space. They take the black insert off of the window, and it looks like they're in low Earth orbit. You can see them faking the shot.
Yeah. I was saying, as assuming if the landing on the moon is fake, it means that we don't have enough technology to go to the moon. So how come we can go from Japan to the US using 1940 technology?
You're kidding me. An aeroplane or a boat.
Guys, no one give me a legit answer. You're just laughing at my answer.
Because you understand what you're asking. Dude, you're asking how they do it on Earth compared to how they went to space. Get out of here, man. Do you think
you're get on a plane to go on Earth?
I'm comparing it to
don't get the brunt of your question. Could you re-ask it?
He's false equivalence.
No.
How do they land those planes with the Earth spinning underneath them?
No. Just simple question. Simple question.
Yes, they still land those planes.
No, simple question. How did Japan go? No. Let's forget the war. How can you go from Japan to the US in 1940 if the Earth is
water?
On a ship.
On a ship, just like they
or a plane.
No, using an airplane only.
How they didn't use an airplane only? Are you serious?
You fly.
Check Pearl Harbor on Google.
Fuck? What is wrong with you, dude? In a plane, you can go anywhere, any direction. What the fuck?
Yeah, you could just use a plane. So there's the answer to your question. Is the answer satisfactory? Or is it missing something?
So you guys saying there's air carriers that refuel the plane or something? Or?
Why?
It's that simple.
Why can't you just launch them off a boat, dude?
Did you land a few, take off a few? What the hell?
They also had aircraft carriers that carried airplanes a certain way. Planes to fly from there as well.
And how do they
crossing
land those planes?
100,000 of kilometer if the Earth is flat.
No, if the Earth is flat and laid out the way you think it is.
It just
so a straw man model. Yeah, they just go over the top of it.
If you want a rough idea of what it could look like flat, just look at an AE map for a rough idea for the rough layout. But there's other variations. People.
Yeah, there's a Makeda map. Yeah, there's all kinds of different. There's a map that looks like a love heart kind of shape. There's all kinds of shapes. They can map it onto anything. And if you look at their own documentation, NASA, all their documents, when you're looking at anything to do with aeroplanes or anything, it's always assuming a flat, non-rotating Earth in all their documents. Like if you have Coriolis effect, right? How if
what's that?
Neil
What's
deGrasse
that?
Tyson's
What do you mean?
football. So you don't know what Coriolis effect is?
No, I don't.
Okay. Neil deGrasse Tyson said that a football went through the goal because after the guy kicked the football, the Earth was still turning and moved the goalposts just this tiny little fraction of an inch to make the ball go through the goals, right?
Yeah.
So that means the ball is in the air, not attached to the Earth. The Earth is rotating underneath it, and that's called Coriolis effect. If that is happening, how does a plane land when the runway is literally moving underneath it? Sometimes at 1,000 miles an hour, depending on where you are.
I don't understand your question correctly. I'm sorry.
Okay, the Earth's turning underneath the football, right?
Yes.
The football flies through the air. It's just going in a straight line, but the Earth is turning a little bit, and in that couple of seconds, it turned just enough to move one of the goalposts far enough across that the ball missed it and went through the goal and actually won the game for them. Right?
Yeah.
So if you then turn that football into a plane and turn the goalposts into a runway, how are they landing on a runway that's moving?
When it's rotating, it takes the air with it.
Then the football wouldn't have had Coriolis. It would have moved with the air. So no, that's wrong.
You realize when the Earth, no matter what shape it is, when it's rotating, it's take the air with it. The air within it.
No, you are just wrong.
With the rotating,
no,
it's included.
No, the football doesn't get carried along with the air. It went through the goals because it had the Earth turn underneath it, moving the goalposts and not moving the football as well. So the goals moved and the football went through. So I'm sorry, but you're just wrong. The atmosphere doesn't move with the Earth.
Right.
The only way that the Earth and the air could move as a package like that is if you're in a train or something with a wall and a barrier to carry everything together. So unless
But they can't even start having that argument, Lemon.
To carry everything together, they would not travel together like that. The air would go one way and the land would go another. So unless you can point
They've already made the claim
that is on the Earth, the air and the land aren't going to move together the way that you're implying.
All I'm saying is the atmosphere and the air is one with the Earth. So when it moves,
no, it's not, because that football would not have had Coriolis effect. It would have been moved with the Earth, with the football field goals, and it would have hit the pole. It only went through the goals because the football didn't move with the Earth and the goals did.
Have you guys seen the guy who made the longest jump?
Don't.
No, it's a live footage. You can see that. You can see it. It's a live footage.
What?
So?
You're going to another subject now, but
no.
Yeah,
just
you're
give me a
literally
second.
saying something that Neil deGrasse Tyson. You're literally saying Neil deGrasse Tyson was wrong.
No. Just give me a second.
Yes, you are.
You're not letting me continue. You're speaking for like 5 minutes and you give me like 10 seconds to speak. Just let me explain to you something. Are you guys familiar with that? I don't remember his name. The Red Bull guy who made the longest jump.
Baumgartner.
Yeah, the one that landed only 25 miles from where he took off.
Yeah, it was a live footage, and The Earth is not rotating
so
from the camera. You didn't see it rotating.
Hold on.
So
Hold on.
in the footage, you see that it's curved in the camera outside the capsule, but inside the capsule, it's flat. So
Regardless of that, if the Earth
And
is the
it's
size of
curved on the
Mexico,
ground.
All right, let's assume.
where's the rest of the Earth?
No assuming.
Yeah,
All right.
Earth curve.
The Earth is flat. What does the government have to do when they do this? When they lie to us.
Why do they lie? Why do they lie? Why do they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Sources.
What?
If the maps are incorrect, if the maps are incorrect, then there's the potential to hide bases and resources.
Hang on, Lemon.
Changing the shape does not mean
If
hiding
you
anything.
found, hang on, no. If you found somebody murdered, say your next door neighbour's this lovely lady, right? Everyone loves her. You find her murdered. Do you then go, oh, well, no, I can't believe that she's been murdered because I just can't think of why anyone would do it. Why would they do that? She was
has
lovely.
Nothing to do with the argument. Sorry.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, it does.
has everything to do with the argument.
That's just blindly supporting her.
Motive is the
What does a
last
murder
thing.
have to do with the shape of the Earth?
No, it's motive I'm
analogy.
talking about. It's analogous.
Not a good story. Yes.
Right. You don't have the measurement of the Earth. You don't know where your horizon is. You don't have the radius. You don't have a circumference. You don't have a center. Can you substantiate any of those claims today for us and show us like where the center of the Earth is and substantiate that?
See, here's the thing, buddy. Even if I'm
here's the thing, buddy.
Just look.
Here's the thing. I really believe this, and you don't. So here's the thing.
What's your excuse going to be?
You're not.
You're
not
map
making
engineer.
any arguments.
I'm a map engineer, and the measurement we take are.
You're a math engineer.
Map engineer. So the calculus and everything we take, the measurements are all according to a globe.
What measurements?
According to what? Where's the globe at? Show it to me. Show me the globe that you're talking about.
Surveying. Plane surveying to measure the globe. Measure the globe. Measure the ground.
Don't you have to have a globe first to measure a globe and to imitate a globe? Don't you have to have one of those?
Yeah.
Your computer screen's not a globe, son. That's a flat surface. Where's your globe?
Where can I send it to you?
The paper you make your map on is flat too. Where's your globe at? Where can you send me that? Can you turn your video camera on and show us where your globe map is?
1 second. Where can I send it to? In the lobby?
No, he's not getting it. He's not understanding what you're saying.
Voice text. You can put anything in there. Live stream to voice text.
1 second.
They measure everything using Cartesian coordinates with Euclidean geometry on a flat plane, horizontal, meaning pertaining to the horizon, because it's the same, horizontal, parallel to the horizon, vertical, perpendicular, parallel to another vertical. And you cannot show me that vertical would be any different. My vertical here in Australia is no different to somebody's in America or England, unless you assume you're on a ball and turn that into a radial.
Globe debunked.
Yep. With primary school geometry. Do you not understand that even a picture of the ball, of the globe, is flat? And the picture's still flat.
How come?
The map is still flat. Your screen's flat. The paper's flat. Do you understand?
Yeah, but it doesn't make sense. Like, if you see it from the screen, it doesn't make it actually flat, does it?
And it doesn't make it actually a globe, does it?
No, if it's in reality, then it is, yeah.
Yeah, in reality, we measure it with 3D Cartesian coordinates using Euclidean geometry.
Okay, let me give you through the 3
Do
points.
you not know what...
No, here's the thing. I agree with, like, most of the flat Earth conspiracy theories, just like Antarctica and all. No, I agree with them 100% because they make a lot of sense.
It's not a
It's just the
conspiracy because
shape.
that's actually what happened. Is they
Yeah,
have an Antarctic treaty. It's not a conspiracy. It's true.
Yeah,
They even tell you so.
It's not a theory.
I agree with you, but the only thing I don't agree is the shape.
What shape?
Well, it appears to have a flat horizon, and anytime you see curvatures and curving lenses or NASA's questionable images.
What's the diameter?
What about
So this is the thing. This is the thing. Flat. It's not a shape. Flat is a description of a surface. That's all we see.
Exactly.
We don't see the whole
isn't
Earth. You
flat.
have never
Water
seen
is
the
level and horizontal.
We do know we do have topography. We have mountains, hills, and valleys.
Yeah, elevation. Yep. But the water is always sea level. And you can even measure the pressure in the water. You use a water level, you can actually measure the pressure to see if it is actually horizontal, because you get a different pressure if the water's a little bit higher or a little bit lower than the other end. So we have demonstrable proof that water lies horizontal, and 75% of the Earth is covered in water. So
What's the
what
Earth
does that make the
diameter
Earth?
according to flat Earth?
What's
We
Earth diameter.
Diameter?
Yes.
We'd have to go off of the accounts of people like Captain Cook and others who, took 60, 70,000 miles to circumnavigate Antarctica. If you divide that by 3, that would give you a rough diameter, assuming a circular flat shape. That's about 20,000 up to that point.
20,000 miles? Or?
Did you not hear him say assuming it's that shape? So, we can't give you a picture of the Earth. We can't tell you exactly what it is at the moment. But we can tell you what it absolutely cannot be.
No globe.
Because you do make claims and you do have math.
We falsified.
Yeah, we've been able to.
We don't have to.
We've been able to test it.
While we're here, there's no globe.
What's that saying? Falsification is independent of replacement?
Hello, hello. Yes, very good. Yes, I don't hear anyone as well.
No, he's gone quiet.
He gone quiet.
We're just taking in all of this exquisite flatness. But in general, most flat earthers would agree on some elements of quote unquote a model, AE map or no. North Pole is in the center, continents radiate out from the center, surrounded by an Antarctic ring.
Yeah, it's just very annoying that because they can't give a demonstration, they can't give demonstrable proof of their model, they immediately go to, well, you've got to tell me what it is then.
I will show you the first page of the first subject we take as a map engineer in a subject called measurement distancing or something like this, where on the first page it says exactly the Earth diameter and everything related to the Earth if it's a globe. So, and we take that all accordingly when we work. So
hey, remember, look what you said. You said if it's a globe. That's an assumption again.
But those dimensions could still be the same and it be flat.
Wait, no.
Measurement, yeah. Like
So
it's
the
from
diameter
Oh,
is the
now
same.
you're sick.
It's
You're going
flat.
down and wake up Vlad.
What?
If you take the equator measurement of 24,000 miles and you divide it by 3, that would be the diameter up to that point. And that gives you roughly 8,000 miles across up to the equator anyway.
It's very specific. It's 12,742 kilometers. I don't know how much that in miles, but
But when they measure that, they measure it with straight lines, horizontal and vertical lines. So where's the curve?
how did you know they measure it with the straight lines?
Because they use Cartesian coordinates.
Radius, radii, if you're going with a plural for radius, radii, or whatever, radii.
Radiuses.
Straight lines, they're not curves.
Do you guys have any video proving your point at this moment?
That's just what the globe demands. That's just what the globe demands. If you want
Proving what point though?
In the chat live stream voice too, I'll put the Flat Earth starter pack. It's got debates, 200 proofs, and a nice little polite conversation with Dave Murphy, who can take you through most of the points if you'd like.
That app that DITRH put out is really good too, because they put a little featured video thing on it, and there's like 21 subjects or something. You can pick, what subjects you want to learn about, and you click on it and it'll give you videos about that.
All right.
I mean, it costs like $3, but that's nothing.
So let me ask. Can I ask this map guy a question? Because he's such a map engineer.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Mr. Map Engineer.
I mean, it's my first year, but go ahead.
Okay. Well, you're supposed to know a little bit of math, don't you?
Yeah.
Okay. So with the radius.
Yeah.
You say it is. What's the radius of the Earth?
The radius or the diameter? The radius is in miles or kilometers? In miles?
Give me miles. I like miles.
Wait, let me transfer it. So 6,371 kilometers.
It's about 4,000 miles, bro.
I'm not sure. We don't use miles in Turkey, so it's
about 4,000. You don't need precise numbers for this, because I'll give you that extra. It doesn't even matter. I'll give you a little extra just to prove my point.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, bro.
So it's about 4,000 miles, right? With that number, right? Can we figure out the arc or the drop rate of the Earth?
The arc of what?
The drop rate. The drop. You know what the drop rate means?
No, I have no idea.
You don't know what drop rate? Drop rate meaning, okay, so I'm on point A, right?
Yeah.
And if I'm going towards point B, what's the rate of drop? Meaning, what's the rate that I'm going down? You know what I mean? Because the ball is always curving. I would call it drop rate.
Can you explain it way easier? My English is not very proficient.
Did you do calculus, man? Map engineer? Yeah, I'm assuming you did calculus 1, right?
Yes.
So what's the slope of a line, right? So you're pretty much trying to find the slope of the curve. That's it. Similar to, like a linear function, you derive it. That's, your slope of the function. If I'm not mistaken, this was a while back.
No, that's it. He's on point. We call that a drop rate, though, when we're talking about an arc, right? Because it's dropping.
You mean like delta y divided by delta x? Is that
Correct, man. That's it, bro. For every mile you go out, or every kilo you go out in front of you, or on the circular path, how much drop from the origin, or in y do you get, right? For each amount of x, right? Delta x. You got it. You know exactly what he's talking about. You got it, bro. I'm just chilling here.
What's the drop rate? Thank you for clearing that up. Do you know the drop rate of the sphere that you're living on?
I'm sorry, I still don't understand. Like, I know the mathematics, but I don't know what his exact question.
Okay, so if, after 1 mile, okay, hold on. After 1 mile, if I'm at point A, right, and after 1 mile, how much lower am I?
1 mile divided of how much you going lower.
Okay. Do you know how much that is? I think that's what he's asking you.
No.
Since
It depends on how much he go down.
I mean, you say you live on a ball, right?
It's like he giving you an X and a Y.
Okay, you never done. Okay, this doesn't even have to. Listen. This doesn't have to even be calculus. This is just simple algebra, right? You have a circle. The circle is an infinite curve. No matter at what point you're standing on this ball, it's always going to curve away from you downwards.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
At what rate does it curve? Because it's a constant rate. What is it?
Everywhere.
That's my question. No, but what's the rate? Like how many inches per mile? So if I move so many miles towards B, how many inches do I go down? That's my question to you. From point A. So you have no idea of that. Why don't you? You're a map guy. How do you not know this?
It's 8 inches.
Because they don't have to measure it. It makes no difference.
To falsify the globe because we see way past 8 inches per mile squared of drop in objects in the distance. We're seeing
What's the calculus he used? Like 1 mile divided by how much?
The formula to find out the drop in miles is this. You take r, the radius, you multiply it times 1 minus the cosine of how far you go along the surface in an arc times 360 divided by the circumference of the Earth to 24,901 miles. And then that roughly gives you a readout in the number of miles. It's like 0.0001 miles, which works out to 8 inches. So you get 8 inches per mile squared of curvature. So if you go 10 miles away from the starting point, you take that distance, you square it, 10 squared is 100, you multiply that times 8 inches, and that gives you the drop down and away from your starting point.
And what does he gain by asking that question exactly?
We're using the globe because we're seeing way past that. We're seeing objects that are taller than that drop. Like there's not a hump of Earth curve dropping away and obstructing the object at all.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you see too far. Do you not understand that point? That's like the biggest point. Not only do we directly measure it flat over miles and miles, like 30 miles, we shoot a laser, we don't get any drop rate, right? Okay, let's bring it up a little notch. They shoot fucking what do you call them? Those cannons, those new electromagnetic cannons. Forgot the name. The rail guns, right? They shoot rail guns over 100 miles straight with no curvature. It's not going up into the sky like it's supposed to as the ground is going downwards, right? And then we'll take it even further. Infrared cameras, infrared videos show us that you can see extremely far, flat plane, right? No curvature, no 8 inches per mile.
Yeah, don't they get like 1,800 miles or something in those high altitude infrared?
Yes, they have
something like I'm sure it was like 1,800 miles.
It was a lot. He saw it so far.
Guys, I have a question, but I want like natural responses, like not taking any sides on. Is there any video of somebody doing an experiment where there's like a ship going through an ocean far, far away, and it vanishes, right?
Yes.
But he's using a telescope, like a very advanced telescope. Sure. Is there any video or something related to what I'm talking about?
Yes.
That somebody is using a telescope to see
more than
if
telescopes,
the ship is going down or if it's it's not going to vanish because he's using a telescope.
Hundreds and thousands of video and pictures. Oh shit!
Can you link
What's the channel name? Travis. Yeah. Etherband boy.
We have all the links. We have everything we're talking about. Not only do we have it all, if you scroll down on the channels, there's a section, it's called additional information from A to M, right? Any subject, you go through it, and it'll give you exactly what you need. On top of that, listen, there's a thing called perspective, right? Your eyes cannot see up to a certain limit, right? Your eyes can only,
They
right?
vanish. Yeah.
Yeah, things vanish, right? So the boat will vanish, right, at a certain point, right?
Yeah.
Bottom first, but that's due to perspective, compression, a whole bunch of optics. You know, you got to understand optics at that point.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Now listen to me. Listen. Now we take binoculars. Let's say those things called big eyes, the Navy binoculars that can see over 20 miles. Right. Well, the ship comes back into view, full view. Even the bottom of it is shown. Right. So it disappeared the first time with your eyes. Okay. Use the binoculars. They come up. Right. They come up. You see the ship move away until the binoculars don't see anymore. Right. Then you bring up a thing called a P1000 or P900. It's a Nikon ultra zoom. Was up to 50x optical zoom. That ship comes back into view, bro. Again, 3 times you can do it.
No, here's the thing. The whole thing you're saying makes a lot of sense except the 20 miles one. It should be more than that to figure out the curve, if there is a curve.
No, man. Buddy, you can measure it. If you're doing it over water, you should see the curvature right after a first mile. You should already see that 8-inch drop. Right, but we take laser measurements, right? Now we take lasers, we shoot it over like 30 miles, right? The reason why we can only shoot over 30 miles is because light attenuates. Light does diverging, attenuating. So the light like has a limit to at what point it can reach. But we've reached lasers over large bodies of water up to 30 miles, straight, flat, parallel to the water. Explain to me, where's the curvature?
I don't know. That's why I asked you for a video.
There's everything. The biggest one we have is the FE core experiment. I don't know if I fucking know.
We've even got video of the sun just moving away in the distance, staying the same at the same level, and moving away, and then just fading out in the atmosphere, just like swallows it up. It doesn't go down.
I just posted a link for you.
Is what you guys talking about is in the long distance observation channel? Or
No. What I just said about the lasers, I just posted. It's called the FE core experiment done by field engineers. This is an engineer paper. I just posted it in live stream voice text for you. You can go watch and read it all. It's very highly detailed. Temperature measurements, all kinds of shit involved. Humidity, et cetera, because refraction, we understand how refraction works. Globers don't, but we do. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It just seemed odd to me that in some point of time, everyone used to think it was flat, and then they changed their mind.
There's still cultures on this earth that do not follow the Western thing, and they still know it's flat. Right? So everywhere.
It's only us idiots that believed our priests about spinning space pairs.
The flat thing or the globe thing?
The globe thing.
No, the globe thing.
Yeah.
Where do you think? Yeah, exactly. Where do you think the globe model came from? Out of where? And it's always the same people saying it. There's nobody else that says it, and they're the ones that are liars. They've been caught lying a million times. So how can you believe this shit? How do you believe the government? How would you even believe the government, bro? When does the government ever do anything good for you?
No, I don't believe the government.
Nobody. Where are you going? Where do you think all this shit? Where do you think the public education system comes from? It's all the government. It's all government shit.
Yeah, I know.
Why do you believe? Why don't you believe this? No, why do you believe this, but other shit's dismissible, right?
No, the thing is, when you're talking government, there is a lot of governments that do not take any benefit from lying about the ship of the
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. It's called control mind, and that's what the government means. NASA
is funded by the government. NASA is a government thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is also government, and they get a lot of money. Also, if the maps are wrong, that has the potential to hide bases full of people, full of resources, a lot of secrets that can be kept on, inaccurate maps with, land missing.
Yeah, why not and also expose them, such as China or Russia or India?
Because they're all doing it. Imagine what you could do with like $56 million a day if you're not actually spending that money on, rockets and shit. You're just doing CGI. And all those countries, all of them are doing the same thing. Whatever funding they get for their space agencies, most of it can go in their pockets.
It's all about the taxes, man. They steal your money.
My original question is, what does Africa and the poor countries benefit from the whole thing?
Like I
Africa
said,
has a space program. As far as I know, they don't have a space program, but
I didn't think Africa had one. I think Israel has one, and China has one.
And they
I
all
think
appear to
it's
be
a first
working
world
together
thing.
based off of their symbolism. They all have the chevron imagery. And a
They
lot of
all
times
have the chevron, yep.
symbolism.
Israel.
But you're from.
I like this guy, man.
You should know some stuff. You know what I mean? Turkey
Yeah, he's
Turkey
all
went
right,
through a
isn't
whole
he?
bunch of shit. No, he's a good guy.
Yes.
You understand that you and Turkey, you had a whole bunch of problems, right? And it's all politics and government and shit, right?
Yeah.
Right? They're all liars, man. You got to understand that shit, and they're all trying to control you guys, right? But how do they control the Western world? Well, this is how they do it. They teach you it's a globe from a very, very young age. They take God away from you. You're no longer a God-fearing person. You don't even
Let's be sensible here. The God thing is not related.
That is the most important thing.
They do
because
make you more atheist. They do make you believe less in God, but it doesn't make any connection with the flat
It's the
Earth
whole.
thing.
Yes, it is. It
Yes,
is.
it does, man.
Because I was an atheist all
Like
my life
I can be
until
flat,
I
I
found
can
out.
be atheist. It doesn't matter what religion.
No, flat earthers are not atheists. Bro.
No, you can't.
Well, bro, there's the best tool you can use. I'm an engineer too, mechanical. So let's do this. If you're really an engineer, it's really easy, bro. Use your left brain just to try to determine the curvature that they give you. Is that correct or not? If you find it, well, good for you. We couldn't. However, once you don't find it, then your mind is automatically going to question like the God thing and all that later on. But just use your left brain first. You do that basic arithmetics, man. Try to actually work out the 8 inches per mile square, set a distance, look up an image, long distance photography, and determine it for yourself, dude. Like, use your engineering skills. That's what I did. Everything failed. Fluid mechanics and thermodynamics. Fluid mechanics and thermodynamics.
I claimed them.
You're good. It's all good, man. Keep going, man. The second year subjects like fluid mechanics, thermodynamics, those two alone, you can shatter all the ball, like everything with the ball model just falls apart with fluid mechanics. Easy shit. I believe in you.
Check out.
I believe in you.
200 proofs. It's a nice little introductory. You know, you got the FE starter pack. You'll be good to go.
I just want to say something. Welcome back, Cyrus. It's been a while.
Oh man, yeah, bro. It's been a minute. I take breaks, bro. I take breaks.
It's been longer than a minute.
I know, man. I know. I'm bad at that shit.
It's nice to have you back, bro.
Yeah, man, thank you, bro. It's good to actually like hear like you guys talk about this again. I don't know, like, it becomes repetitive after a while, but then I miss it. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. It's good to be here for sure.
Can I just add for that other guy too that if they make people from birth think they are an accident that just appeared out of nowhere, you are more easily controlled. If you know from birth that you were created and you have a purpose and you're special, you wouldn't necessarily let them do the things that they do to you because you'd be going, hang on a minute, it isn't supposed to be this way. You know, God gave us rights, he gave us, you know, all this stuff, and now you're telling us we can't have them. You know, it's only because people think they're a speck of dust on a speck of dust flying around out in the middle of nowhere and everything's an accident and nihilistic and
on a water pair, a spinning water pair.
A spinning space water pair, yeah.
Yep.
It's really weird how come like normal civilians like us cannot like go to Antarctica. Doesn't make any sense. It's only like the big boys, you know, the big countries.
Yeah, and if they do let you go, then you have to go to a specific place. You can't just... Do you know they've got 3 different poles? There's like a ceremonial pole and a...
Where's that?
Geographic South, the South Pole. There's a ceremonial, a geographic, and something else. I can't remember off the top of my head. But when you see it on the AE map, there's like one under Australia, one third of the way around, and then another one a third of the way around. It's like, so that's why they need 3. So it doesn't take, forever to get there from one particular place. You can get there from anywhere. There's heaps of shit wrong. Like the 24-hour sun videos are all looped and weird shit going on.
I like this lady. She likes to swear. That's cool. It's rare to see a lady swear like you.
Oh, sorry. Shit.
No, listen, it's cool. It sounds better when a woman swears.
I try not to swear bad, like, the C word and stuff.
No, but I mean, like, you're like this shit and this and that. I'm like that. That's like you're like urban a little bit. You're going into the urban side, which is pretty cool. Anyways, just to add on to all that, listen, when you realize that the Earth is flat, right, and you realize that they're lying up to you about everything, then you start wondering about what's above us, right? And then you realize things like, oh, you can't have gas pressure without a container, right? And they're like, oh shit. Then if we're in that side of a container, who fucking put the container there, right? Sure as fuck not humans. Right? And then who is it? Well, then that's your answer for God, bro. Who else? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Bro? It's only logical, bro. It's a logical answer. It's a logical conclusion. And guess what? You're not the only little engineer. Like, I did electrical engineering, and I dealt with a lot of logic. Like, I did microprocessors. So, like, literally, logic was my thing. Right? And logically, I deduced that God existed when I found out the Earth was flat. Because I used to be an atheist too, or whatever you call an atheist.
What are you now?
I believe in God. That's it. I know God exists. I know God exists 100% for a fact. Yeah, I don't believe in the mainstream religion shit. That's all garbage. That's mind control too.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. I know we must have been created. I'm just not,
God exists. It's just, well, I mean, like, there's certain parts of the Bible are like, I don't even want to talk about it, but lots of it is proper, right? But it's been controlled by the Jesuits too, right? So the people that are mass producing these Bibles, like the King James versions and all kinds of shit, right? Those guys are making it wrong. That's not the right Bible, man. You know what I mean?
The thing in Christianity is different versions come out with different translations.
The Torah, the Talmud, the Torah, the Quran, the Bible, they're all pretty much the same shit.
No,
right?
Quran was never changed.
That's, buddy. They try and tell you that. But
no,
how can you try? How can you translate that?
He's a Muslim, dude.
I understand.
No.
You're not.
Hold on. How do you translate the Quran into English?
You can. What do you mean?
No, you gotta interpret it.
You gotta interpret. You can't translate.
You can't translate it. Yep. Sorry, I can read it. So hey, don't mess with me. You gotta interpret it, bro.
What do you mean, like interpret, like translate it?
It's your understanding that you're actually translating. It's not actually like what God meant.
Exactly. It's humans doing this. It's human manipulation that adds flaw. Humans are flawed, bro. That's not God that wrote that. All those Qurans that you see that are written in English or whatever, that's not God's word. Same with the Bible. They're all mass-produced books, man. They're all manipulated, right?
Well, I read it in Arabic, and it's very familiar to English. It's very familiar. I know it's translated to something similar in English because some words, it's like different of language. Some words in Arabic, there's no way you can translate it to what does it really mean. You can translate to something similar.
Did you read all of the Quran?
Oh, but I know a lot of it.
Okay, so do you know that there's passages in the Quran that tell you that the earth is flat?
Yes. Well, yes.
There you go. So Muslims should know if they believe God's word,
you know what sheikh is? You know what sheikh is?
No, dude, don't just forget this. No sheikhs like that. What about like a sheikh? Like we don't authority on religion. That's not.
You know how
we don't like that around here. Like, think for your own, man.
No,
think
we
for your
don't
own.
do authority shit. That's bullshit.
Yeah. How about like the verses about how God built the sky with hands? How about that's right? وَالسَّمَاءِ بَنَيْنَاهَا بِأَيْدٍ, right? Isn't that it? That
Which
God
one?
that وَالسَّمَاء بَنَيْنَاهَا بِأَيْدٍ وَإِنَّا لَمُوسِعُونَ. How about that one? I'm sorry, guys. See, I had to give it to an Arabic, right? That says, and the sky, which means the firmament.
We builded the sky with
we
our
have-
hands. And
How can you build that? The word that was used, built with hands. How can you build emptiness? Like, it makes no sense. At least you gotta be mechanical. Let's say, like, okay, that's at least particles stuck to like next to each other. Like, but okay, like, how do you build nothing? It makes absolutely no sense.
You are created. You're not a creator. You do not make things. So you don't have a knowledge of what making something empty to a something. That's the thing.
Oh, wait. See, that's reverse thinking. We're just okay.
That sounds like special pleading.
Look.
It's
You're
something
given this
beyond
book,
knowledge.
You're trying to understand. You're trying to understand if this is from the creator. Let's actually try to understand what the creator is trying to say. That's it.
Yeah.
So don't put your like preconceived notions into it, right? Forget about space. Forget about all that. Just listen to what's being said. God said, and the sky was built with hands, his hands, right? And we are the expanders. So he's given you the option there that, hey, anytime I can expand it if I want. Like, you know, so that's okay. That's besides that. But what I'm sticking to here is it's built, something built, you know?
Why do you
and
think
there's
it's
another verse because
literally,
there's
like,
about
it's by
seven.
hand?
There's about
It's not
7 verses in the Quran about the sky being a dome fixed that you cannot penetrate. All of them. Yeah.
The thing is with the built by hands thing, it's not literal meaning in Arabic. It's something else.
Okay. There's another, like, how about we can go, like, the cool thing about the Quran, there is a challenging verse that challenges man and Jan in your face. That's why I kind of really like it, because it's like,
what's the
after realizing that the earth is flat from like my left brain, you know, and coming to the same exact conclusion that Vlad was talking about. It's like, oh my God, there's a barrier. It's like, ooh, then someone must have put it there. So I just started digging, and, you know, I can read that book. So I was like, okay, let me start here first, right? So it was very interesting because it was in your face flat. It's like, whew, that's a hard pill to swallow, right? But the Muslims, I guess, they didn't even think about it. Oh, yeah, sure, whatever. It's a ball. It's like, dude, like, are you actually like reading your book? Or you're reading somebody else's interpretation? It was like, oh yeah, the
I'm
expert
reading
will
it in
tell you.
Arabic, so I can explain to you anything regarding to any question.
Okay, how about
Because
you go
I'm an
to
Arabic speaker.
chapter 55?
Just 1 second.
I think it's 55, chapter Ar-Rahman, I think, and verse. I'm not sure what verse number it is. Might be 33 or.
Do you know the verse?
Yeah. يا معشر الإنس والجن إن استطعتم أن تنفذوا من السماء من أقطار السماء والأرض.
You can go outside the
what?
sky,
the limits of the earth, the limits of the earth and the heavens. So right there, you know that you can exit. There's a place where the heaven meets exactly.
What did he say last?
Where the earth meets heaven. The limit.
But can you continue? Can you continue?
Yeah. لا تنفذون إلا بسلطان. You shall not pass unless with permission, or that's like a sultan can be interpreted in many different ways. It can be something that gives you hierarchy. That's what the basic word is. Something that will give you access. So God is telling you access denied, and not just that, you'll be shot at with a projectile made out of copper and fire. Boom. Shooting stars, right? Anyways, it's becoming a religious channel. I'm sorry, guys, but I like the stuff. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting.
It's in your face, and it's challenging. God is challenging man openly. He's telling you, you shall not pass with your arrogance.
Well, it says that in the English Bible about oh shit, my thought just flew out of my head.
It's not like I said more or anything. It's
yeah,
not
I'll
like
remember in a sec.
I don't know why did you bring that up.
It's going to be a cross. Oh, I'm sorry, what? I couldn't hear you.
I have no idea why did you bring that exact verse because I didn't say anything.
How can you pass nothing? That's what we're talking about. God is talking about the sky. You cannot pass it. You can't penetrate it.
Yeah, what about
right? The limits of the heaven and the earth is like, okay, like where's that in your?
Oh, that's right. Our Bible says that men become foolish and their thoughts will err towards the heavens. They become foolish in their. It even says the word science somewhere in the verse. It says, yeah, they stuff up all the times and everything, and forget everything they should know about the heavens.
It's funny, Cyrus. You came here for a purpose.
I guess so, bro. What do you know, man? Yeah, I do believe that everything happens for a reason. Like, I don't believe in randomness anymore, but I just felt like hopping on here, and yeah, it's cool to meet a fellow Turkish guy.
No, I'm not. I live in Turkey. I'm not.
Oh, okay. You're not Turkish?
Yes. I'm Syrian.
Oh, wow. Okay. Wow, you're a close neighbor. Interesting.
Where are you from, man?
Oh, dude, Africa. Need a neighbor.
Nice.
Hold on 1 second. Just give me a sec.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
My cat was messing with some stuff. I'm Egyptian, dude.
Really?
Yep.
Nice, bro.
But I live in the States, or Americana.
America. Yes. If you guys all believe there's like a higher being or something created this, wouldn't you at least give the 3 main religions a try at researching them, and then maybe you're gonna find some kind of an answer or something? Maybe not.
Listen, all of the books say it's flat, bro.
Yeah, man.
I've done nothing but research in the last 5 years,
Right,
trying to find
funny stuff you could say.
No, I'm not talking about the flat thing. I'm talking about choosing a religion.
Yeah, religion. Yeah, I'm talking about that too.
No, I replied to Vlad when he said the Earth is flat or something.
We're all on like similar conclusion that we know that the creator exists, right? We don't believe that the creator exists anymore. Like we have knowledge, and that's in the Bible, right? That's the verse on von Braun's tomb, right? I think. Yep.
The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork.
Handiwork again. That's from the Quran. Hands and the sky was built by hands,
yes.
dude. Again. So another book, another synchronous exact verse. If you want to extract the essence from it, again, it's telling you it's built. You can't penetrate. It's built by hands. It's like, ooh, I like that. I like that. And wherever you go, if you want to go religion, like right brain stuff, you're gonna hit brick walls all day long. It's go left brain, man. I'm telling you, left brain first. Get that checked out. Once that checks out, it's like, ooh, all right, let's see what this right brain stuff's got.
Yeah,
and you can, increase your knowledge database or expand your horizon. Go ahead, bro.
Real science and meaning not pseudoscience with astrophysics and all that stuff confirms all scriptures. It's really, really interesting once you actually verify, okay, they were lying to us, but when you actually do science, you understand, okay, this is most likely.
It seems like religion used to be science,
right? And then you go to
and then they separated them.
And you go to actual scriptures and stuff. You start verifying one with the other, like, oh wow, this is interesting. Because I've read Enoch, and there's things that is mentioned in Enoch that when you look it up in what they say in current science about what holds the clouds up, he says it. and stuff like that. It's so many other things, but yeah, man, that left and even the Bible tells you beware of that so-called science, right? So
yeah, that's the verse I was thinking of before.
Yeah, many verses confirm that what I mean in many different religion but with the creator, that is the main focus. That this earth was created, man. There's no doubt about that.
Oh, dude, like if you want to talk about the earth and like leave the sky, like in the Quran, there's some serious verses. Like it took me a long time just to try to understand like what God was actually saying about the mountains, and finally I got a proper something that makes sense, right? Proper interpretation of what that word or what God was trying to say. He said he placed the mountains as counterweights, so it does not tilt in multiple places. And it's like, oh my God, huh? And then I did some Googling, right? You kind of like look at the topography of Earth, and you'll see that there is actually mountains like balance in the east and the west, especially if you do like a Pangea and stick the continents back together. It's beautiful. Like you look on the west coast, there's mountain range, right coast, like, oh, dude, east coast, mountain. It's kind of cool, So he said, so it does not tilt. In your ball model, it's tilting constantly, 24/7. That's the Quran. Many verses about the earth. Place the mountains. But then no, hold on. I'm trying to figure.
Yeah, I know the verse. Right? He placed the mountains so he can stabilize the earth. It's something like this, right?
Exactly, stabilize. Exactly. So I was trying to work out. Well, okay, what do you got? What do you mean, God, by like stabilizing?
Mountains.
I got it. And tamid. So it does not tilt.
Mountains are titans. They were all once living, walking around. Some of them 5 miles tall, some of them 1 mile tall, some of them bigger. But our mountains were alive. When they have legends of the gods throwing mountains at each other, it's not a legend.
Maybe that's when like God was placing the mountains in the earth. Maybe, I don't know. Sure.
Maybe God made these machines, these builder robots, and where they laid down and were put down is where they were intended to be.
Hey, you could believe that. It's cool if you want. I mean, it's all good.
Construction. And who are we to say how it was constructed?
Exactly. I didn't see it. Yep.
Certainly, I have no doubt that it's a construction.
Most definitely.
Physical, mechanical construction.
Sure.
But I also see, it's not pareidolia. Some of these mountains are faces 1 mile across, 2 miles across, bigger.
Yeah, for sure. Yep.
So what are we talking about? The rocks
Giant
were
vaginas.
alive.
Yep.
They became petrified. Some of them iron, some of them copper. Depending
Veins
on
of gold.
what was there.
Cyrus, what did the Quran or it says about the Nephilim?
Oh yeah, what does the Quran say?
Oh, dude, okay. So there's a slight different twist. However, I did find similar, and I'm similar things, and I'm trying to figure it out. So, like the fallen angels, like we're talking about the devil here. Okay, the devil in the Quran is not classified as an angel at all. However, if you do actually read all the verses about him, you will come to a conclusion that he is an angel, except one verse. God directly tells you he's from something called the Jan kind, the people that are made from fire, and they have free will, and both of us share the earth. And their father is Iblis or the Satan or the devil.
They have free will.
Yes.
He got lifted up.
That makes so much sense.
Yeah, no, in the Quran, like the classification, the way like God classified angels as, God said, "Yafaluna ma yu'marun," so they do what they are commanded. They don't. They do like they're
like machines.
Exactly. That's how I believe in them. They're like mechanical, very mechanical, but they're conscious.
Living robots.
Yeah, living robots.
Very mechanical. Yes, like they cannot disobey. It is not built in the parameters to disobey. However, mankind and jankind both can. So their father is the devil, and our father is Adamu. Right, and when the devil disobeyed God in heaven, when he created Adam, the story goes like so he disobeyed God when he told him to bow down to Adam or whatnot, and he did not. So anyway, so it got like he was all ego driven and arguing with God, and God actually told him, go ahead, go and This is where the Nephilim stuff comes in. It's like, and like Shedakum, which is help me out here.
Well, here's
He's
the funny
devil
thing.
said to the god
Adam
that
is
he
the
will spread
first.
evil and will control Adam people.
A dome is
Hold on,
the
Jimbo, hold on,
color
Jimbo.
red.
Oh, hold
for
on.
blood.
Hold on, Jimbo. Hold on, Jimbo.
Yeah, so he's gonna partner up with them, like, and God commanded him with the money and what, their children, and it's like the things like he can do to us, right? Like God told him, go ahead, do it, and whomever follows you, we'll go to hell with you. So one of them was like partner up with like their children. So it's like it was like, it's like it gets weird, right? And like in the Quran also, the Lot, I think he's in the Bible, Lot, right? Where
yes.
the gay
His
village,
wife
right?
got turned to a pillar of salt.
The gay village, right?
Exactly. In the Quran, it doesn't just say that they were gay, dude. If you actually read, it said that they were gay, like they gathered men from the two worlds. So they were fucking man and Jan. Well, yeah, and I was like, "Whoa, is this? Am I actually reading this?" Because Muslims don't ever say it that way. And I was like, "Oh my god, am I actually reading this? Is this it? Like at this point, like I am believing like in this book and like."
I think even in the days of Sodom and Gomorrah, there were giants around in other different areas in the Middle East and other places.
Well, sure, giants are not, but this was the new thing. Like
so-called mountains that formed in the Middle East, and
I
are
think he's
just some of
talking
the
about
giants that were petrified at that time.
Serious, is that
What's up?
Ad? You know Ad?
No, that's not Ad. That's Lut. That's Lut, Lot in the Bible too. Sodom and Gomorrah. I don't personally believe in giants, but that's okay. You can. It's a like it doesn't really fit in my narrative. It doesn't have to. I don't need it.
There are places under the Red Sea
Well,
that
there's a
contain
verse that
large
they are like the
sulfur and tar deposits. So it is possible to activate them and have it rain bitumen and sulfur everywhere around.
Oh, wow.
Huh? I didn't catch that.
I kind of got confused because Max, Jumbo, with Max.
But anyways, man, sorry about the long answer. But the long-winded answer was like, yeah, we can actually have sex with entities from the other world, and I did not know that. So yeah, and so there might be like human reptile hybrids, man. I've got no clue, man. Yes, but I guess
abominations by any other phrase.
They can materialize, so it's
abominations, all of them.
Yo,
poor buggers.
The jinn does not come in his own form. You do know that he.
Well,
he, like,
did you know that
no, they
have
come in
dicks
our
and you can
form,
like
don't they?
touch them? I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
And they're still abominations.
Controls somebody. He doesn't come in his own form.
Well, in that entire village, and the cool verses in the Quran that God was saying that they have clubs, right? in their clubs, they're all just fucking each other, man. So that's the weird part where like, so those I thought they're always like spirits, electromagnetic, and I still do believe that they're electromagnetic or like plasma beings. However, I didn't know that they can actually materialize in like earthly matter and like, okay. So dude's got dicks. So Andy's like, oh wow. And they all went gay. It's like, holy smokes. It's like, okay, wow. That's an interesting story. I did not know that. So it was like, oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah, it freaked me out the first time I read in the Bible the story of Sodom and Gomorrah and the men saying, bring the angels out, we want to have our way with them. And I'm like, hang on a minute, the angels are men, those men are men.
Yeah, yep.
What do they want to do to them? Oh my God.
Right.
Can you show me the verse that says there's like they were fucking jinns, not humans?
Yes. Yeah, I still remember it. A section of it. The word that really matters, right? Ta'tun of the Quran min al alamin. That one was the ta'tun is like you or you get, or pretty much you have sex with men from the two worlds. So this is
okay.
the
You know what the two
worlds
worlds would have been? Maybe, possibly the Raphaim and the Nephilim. Two different
But those are
giants and angel
we're
beings.
talking to mankind. One of them we already know is man, right? One of them.
Well,
So
there were, like I said, there wasn't just the Nephilim, there was the Raphaim. That makes two.
Yeah, maybe they're talking both the Nephilim and the Raphaim, both
maybe
worlds.
they were doing Nephilim and Raphaim, like were these abominations around them at the time of Sodom and Gomorrah. It wouldn't surprise me that they were servicing Raphaim and
there's more stuff. I don't know. What's up?
Serious. There's a slight problem here. Is that you took the literal world?
Of course, I take. Listen, I'm a literal dude. Like with that book, I'm sorry, but I'm extremely literal. I'm very mechanical in
It means
nature.
Adam's sons. It doesn't mean the two. You know.
No. The Quran here is plural for male. Dhakar would be singular for male. The Quran is already plural. So you got plural for male and plural for world.
Usually pluralization.
It's like saying you guys take the boys out of both genders.
No. How about Al-Alamin? Like you can't. That's not a gender here. This is the world, bro. This is remember Rabbil Alamin, right? Is the Lord of the two worlds, right? You say that in the beginning of every prayer, right? You know, thank you, God, right? The creator of the two worlds. That's my God. That's my God. That's the God I worship.
Harishon, well, Ha'eretz and Harishon, the God of the sun and the stars, the ruler, the king of the land.
I also worship the God of the sun, God of the moon, God of the heavens, because he's all the same one creator. And in my belief systems, so all these my religion would be very like old school ancient Egyptian. Then that's what I found in the Quran, that the ancient Egyptians were in the same way. So I established my worshiping, or AKA prayer, for the setting of the sun. You know, it says that in the Quran. He said, God is commanding you to pray for the setting of the sun, but then he clears it later up in the book where you're not actually praying to the sun, you're praying to the creator of the sun, and the sun is just timing. You use it for mechanical timing. Now is worship time.
Hang on, can I ask?
Can you read
did
Arabic?
you say to the setting sun?
Yeah.
So to the west. Sun. Okay, because they talk about the men who turn their backs on God and pray to the east, to the rising sun, and they're the Freemasons. They're the ones that have their little ritual where they face east. That must be what it's talking about. The men who turn their backs.
I'm not sure. Now, that one is like
Satanists, right?
Well, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yep. Say Luciferians. Yeah.
I sent you a link, Cirrus, if you need help with reading Arabic.
No, I can read it just fine. I actually listen to it as music. And
just that's
how I was able to do a lot of like deciphering, because a lot of it is allegorical, but it's literal allegorical. So that's the problem here. Yeah. And it gets really difficult if you're trying at some parts. It depends what you're looking for. If you're looking for straight stuff in your face, it tells you Earth is flat. In your face, that's how you cannot penetrate. In your face, you got 7 heavens, and it tells you as above, so below. So you got 7 layers of Earth too, just like you got in the sky.
Yes.
Yep. And it tells you, you can deduce. Well, actually, it tells you that God drops water from the sky, the first sky. So you can deduce that the sky, and from like the etymology of the word, is carrying water. Right.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. It's not everyone's cup of tea, but, like for the Old Testament, the Pentateuch or the Torah, if you really want to read it in the Old Hebrew. Go to a Hebrew college somewhere, borrow a copy, learn some Hebrew, and read it in the original language.
Yep, for sure.
I read it in Hebrew. I don't have a copy now. I can read it online, do whatever, but I'd rather have a nice thick volume here, but I don't have one. I'm sad, but nonetheless, to do it right,
Shumaim, right?
Learn Hebrew, learn the ancient Hebrew, read. You'll find some words like cinnamon is kinimun, 2,000 years ago, whatever, written into the Bible. Cinnamon,
Yeah,
cinnamon. I didn't know that.
And the belly, a woman's belly is beten. Quebec, they call the woman's belly a beten, or your belly is your beten.
Serious?
But then,
Yeah, in French,
you didn't know that Arabic and Hebrew are sister languages, dude?
Yeah, if I want a coffee with no cream, I say café brie crème. In Hebrew, you say café brie crème. Huh. And a lot of verbs in French and Hebrew are the same, like evad. Same verb stem. French and Hebrew. Go figure. There's a few hundred. But what do I know?
Dude, Hebrew's old, man.
And it's at the root of a bunch of our languages.
Yep. Agree.
It's like the word mit or to put. You know, look in English how many words we have with suffixes and prefixes with mit. Mitten, transmit, remit, submit, omit, permit. Literally 1,000 words with one root that comes from Hebrew. Think of it.
Guys, I know this is out of, what is this Discord about, but is anyone, I know Sir's going to go crazy about this. Is anyone familiar with Gog and Magog or know any information about those guys?
I'm not going to go crazy because it's not.
You're trying.
You know, in Quebec, there's a lake that has a monster called the Magog, and it's Lake Mamfrey Magog. You know, it's possible that, you know, it's not just the Middle East that was the cradle of civilization, or Africa around Mali or whatever. It's possible that this whole continental areas with this ocean between them and stuff was like the Garden of Eden.
From my understandings, like from my very own findings in the Quran, Noah and the absolute beginners, which would be Adamu, they were in the Pacific Northwest here in the U.S. where I live. That's because this is where the evidence of the flood is like very vibrant in land.
And it's marked giant territory on all the old maps and unexplored. And
yes,
California was an island. And now there's a 1,200-mile tall, laid down Titan there. His face, part of Portland and stuff, 230 miles across. His feet are down in South Mexico, and his hair is the Cascade Mountains. His right eye was crushed with a mace. And this beast, this creature, is 1,200 miles tall. And it was laid down sometime after those maps were made. You know what I think what happened? God, the creator, Elohim, created a bunch of lesser gods, including the only god that had a job, Hermeticus or whatever his name was. But all the other gods and stuff, well, they did their thing. And they helped in the creation of, well, what was ocean at the time, water, etc. But at some point, God made a decision to, well, make man, do the Adam thing. And, well, what was there constructing the space in this area? Well, they were big machines, big living machines, some gods and other stuff. And they had to go for whatever reason, or at least a space made absent of them to, you know, have us, the animals, the creature, his creation, basically. So there's a big war, you know, just like we don't die easy. Imagine a god or a titan the size of, wow, something stands up and look, the so-called guardian of the Badlands in Alberta, if he stood up, he'd be 5 miles tall. A commercial pilot would be looking him in the eyes. There are footprints around that are kind of nearly a mile long, or, you know, boat on them and stuff. These creatures were huge, and 5 miles wasn't the biggest. There were mile-tall giants, half-mile tall, 12 foot, 17, 24. I have a toe here that's part of a finger. The creature that it comes from must have been 25 to 30 feet tall. And it lived back by the high school on Merivale here. And in back, there's a place where it's untouched. It's pastoral. It's a little pond with an overflow. And down below, there's like a wishing well. Except this wishing well is about 4 times as big as, your average wishing well one of us pipes would make. Because this thing was made by someone that was basically 5-6 times taller than me or you are. And I have his petrified toe on my desk. And the rest of them is up there by that pond and by that wishing well, petrified.
You should sell that thing, man. Make some money.
If you go like the Rocks Were Alive on Facebook, you'll see thousands of petrified heads and body parts and just fish, dogs, every frickin' thing of every size. It's just many humanoid. Look, the Lady of Mali, it's 2,000 feet up, this head and whole body in the side of a mountain. And they claim it's a carving? Who the hell would have time in the past to carve a 2,000 perfect head and body of a woman in the side of a mountain? It's so incredulous even to think that any group of people could do that and get it right. Or make a 5-mile tall carving in Alberta, Canada. That if you look at the head, and now if you look at it, it looks like it's got earbuds on. Artistically, it's cool, but it's quite the insult. But if you look on Google Earth and you zoom in, zoom out, and you follow it down, you'll find its elbow. You'll find its hand and wrist. You can come down. It's wearing a gown, but it has a bent knee that flows backwards away from the head towards the knee and ankle and foot. And you can see his foot with 3 little holes where the cartilage, for impact, because it's not all bone, the foot. So that cartilage dissolves and leaves very unique holes. And anyway, other petrified feet, you see those same 3
feathered
holes.
serpent and a giant fish.
Well, I have the hogs back here. It's a rock formation. It's so beautiful, but I know what it is now. It's supposed to be from arcing hot gases from volcanic eddies or gushers and smoke fumes coming out of the ground from volcanic. But there's no volcanoes here, not for hundreds of miles. What the hogs back here behind me are petrified wings. Primary, secondary feathers, but it's huge. Now, I mean, the wingspan of this black bird would have been probably under 200 feet.
Wow.
And, you do the photography, you look, and when you know bird wings and feathers, well, God damn it. These are huge freaking feathers. End of story. Like from a phoenix, a crow, maybe even an angel with black wings. Who knows? It might not have been a bird. But they are definitely feathers and wings. You can see the bend.
Rock is a heart or something. Imagine how big that must have been if that was its heart.
And I figure it was black because this is very black with, that color opal kind of coming through it where it kind of has shimmer and color and everything. But
like mother of pearl.
That it wasn't necessarily a black bird or black before it fossilized. But my best guess is it's the color it was when it landed there. Now, if it was a big bird of some kind, well, what knocked it down there? And why was everything else knocked out at that lair, basically, or mudded over? Because a lot of these things are facing towards the east, in the eastern of the continent, and mud from the east, and in the west. Damn it, if they're not facing west, trying to get away, and mudded from the west. In France, I got a picture from the Fontainebleau Park, and it's a beautiful area, but it's a petrified little elephant trying to get out of the mud.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that.
It's so heartbreaking and stuff. But, People want to say, oh, no, it's just a rock. It's not an elephant. That's pareidolia. There were no elephants in France, of course. Why would there be elephants turned to stone in France?
All right, so we went off to the weeds. Not that I don't agree with you. Just want to bring it back to flat Earth. We have F.E. Lacrosse here. I'm gonna give you VC Verify for a second to see if you want to chime in.
I said you guys should look into the channel called I Am Created, which talks about these mud flood fossils, also the giants that are seen in Enoch. But it's a YouTube channel. It's called I Am Created. If you guys are interested.
Yeah, you can send us or post the channel on the.
Before I go though, because I am going down to cook a meal, I'd just like to bring back a passage that Jesus said that he said, if you had faith but a mustard seed, you could tell these mountains to get up and they would. Now it'll start to make sense to you what he said.
Interesting. Yeah, it definitely makes a lot of sense. F.L. Cross, you have control of your mic.
Okay. Hi guys.
That makes sense though. Can you post that link or send a DM to us?
Yeah, the I Am Created channel. Just the channel, and it's up to you to look at the other stuff that's in there.
Thank you.
Okay.
F.E. Lacrosse. If you don't say at least hi, I'm gonna think you're a troll, and I'm going to revoke your VC Verify role. All right, just whenever you want to chime in, just bring a mod or go to VC Verify. VC check-in.
Yeah, or we'll get Obabas to steal your wife and start a war among the giants.
We have another person here. Hi, Jimmy Boy. You have control of your mic. Jimmy Boy, if you don't say hello, the next quiet. And we'll have to take away your VC Verify privileges. All right. Who else do we have here?
Wah, wah. I see the Palace tennis ball.
Palace tennis ball?
Yeah, one of the first kind of 3D chat rooms where you could have AVs and animated GIFs and stuff was called the Palace. And that tennis ball smiley was their basic, I think, creation and one of their primary icons for that software. If you look up the Palace software, you'll see that tennis ball icon truly comes from the Palace. It was great. Time Warner and stuff and OpenText took it over and shot it to hell. And it's part of Facebook now. They call it World's Eyes. It's pretty close to a total failure as World's Eyes. But the chat, it's almost universally used in the text, like we have here or on YouTube when you're in the text chat. It's called Ipsgray, the program language, usually, and it's written in RPN, and OpenText own it, and can basically monitor it from anywhere. I think that was the name of the original Palace software, was Open Text. And it was written by a programmer named Jim Bumgardner. And it was brilliant. It was just best thing on the, computer and internet. It's better than sliced bread. It's like the history of YouTube. Most people don't know. It took 3D software to get YouTube on the map. YouTube was going nowhere for a long time. And then this thing called the Dancing Baby came out. And it was one of the things that you could get from your AutoCAD software to play with as, a wireframe and stuff. And people did this little AutoCAD with the dancing baby being hit by cars and bumpers, doing the Ooga Chukka dance. And it wound up like millions and millions of views. It was the first viral video on YouTube. And the history was made. YouTube never was able to look back. It was forward from there. But the dancing baby put him on the map. It's possible, if that never came out as a little video that went viral, that YouTube may have fizzled, just like See You, See Me, or, like Zoom. Like, how long have we had this Skype? Wouldn't Skype work for court as well as this Zoom stuff or whatever? How long has Zoom been around? Why is it better than Skype? I'd like to know. I don't know. I don't know either well enough anyway, so. It's so cool. And it is a laugh, a lot of the dancing baby and the dancing baby follow-up videos and stuff. And it truly is the birth of the growth of YouTube. It triggered it.
Yo, Barico, you there?
Yeah, what's going on, bro?
Did you check who Rogue One was? I'm playing a game right now. I just don't want to. So I can go through the list right now and just force somebody to talk real quick. You know. Just want to know if you've talked to Rogue One yet. Okay, Rogue 113. I'm gonna unmute you, buddy. Oh no, he's already been unmuted. Okay, Rogue One, you there? Jimmy Boy 008. Yeah, Jimmy Boy, you have your mic?
I checked with him earlier, but he didn't answer.
He didn't answer? I'll mute his ass. I feel across, you talked to him too?
Yeah. No answer.
God damn, man.
I know, right?
When you wanna crush the globe, but you can't. There's nobody around to crush it for. Yeah. Yeah, Brico, what game you playing right now?
I'm not, unfortunately. I gotta get this app done. I got a demo on Thursday.
Oh, you're doing some software developing right now, eh?
Yeah.
Well, what's the app about?
It's a kitchen concept, pretty much. It's pretty much a whole delivery, ordering, and like menu in home in a. It's like the whole thing for a whole store.
Yeah, I get it. There's a whole bunch of websites like this right now.
Yeah.
Well, how is this like a private person you're doing or a major company?
They have. It's pretty much like, I want to say it's kind of like if you go to a food court in a way, like in a mall.
Yeah.
It's practically the same idea. Owned by one guy, right? But they have many different other concepts and other food restaurants and whatnot in there. The app is gonna take orders from many different clients out on the outside and pretty much pass them to whoever needs to get the order. They can order from many different locations in one app, right?
Right.
And get delivered to their own place.
Are you talking about groceries or like?
No. This is like restaurant type.
All right, so like Uber Eats.
Practically, yeah. It's like Uber Eats. But it's the only difference. Yeah, pretty much that's the same thing.
Well, that's what I'm saying. What's the only difference?
Yeah.
But this guy thinks he's. Oh, man. I mean, Foodora came out like. This Foodora, I remember, came out with Uber Eats pretty much at the same time, and then DoorDash came out with Uber Eats pretty much. But none of them are popping like Uber Eats is. You know that, right? So,
Yeah.
I mean, like the market's already taken by them.
Yeah, but this guy has his own restaurant. And he wants to do it for his own. He doesn't want to use like Uber Eats or anything like that.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. So it's a private thing, right?
Yeah.
Okay. It's not a major company. That's cool.
Yeah, I don't know why.
What's the software? Well, I mean, what's the programming language? What's the backend?
So we're using many different because the API uses I'm not building the API. I'm only building the app side of it. The
front end.
Yeah, the front end for the mobile and whatnot.
Okay. What's the software you use that for? What's the developing software?
So I'm using the React Native, which uses JavaScript as so it has
JavaScript coding, right? So
right.
The same language as Java, pretty much.
Yeah, close.
Okay,
yeah.
cool.
I used to do it directly in S code, but this is a lot easier.
Interesting, bro. That's pretty cool. As long as you're getting the money.
Because I just have to code it once, and it pretty much gets translated on every side.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, that's, software developing isn't that hard anymore, man. It's pretty much plug and play now. All the libraries are pre-built for you. You know, it's all fucking done.
Exactly.
Just fucking like fix the variables whichever way you want them, and that's it. Yeah, I did a lot of like software developing, but I was like low end, like assembly. I know assembly language more than pretty much any other language, right? But I'm good with C. You know what I mean? But once you know C, you pretty much know them all.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so it's like
it's just getting to know the syntax and just
that's it. It's all syntax. You know, just don't get the syntax errors. Yeah, I fucking hate it.
Yeah, man, I'm tired. I'm quitting this after this when I finish it.
yeah. So too much software developers too, man. That's a saturated market, man. It's too much competition. People want to sit on their fucking asses and write code.
Dude, when I started, they were paying about 200,000 a year.
Right now, it's like 100,000.
Yeah, it's going even lower, man. Especially now with the pandemic, they were offering me like 60 to like 80 max. I was like, yeah, I'm good. I'm gonna dedicate myself to streaming.
Well, yeah, hopefully that works out for you. How much followers do you have right now?
I think about 200, almost 200.
Oh, yeah, you got to keep building that. 200.
Yeah. I mean, I've been, but the whole thing is like I was actually getting viewers, like getting 5 to 6 viewers a day now, but I kind of had to slow down because of this stupid shit.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I could get that build. Everybody that goes to my stream, like, oh man, you gonna make it? I was like, really? Like, why? I don't see why. I'll make it. You know, they
like you, bro. Maybe they like the way you talk.
Probably.
Do you talk during your streams like a lot, or are you just like chilling?
Yeah. No, I speak, to people when they, they get in my stream.
Yeah, no, I try to speak to them too, but it's on the second screen, and usually I'm too focused on the game, and somebody tries to talk to me, and then I don't respond in time, then that person leaves. They're like, oh, fuck, then you're trying to fish for somebody else, But see, I played this, I'm just being lazy too, right? Like, I haven't streamed for like 3-4 days now. I'm just being so fucking lazy about it.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, man. Because when I'm about to start streaming, it's like, oh man, do I really want to stream? Because it kind of gets like, will people come to see you or not? It kind of gets into that point of view.
Yeah, I know. That's why
I like it though, man. It's
do
fun.
too. I'd rather stream than do anything else. I guarantee you, 100%. But the thing is, I don't have content right now to stream. Like my World of Warcraft it's okay, but it's not like the best. Like, nobody really watches WoW for streamers, right? If they watch World of Warcraft, they watch Asmongold, but this guy, they watch him for his little comedy. It's not for the game. I mean, they make friends with the guy and they like sit in his chat and listen to his chat.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Liberal snowflake simps, that's all it is. Fuck, be careful, don't say the word simp, they'll ban you. Isn't that crazy what they did? The word simp, they literally erased off their fucking platform. You're not allowed to say it. Is that crazy?
That's crazy.
So I don't like Twitch too much, man. It's too controlled. It's just like YouTube. I don't like any of those platforms. I wanna focus more on DLive, but DLive is just not a big fan. Well, no, I actually get more viewers on DLive sometimes, but just because I use Restream, kind of fucks with it a little bit.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I stopped using Restream.
Really? Eh? That's what I'm thinking. Like, fuck. But then I would choose DLive mostly because DLive is way better than most of that shit.
So it was well, I don't know if it's you could. I'm pretty sure you can stream from these stream directly from.
Yeah, I do restream everything. Yeah, and from OBS exactly. But I restream.
Yeah, I like it now. I don't know if you use OBS for Streamlabs. In Streamlabs, you could now add multiple sources.
Streamlab elements. No,
not the elements, just the regular Streamlabs.
Isn't that the same shit?
I think
elements just adds a lot more mods and shit.
Right. That adds more stuff to it. So Streamlabs, you can have different. Because I was streaming to Facebook and because you can't stream and restream. You can't stream to Facebook, right? You have to pay for it. You can stream to your personal Facebook, but you can't stream to gaming Facebook.
Right. Yeah.
Right. So OBS, Streamlabs OBS, they they added. You could add multiple sources. You could stream to Facebook, YouTube and Twitch. I'm pretty sure you can. Well, I'm pretty sure you can add another source, which is via the thing for D Live. But now this is a lot better, right? So you don't have to use a restream or whatever, and that helped a lot. But I kind of stopped streaming on Facebook just because you need to get to 100 followers to be able to stream 1080. Otherwise, you can only stream 720.
Oh, that sucks. I hate that shit.
Dude, that pisses me off.
But that does the same thing with
What was that? That was the same thing with what?
Twitch. Twitch fucking limits what you.
But you can stream 1080 off the bat.
Live update right now? No way. What, from Twitch?
Yeah. I mean, I've always streamed.
No. You're kind of wrong on that one. You know what it is? It's compressed to 900p. The only time that you are able to, they fix it once you get not affiliate. You need partner with them. Once you get partner with them, then it's true 1080. They allow you. Twitch is not true 1080. It's compressed to 900. I tried so much, man, bro. I did so much trying to get 1080p, but like it limits you. But
Morning, guys.
YouTube gets 1080, I think.
Yeah,
my YouTube looks way better than my Twitch. What's up, guy? Yo, where do you configure the
multiple stream?
Yeah.
Can you open it up?
Is it in tools?
Oh yeah, it's in the settings thing.
Where's the settings? There's no settings.
Little cog in the bottom left.
Oh yeah. There's a little cog somewhere.
And then stream.
Okay, yeah, and then stream. And it,
So
bro,
they only let you add 3, or you can add a custom ingest. So yeah, you could do Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube. I don't know. They added to be able to add more sources. You have to be a Prime member.
Yeah, they fuck you up. That's what they do. They limit to what you can do. Sucks.
Yeah, so you could do the 3 main ones, which is Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube at the same time.
Well, did you really think when everything's gonna go down to shit, right? People are gonna be sitting there watching streamers and pay them money, like where nobody has money anymore? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The wealth gap is gonna be between the rich and the poor is gonna increase so much, like within the next few years. People will be out of jobs and shit. It's gonna be shit. So Bitcoins, baby. Did you see what's going on with the Bitcoins?
Yes.
Fuck yeah. I think it peaked at 34,000 today. 34,000 and a half. Bro, it's not stopping. It's at 30. Well, dropping now, thank God. It's going to correct itself. Yeah, it went to $34,786 today. I could have sold and then rebought. I'm rebuying. Yeah, it's risky to do a sell and a buy at this point. For me not, but I've done this so much and I lost so much money. I was like, yeah, you know what? I'd rather just sit. Sitting is 100% guaranteed win. Check out the OBS because the Elements doesn't have what you said. The fuck, Stream Elements and OBS is the same shit. It is the same, but how come I don't see the 3 streams that you have streams?
So what do you see right now in your?
When I go into settings, general stream, and I press on the stream, right? I only have service, right? It says, do I have to press custom?
Use? No, it says, it should say use recommended. So, okay.
Bottom one, ignore streaming service settings recommendation. Are you talking about that one? All
right, so when you click on the stream, right, under general, right?
Yeah.
It has stream destinations.
Service. What's your OBS version? OBS
so yeah, on
version?
the top, it should say warning: stream to a custom ingest advanced functionality. Blah blah blah. Does it say that?
No. What version of OBS are you using?
Let me see.
26. Well, it says on the window OBS 26.1.
26.0.
0.0 or 0.1?
26.0.
Okay, I have 0.1, so this is an updated version. If I press ignore, warning: ignoring services limitations may result in degraded stream quality to prevent you from. Yeah, sure, whatever. No, see, it doesn't even do that. Ignore stream service settings recommendations.
Do you have stream types or? So all you see is services. It doesn't say.
Yeah, I see services and server, right? That's the only 2 drop-down things I see right now. But do I have to like press show all or something?
Well, there should have been a little option on the top with that would showed you a warning: streaming to a custom ingest as advanced functionality. Some features of Streamlab OBS may stop working as expected.
Can you print screen what you're seeing?
Yeah, sure.
Send it to me.
Why can't I find you in my list? See that middle screen?
That's nice. I like your 3-window setup. High resolution.
So if I see that part, the red that was red. If I click on that red part where it says use recommended setting, watch. I'm gonna print screen now. Change this to this screen.
Oh yeah, you have this fucking Streamlab OBS. Streamlabs. Okay, hold on. Stream. But I had Streamlabs before.
Yeah, I remember you using it.
Or is there a difference between Streamlabs and OBS elements? Streamlabs
I know
OBS.
Elements uses a lot of different other things. You could add more stuff to it.
Right. That's why you chose elements, right? But yeah, I don't have the same. No, it's completely different. I have this specific one I have on my laptop, because on my laptop I made a mistake. I downloaded the wrong one, which was this one, but I was using the other one for NDI support. Fucking A, man. Fucking A. Maybe they'll add it later. Who knows? OBS Studio?
Take a pick screen of your Streamlabs or your Stream Elements.
My Stream Elements, yeah, hold on. Show this stuff.
Hello?
Hey, what's going on, man?
What's up?
Yeah, I see there's some people that are Globerters and are talking in the chat. I was wondering if we can get them in here to talk to them.
I would love to do that. But they're scared. They're usually scared.
Yeah, I know.
Andrew, you're not a globe birther?
No, I actually been here for like 4 or 5 days. My roles just got out because of some events. But I'm a flat earther.
So you said something you shouldn't have said? Yeah, I posted it in live stream voice text too.
All right, let me see.
Has a much
So
cleaner
you're
look.
using OBS. OBS.
Yeah, it's I like this thing.
Yeah, Streamlabs is just like another. It's OBS, but with their own little screens and whatnot.
Yeah, they changed it up a little bit. Yo, Andrew, since you're kind of new here, let me ask you a couple questions, buddy.
Yeah, Miggy's 3 questions. I know them all.
No, I'm not Miggy, bro.
Oh, okay. Go on.
My questions to you is, when did you learn the Earth was flat?
Right. I guess it's not like an exact time, but somewhere about half a year ago, something like that.
So it's you're pretty fresh.
Yeah, pretty fresh.
How much people have you told that the Earth was flat?
Lots.
Did you tell your parents, your family?
My family no, because they're already too indoctrinated. I can't even explain to them that COVID is a lie. They won't even understand that. So, flat Earth is too much for them.
Too much for them. Their brain melts, right? Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Oh, that's a sad story, bro. I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, it is, unfortunately.
Right, guess what? We're all going through that shit.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
All of us are really.
That's true.
For a very long time.
True, we are. It's sad, but it's true.
Wait, oh, these guys are in voice check.
There's guys in VC. No.
Oh, yeah, they're in VC service checking them. Okay, cool. We should have them here in some minutes. I hope.
Serve the 1 a.m. He's not even. He can't even give him rolls right now.
He can't give rolls.
Yeah, you can. Hey, you got the ability to do it now, man. Lad.
Oh, I actually think yes. Wait, did he leave?
I think he went to help him out.
Oh yeah, he went on. Right. I hope they're not trollers because otherwise I won't get some fresh meat to play with. I want to play.
You could turn a troller into a flat earther, man. You just gotta be patient because they come here. Pretty much everybody thinks that this has to be a joke. So
yeah, I know. And then they're like, "Oh my god, this guy's no logical fallacies." They're calling strawman and red herring and begging the question, and they're like, "What? Okay, never mind. These guys are actually smart."
Yeah, exactly.
And they always bring up the same thing at the end of the day. If it's flat or round, who cares? Nah. Hold up, buddy. You said this argument when you realized you're losing. Hold up. I would like once to troll somebody, like act as if I'm actually a glober and like support them and then fake my awakening like mid conversation, you know. And I'm really curious what the reaction would be like. I really want to do this once. Oh, Rogue One. Wait, Rogue One has been here for some time.
Yeah, he hasn't answered.
And Godric. He's never answered. He's just trolling. I've seen him here for like days and days. Maybe he's just camping, trying to find a stupid thing we say and try to debunk it or something. Sorry, but this is not gonna happen.
I'm here.
Who said that? Was it Godric?
It's Godric.
Hey, what's going on, Godric?
I'm a flatty.
Pretty good, pretty good. How long you been in the server? Oh, not that long since.
They didn't move me to the first room or the second one.
What was that?
Am I in live stream too?
Yes, you are.
Oh, okay, cool. There's like so many people in here, but few people talk.
Oh, we got one. Brock Monkey. Hello, Brock Monkey.
Okay, hold on.
Bro Monkey, Repo. Oh, Vlachi, okay.
Yeah, okay, listen. I pulled in 3 guys in here, right? A couple of them don't want to really speak, but we got a person like Revel, and I'm going to unmute you guys so you guys control your mics properly, okay?
Hey, Vlad Godric is here also. He was actually speaking.
Who is?
Godric?
I'm here.
Oh, who's this? Are you a Globe Earther?
I'm a flatty.
Oh, yeah, if you're a flatty, then I don't have to talk to
Flatty.
you.
I didn't know you were a flatty, man.
Yeah, it's cool. If he's a flat earther, it's fine. Right, we like to talk to globe earthers right here. So we got 3. We got Bra Monkey, which he might be a troll, so everybody watch his ass. Revo and Prayaga. The 2 guys at the end, these guys are Indians. And this is what I like talking with Indian people, right? Because like if your culture knows it's flat, you know that?
Right.
Right. So your culture is very ancient. Like your religion, the Hindu people, very, very, very old religion, no?
It is, yes.
It's one of the oldest, right? But back in the past, they all knew the world was flat, right? So what changed? That's the kind of question I'm asking you. Like, what changed?
Me?
Well, Revo or Prayaga, I don't know. If you, whatever one of you want to say. Or Bra Monkey.
Hey, you they say they can't unmute their mics.
No.
Leave the group and rejoin. It might be a bug or something.
No. Bro Monkey doesn't have VC verified. I'll give him VC verified real quick.
Oh, okay.
They don't need VC verified because if you unmute them, they're fine.
So no, I think they actually do.
Yeah, they changed.
What was the question again?
Okay, give him VC verified then.
Got him.
Yo, Bra Monkey. Why do you think it's a globe? That's the question.
So when you see the sun rises in one side and sets down on the other side. So like if the earth is flat, the sun will just stay in the same point, right?
No.
It will just go around.
No.
Why not? Like what's your theory on the sun rising?
So if a plane is up in the sky, right?
Okay.
And it's flying away from you, what happens to it? Doesn't it look like it's going lower and lower the further it goes away from you? Until it hits the horizon and vanishes inside the horizon?
Well, yeah. But then if you watch the same plane from the Burj Khalifa, and if you watch the same plane from the ground level...
That's you're just changing your angular position. Yeah, but
so you can see the further away into the horizon.
Yeah, but that works on a flat plane. It doesn't work on a globe. If you understand how perspective works or what perspective is, that's how it works on a flat plane, bro.
You're saying the
vanishing point is also determined by the altitude you have, right? So if you're standing on the ground and you're 6 feet, it vanishes like your vanishing point is like lower, right? Than if you were like up in the sky 100 miles, right? If you're up in the sky 100 miles, you can see for like almost forever. Well, not forever, but you can see a lot further. Is that true or not?
Well,
if the globe was curving underneath us, right? The hump, the physical curve of the Earth would be obstructing things. And even if you go above a certain thing, there will be objects in the distance that you won't be able to see, right?
Okay, then what is your theory on
geometry?
What is your theory on like the ships, the oceans and ships?
Yeah, perspective. There's a vanishing point.
So what do you think about the vanishing point? It takes you to another place or what? Like,
what do you mean?
What do you think happens after the ship vanishes?
What do you mean? You can bring it back into Zoom if you want. If you have okay, so with your eyes, it'll vanish at like about 5 miles.
Yeah.
These are average numbers. Like, don't quote me.
Yeah, that's because of the Earth's curvature.
Right. So, no. That's what you think. But what if I take binoculars? I can bring that shit back into view, fully, even the bottom of it, which I can. This has been proven a million times. We have videos of this. Right, so it vanishes with your eyes. No, listen. In the past, this is what their argument was. This was the stupidest argument too. It's like, oh, because it's and they use their bare naked eyes, right? They're like, oh, see, it vanishes. It's going to be behind the curvature. Right.
Yeah,
So
because
wouldn't that, like, my couple questions here? Wouldn't that curvature be able to be measurable? Especially if it's that close, after 5 miles, you see the whole ship sink underneath it. Right, so we can easily measure over 5 miles, but guess what? Even if we measure that, it's perfectly flat. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I also got a question. So you're telling me I can't see a ship because of the curvature of the Earth? Cool.
Yeah.
But if you go into space and you have a flat screen in front of a camera, not a fisheye lens, a flat glass, and you look at the horizon, you see it's flat. And if you ask scientists, they'll tell you you have to go higher. Now my question to you is, why I can't see the curvature of the Earth at 130,000 feet altitude, but I can see the ships going over the horizon?
Yeah, that's because of refraction.
Yeah, well,
so it's not a physical disappearance. It's an optical illusion. That's why you don't see it.
Well, an optical illusion occurs when there is refraction, in like grade 9.
Right. So when you don't see the boat anymore, is it because physically the boat disappears, or is it because optically speaking,
because our viewing decreases? Like even though our eyes are infinity,
Right.
25 centimeters to infinity. Even though technically we can see infinity, we can't because they are too small to capture by our eyes.
Right.
But then if you use a telescope, you can see it because telescope and eyes are different. Telescope has glass and center of curvature.
Completely agree. Now my question is, how, because you just said what you just said, how does seeing boats disappear over the horizon prove the curvature of the Earth? You just said it's because of optics.
You can still see the boat, but then you need to, focus your eyes into it. Our eyes have blind spots. Our blind spots perceive our eyesight in a different way.
Let me bring this back a little bit, right? Let's start again, because we can go up into space, which is a perfect point. Which my buddy was it Andrew? Who said that?
Yeah.
Okay, Andrew. Where are you from, Andrew? Are you Romanian?
Yeah.
Okay, I can hear by the accent. I'm Russian. That's why I can tell.
Oh, makes sense. Yeah.
So, one thing we got to do is like, okay, so I didn't even finish. So you bring up a telescope, right? And you bring that shit back into view. You say, with my bare naked eye, it already went over the curvature. But then if I bring a telescope up, why is the ship back into view?
Okay, you know what? Let us leave this behind. I'm gonna tell you.
Hold on.
I'll tell you an Indian scientist who believes the Earth is flat.
Yeah, I don't want that.
I'll tell you his name.
I don't care about some scientists, bro. I have my own shit. I'm an engineer myself, bro. I don't need this shit. You know what I mean?
So you're an engineer and
electrical. Dude, most of the engineers here know it's flat, bro. Most engineers in reality know it's flat. They just can't talk about it because it will impact their work or their life. Because people think you're crazy if you think it's flat, right? It has a lot of negative connotation when you think it's flat. Like your life isn't like the same when you know it's flat. You know. That's why a lot of people don't come out.
It's like being gay and getting scared to come out as gay.
It's not that, bro. It's even worse because gays get treated well in Canada, bro. So I don't know.
Well,
gays
not in India.
Well, here's the thing: if the Earth is flat, all of politics, all of everything goes upside down. Countries, economics, science, mainstream news, everything just flips. If the Earth is flat, all of these things flip.
Well, maybe.
Yeah, that's 100%.
No, then
true,
maybe
yeah.
that's a fact.
The whole world.
So you're saying the government is controlling us?
Yeah, dude, they teach you that it's a globe from what age?
Well, one
Very
thing you
young
will
age,
see
and
is
it's the most
if
malleable
you see
age.
the
So
world
they lie
governments,
to
if you
you.
see Russia and the United States,
They are best
they both
friends.
have military disputes.
No, that's all for show. That's all political theater for the plebs of fucking the society. The people that think, like in America, they're supposed to fear Russians, and in Russia, they're supposed to fear the Americans. You know, that they do the division, but they all work together. And it's a one world government. You got to already understand that. It's been one world government, communist fucking rule for a very, very
Who
long
do you
time.
think controls it? Like Jeff Bezos or what? Who
No,
controls it?
man.
Or
That guy's a
Putin?
puppet. Those are all puppets. Those billionaires, those quote unquote billionaires on TV, those are all fucking puppets. The real people, they own the money. They don't make money, they print the fucking money. Those are the real ones. And it's a family that owns it. And they're fucking, it's a big fucking family. And you're not part of it. You know what I'm saying?
Everybody are not part of it. Also you.
No, I'm definitely not part of it. I could be if my bloodline is that way, but I don't even know. My Russian history is a little bit fucked up, right? But it doesn't even matter. Like, do you know who took over India? Right?
Mughals.
Huh?
Mughals, you know, in the previous historic time, and then the British.
Yeah, the British, right?
Yeah.
The Queen of England, and she still owns India, bro. You didn't know that?
Well,
You guys think you guys separated? No, that's again, that's all for the plebs that believe this shit. No, man, you guys still pay taxes to the Queen. Same with
I don't
Canada.
think so. We have our own government to pay
That's what
taxes.
you don't think so, but trust me, the amount of money she takes from you guys is insane.
So,
Well,
like,
I think we should just go back to the flat Earth itself.
Well, right, no, like yeah, exactly. Like you just because he already understands now. He's to the question of why would they lie? Like, why would they benefit from it? Right? Is that your question right now?
Yeah, like why would the Queen want to
Right.
take
Well,
money
that's
from
exactly
us?
what I'm answering. Is that they control your motherfucking mind, bro.
So, like, when she takes money from us, can she make the illusion seem even more better or what? How does it work?
It's not just taking money. Essentially, it's just because when they take money from you, does it make your life harder or easier?
It's the same.
It makes it harder. No, when they take your money, you don't have enough money for food, et cetera, et cetera. So these elites, these top dogs of the fucking world, they make sure that we're struggling, bro. We're the slaves, and they make sure we're enslaved because we can't get our bearings, we can't get our shit together, we can't fight back, you know. So they keep us on the bottom, man. And the way that they keep us on the bottom is by fucking feeding us lies and propaganda, educating us the wrong thing, the inversions.
So you say the internet is controlled by them.
So 100%. It's so censored like it's no tomorrow. If especially
why
if you
is
using Google, listen, Google searches back in the day. Listen. 5 years ago, you can Google what is the curvature rate of Earth, and it would give you the formula right away, right? And then when the flat earthers came out and started fucking smashing everything, we literally destroyed everything that came at us, right? You can't even Google what's the curvature of Earth anymore. They will never give you the actual rate, the 8 inches per mile squared. They won't even give it to you now.
Wait, let me just search it.
Search it. What's the curvature of Earth?
Using Pythagorean theorem, the cat 7.98 inches per square mile, or approximately 8 inches per square mile.
Right.
So yeah, like the moment I searched it up, the Google literally
Show me that screen. Show me exactly what you print me that, because I've had a guy do this just like recently. Like, swear to God, like maybe a couple of weeks ago, a guy did the exact same thing and he was getting a completely different result, because the result you just got, like the 8 inches per mile squared, I used to get that back in the past.
This is what I got.
Where it's in live stream voice text?
Live stream voice text, yeah.
Let me see that.
Hey guys, where can I post a picture? I want to show him a picture of distant streetlights.
Live stream voice text too, right?
He didn't post a picture. He posted.
Yeah, I want you to print screen.
Yeah, that thing does not work in my computer. I can't do that.
What do you mean it doesn't work on the computer?
I'm using a different version. Like, I can't take a screenshot.
What version are you using?
like Windows 10 Indian version.
Yeah, you can press the print screen button. It should work.
Nope, it does not. How do I take a screenshot? It does not work.
Okay, listen. You press print screen.
Yeah, it is right, lad. It does come up straight away if you Google it now again.
What?
About the Earth, the 8 inches per mile, the curve thing.
Listen. Okay, hold on. Print screen, but you have to go to Paint and then paste in Paint.
Oh, okay. So I should like print screen.
You press the button, right? It gives you a copy of the screen. Then you go into Paint, and then go to Paint and Control Paste.
You can even paste it on the voice text. You can actually even print it in the voice text. Actually,
it works like that. I didn't even know that. Let me try.
Does not work. Like no keys work.
It works. Listen. You press the print screen button, and then you right-click paste into the chat. See what I just did?
Windows key print screen. Okay.
Your print screen window keys doesn't work.
Well, like it does not work in my OS.
Well, I'm using Windows 10. Yeah, works for me fine. I don't know what you're talking about.
Hey guys,
well, like I'm using the Indian version, so like in India, things are different. Indian government controls this.
Yeah, obviously.
Can somebody give me permission to post a picture in live stream too? It says locked. I can text, but I can't post a picture.
Really? Are you VC?
I think he needs a
Wait, I'll give you the link. I can give you the link though.
Yeah, give me the link. Give somebody any mod in here. We got a mod. Yo, sup? Yo, Brad, you there, Brad? Can you give God Rick Flat Earth roll, please? If you're there, Brad.
I'm gonna post a picture of streetlights and I'm gonna ask him a question.
That's crazy. I like that they put squared in brackets. That is awesome. See, they left out the squared but whatever. No, this is a good one. I like what you just found, right? So every mile, it would dip 8 inches, right?
Yeah, it would.
It would, because you read it on Google, it must, right? But guess what? We take high-powered lasers over 30 miles and we can't measure curvature. It's perfectly flat. It's parallel with the laser the whole way. Over 30 miles, we've done this. You want to see the paper? You want to see the engineering paper?
Yeah.
Here, I'll post it right now for you. Oh, Chris.
Wait, like one of my friend also wants to like add in something, like he's messaging me.
Yeah, Chris, it was him, yeah.
Like, can I tell you his at or something? I don't know.
Hold on. Here. No, it's I gotta pull up the link. So it's links FE core, I think. Oh, shit. Links FE core. Yeah. Did you see the link I just posted or no?
Yeah.
Well, that's the goal there. That's a huge PDF file. These guys did an observation. Right, so they did it a really good way, right? They didn't just do one measurement over 30 miles.
It's 121 slides.
Yeah, it's slides. So it's not like text. It's a lot of images, diagrams, gives you tolerance errors like temperature, where they did it, et cetera, et cetera. But what's really good about this thing is that they did it 3 shots. They did 3 shots. No, listen. They did 3 shots. They did the first one. They did, I think, was it like 6 miles? Then they did 12 miles, and they did 30 miles. But they panned the laser. They kept it on a swivel. It's a really good swivel, right? So they had it perfectly level, shooting the first target. Then they panned it, shot a second target, and then they shot so they had 3 points from the same spot.
Well, that was probably a low-lying area, like sea. There's a seashore, and then
no, this is on over water, bro. What are you talking about? This is all over water.
Live free or die. One of the states has that on their license plate.
I agree with that, though. Live free.
I agree with that.
Okay, so you're saying, but then like, see, the sea is not at a perfect level all the time.
Yeah, but you tell me water's not level.
No, because like
this is over a lake. Listen. This is not. Listen.
Place. If you see the Mariana Trench, it's the deepest point on the Earth. But then if you see the Atlantic Ocean or the Pacific Ocean,
yeah, but we're not measuring the bottom of it. We're measuring the top, the surface of it, the top, because it's level.
As the bottom is lower, the sea level is also lower. As the bottom is higher, the sea level is also higher.
It doesn't matter. We're talking about the curvature of it. Because if it's supposed to be curved, like, have you ever seen the globe Earth? Is the water curving or not on the globe Earth, bro? That's the question for you. Is the water curving or not?
Which we are shown in the
no. Don't answer a question with a question. Or I'm asking you a question right now. Is the water on your globe ball curving or is it not?
Okay, so like if you wanna like know
it's a yes or no question. It's a yes, it's curving, or no, it's not curving.
Yeah, ask Dakshin, like Prayaga Dakshin. He has a degree in physics.
Hey, dude, I have a PhD physicist that comes here. He's Dr. Phil, and I destroy him every fucking time he comes in here. Literally, he has nothing that he can't argue against me. This is a PhD professor that he teaches kids in school. Fuck. You're gonna talk about some other buddy. I told you I'm an engineer myself. Like, what the fuck? Is that going through your fucking head or what?
He's an undergraduate, so like he must have something or the other. Just ask Dakshin. Like he's in the.
My question to you was: is the water on your ball curving or not?
Water might not be curving because
it's not curving. It never curves. We've never seen it curve. Do you know why? If you look out into the ocean or into the sea and you're looking at the horizon, right? You see the whole line flat, no curve. Your peripheral vision does not curve. Does it?
Because like see,
It's a
water
great point.
has the property of reflection.
Vlad makes a great point. Water is never curving. You're right. 70% of Earth is water. If water is never curving, that means it's 70% of the Earth is flat.
100%. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Lesser degree of curvature compared to what they're saying in the internet because of two reasons. Number one, the depth of water is different in different cases.
Doesn't matter. That's an irrelevant point. First of all, that's an irrelevant point.
No.
The
and
first
then
point
you do
is
not have a
completely
difference
irrelevant.
flat point.
No, that's a lie. That's an obfuscation. That's a lie. That's a straight up lie. It's bullshit. No. How does the depth of a fucking glass determine the surface of it?
No. Let me make one point clear.
If I have a deeper glass, you're gonna tell me it's gonna curve less or more?
No, you don't have a flat surface for reference. That's what I'm saying. Like in the middle of ocean, in the middle of nowhere, you only see ships, and all you see is water everywhere. You don't have a flat surface to see if the ocean is really flat. There will be some curvature. I mean, some change of curvature.
Are you crazy? Okay, so what if I tell you your peripheral visions, right? You're looking out into the sea, right? Your limit is maybe 5 miles, but your peripherals you can go from left to right is about 50. Do you know that? You can see a lot more than you think, right? So if you tell me, okay, listen. If you're telling me a ship is already after 5 miles is already going over the curvature, we should already see it for fucking 50 miles. Should we not?
Yeah, you can see a small curvature if you go to a place where
listen, this is how contradictory you are. You're contradicting yourself every step of the way now. You told me in the beginning that you see ships going over the horizon, right? And your eye limit is about 5 miles, right? Did you not say that? 5 miles. So after 5 miles, the whole ship disappears. They say the whole fucking ship. Listen. Did you not agree? It's a yes or no again. Did you not say that in the beginning?
I might have said.
You might have said no. You said that you can. This is being recorded, by the way, right?
Okay, send me
and it's live streamed, so you shouldn't fucking lie on this live stream.
Send me the recording.
Somebody post a live stream for him, please. Or go on YouTube. Say 24/7 live. It's on YouTube right now. 24/7 live. I'm playing World of Warcraft right now. Hold on. After I kill this thing, I'll post it for you. No problem. But I got fucking time. If one of my friends here wants to do it for me, please do it. Yeah, it's actually multiple channels are being streamed, not just on YouTube. It's like multiple platforms, multiple different streamers.
Can I ask him a question, Monkey?
But you can already see he's intellectually dishonest. You already caught him.
He's just having a little bit of cocktails. It's all right.
I don't know, but
Monkey, how does the bottom of the ocean determine the surface of the water? Can you explain that to us, please?
I guess it's because of water pressure.
No, wrong.
Did you say pressure?
Yeah, water pressure.
Yeah, when the Earth is round, there is some pressure created between hot pockets.
So
And
if the bottom of the ocean is not flat, that makes the water not flat on top. Is that what you're saying?
What? Can you repeat?
You're saying the bottom of the ocean has to do with the flatness of the water on top. Can you explain that, please? Elaborate.
Well, I'm not a scientist, but I'm just speaking with facts and
I'm not a scientist, but I'm speaking with facts. No, that's not facts and that's not logic.
You're speaking with facts, bro. Just no, but explain to me so if the bottom of the ocean is flat, then the water is flat, and then the bottom of the ocean is round, then it's round. Is that what you're saying? The top of the water?
But why do you have to defend this? Like this is a question for you. Why are you defending this when you realize that there's problems with their shit?
I think I understood his point where whatever's in the bottom of the ocean does not detect the shape of the water. Did you understand that?
Well, he knows that. He just doesn't want to admit to it.
I think he's listening to the live stream, trying to go back to what he said.
He's probably going to do that. He's one of those. He's a tricky one. Don't call him a scammer. He's going to get offended. Last time I called an Indian scammer, he fucking got real offended. Funny.
I want to ask him a question now, Brown Monkey. You said that if the Earth was flat, the sun would stay at one point. Can you explain that?
Oh, you're good. You've been listening the whole time, eh? That's a stupid point too.
I mean, there is something about the mainland Indian culture that they are quite clever. I'm half Indian ethnically, right? So, but I've never been to the mainland. I grew up in Southeast Asia. But the mainland Indians, I think there's a cultural habit of being articulate, but sometimes they're just not honest. Like, honestly, they'll just twist and turn and make up stuff because they're good with language, but you can tell that they're just not really being straightforward. It's a problem I faced when I was in Southeast Asia as well. You
gotta speak to them face to face because their body and language always tells you the truth.
Yes, 100%. Like Tamil
I think that they don't
Indian people, they all have the same kind of culture. Yes.
I think they don't want to lose and they don't want to be wrong, so it ends up being like ego.
Well, it's an intellectual thing for them, right? They're known to be as smart people. Like Chinese people are good at math, Indian people are also good at math, et cetera, right? So it's a pride thing for them, right?
It's not only that, it's like the way we're defining our egos and ourselves. We always define these things based on the past, based on our positions, stances, the things we believed in. If you live 50 years of age and you're a fundamental Christian and suddenly you realize it was full of BS, it's pretty hard for you to change your mind because that basically means your entire life has been a lie.
There you go.
Yeah. I mean,
that's a big problem.
Yeah, the cognition is one thing, of course, the cognitive dissonance, but I mean, ethnically as well, culturally, it's also you're going to face that issue. I mean, that's just, you can call it racist or whatever, but that's just the way it is.
I'm not racist at all, man. See that Those lefty kids will call you racist, but in reality, they don't even know what racism is, bro. That shit barely even exists. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It
When you live in
barely
Asia, you know
exists.
what
That's the
racism
thing.
really
It
is.
barely exists. They keep on telling us we're all racist. We're not.
No,
Not at
we're
all.
not. No, it barely exists. Like there are some real racists. I've met them.
It's not real at all, is it?
No, it barely exists. That's why I say barely.
Right there.
Right.
Things are fucking racist.
Right, but it barely exists.
I mean, in the West, like really, it's totally different. Because if you look at Asia, that Asia can be really racist. Like you've got Japanese not liking Koreans, Chinese not liking Japanese, and then like Indians from Southeast Asia not liking mainlanders, and Chinese in Singapore not liking Chinese from China. It's just a total mess compared to the idea of Western egalitarianism. So the leftism, not to say that racism doesn't exist in the West, but you want to see some hardcore racism travel around the world. But that's a side point, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, Jason, you were saying?
Oh, it's all right. It's all right. I shouldn't have opened my mouth with it. It weren't my conversation. It's just something I was reading last night about the just about these fundamentalist Christians. Like, not picking on Christians. It's just something I was reading. They're really, some of them are really bad. Like when it comes down to if you're not white, they won't like you. You know. I was quite shocked actually by this video I saw of this guy talking, because I didn't realise they were that radical, some of them.
Yeah, some of them really don't like the skin color thing.
It's a very strange. Well, yeah, they've got to be in their body about Jews, and
yeah, the Jews are something different.
Yeah, but this guy just specifically described himself as if you weren't European and white, you weren't you weren't one of God's chosen people, which I thought was quite a bit of a far out thing to say, really.
It's all far out.
Yeah, well, just see that. So then that's the other extreme, right? Where these are people that whatever other they take the scriptures and then they just distort it to whatever. So the original chosen people were the Hebrews, and then after Jesus Christ died for our sins, he broke down the dividing wall between Jew and Gentile. So you have also these people that obviously will, of all kinds, that will distort the scriptures. So to even call him Christian, I would say is probably
excuse my ignorance.
Not appropriate.
Did you say it was the original? The original
chosen people.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Hebrews. That means in the Bible is usually referred to in the Old Testament as the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. So what they call the patriarchs is the time of Abraham, and before that Enoch, Noah. But say Enoch, Noah, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob. Jacob was renamed Israel, and the people that came out of Egypt were the tribes of Jacob or Israel, generally called the Hebrews. Yeah.
Right. Am I right? They came from Judea. Or am I wrong there?
Judea was later on because
it's really bad. I'm trying to learn a bit more.
Yeah, the Jews of Judea came later because there was a civil war between the different tribes, and generally it was the Judeans, that means the tribe of Judah, and one or two others that retained, so to speak, their standing in a sense, because all the other tribes sort of went wayward. So the diaspora happened after the kingdom of David and Solomon fell. That's what I know anyway. Yeah.
Right.
So then later on as well, the current nation of Israel and so on that's another story, because they may not be the original Hebrews, because you have Hasidic, you have Ashkenazi, you have Sephardic and all that. So yeah.
So then who knows who fucking is who? Because Who said the God's chosen people, you know? Who said that shit? Was it God who came down and said that? No.
Well, it's
a whole bunch of bullshit. It's all bullshit anyway, so.
It's written in their holy book, innit? But they wrote it themselves, apparently.
Well, there you go. Like,
you know what I mean?
Well, that's exactly what it is. That's what I'm saying. Plus the translations over the years, like, buddy, how many translations of this book was there? Like, I'm talking, like, if you go back into like the original scripture where nobody can even understand what it is, that's the original shit. But that's not even written by like men. You could say it was written by somebody else.
Vlad, you said two things.
I mean, chosen people.
Go on, carry on, man.
Chosen people. Sorry, I wanted to mention. I mean, chosen people is obviously a very widely abused term nowadays because, you know, like, let's say the government of Israel claims to be part of the chosen people. That's very different from the promise or covenant that God made to Abraham and Abraham's seed. So technically, there's seed of Abraham that is not the Hebrews, because Abraham, for example, goes through Ishmael, his other son, not Isaac, because Abraham had Isaac and Ishmael. So you have to look at the different covenants and the different people. So just somebody just walking around saying, yeah, I'm the chosen one, also doesn't mean anything after Jesus, because, well, does not necessarily mean something after Jesus, because then in the New Testament, if you reject Jesus, then that's pointless. You remove yourself from being the chosen. So there's a lot of intricacies to it. So yeah, the term chosen people is a bit abused nowadays. You have to look at the scriptures more in depth.
Well, that's what I'm saying. And again, back to the scriptures being more in depth, the amount of translations, whatever. You got to talk to my friend Godswan. He knows all this shit.
Godswan's full of shit.
No, man, he knows what he's on point.
He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
He actually knows a lot more than most of you guys know. This how he's so far out in depth with this shit, like numerology and the decoding of the books. You guys have a hard time understanding him, but he's on point with everything.
I don't have a hard time understanding him. I don't agree in the fact that he's a plagiarist.
He's a what?
He's a plagiarist.
What do you mean a plagiarist? What's a plagiarist? Plagiarist?
He steals other people's ideas.
Plagiarism. Godswan never stole anybody's idea, I never thought. If anything, he's just doing a lot of research on numerology and decoding of the sacred geometry and all that stuff. Do you know who I'm talking about? Gold Swan? He used to be Godswan. You must be mistaken, because Godswan's the nicest guy I've ever talked to, bro. He never, like, plagiarized shit.
Me and him don't get on.
Yeah, you don't get on. What's your horoscope? Don't tell me you're a Sagittarius.
Nope.
What are you?
I'm a Scorpio.
Oh, that's close enough, man. Scorpio comes before Sagittarius. Or is it after?
Do you think that I do actually listen to people, pay attention? And when I hear people constantly contradicting themselves and basically...
He doesn't contradict himself. He comes full circle, that's the thing. But you get, like, it's hard to understand if you don't understand numerology the way he understands numerology and the way he decodes it. It just comes full circle, because it always comes full circle. But that's not here or there. What I'm trying to get to the point at is the original book. Nobody can translate it. No, they've tried. It's impossible.
Okay, I'm gonna try and explain something to you, which I've been trying to work through in my head, right? And I'm just gonna try and quickly explain it to you. Gosswan said to me about the Bible is exactly the word of God as it was meant to be, as it was first written, right? And it hasn't changed its content or meaning one single piece in the whole time, right?
Well, is he talking about the translations and stuff?
He's talking about all of it, right? So it's translated from Hebrew into, into various languages, and I was coming from the point of view as I think that it's impossible for something to be, copied and distributed so much through the times without it being altered slightly, at least a small amount. Now, the more I looked into it, the more I found out that it's not what it seems at all. But for me to say anything more to you, it pivots on one thing really, and this is the crux of it: Freemasonry.
Right.
Right. Now, would you agree with me if I said to you, if Freemasons are involved in anything, right, you can basically write it off as a pile of BS. For example,
technically, but not 100.
Dinosaurs were invented by.
I know where you're going with this. Yes.
Right. The Rosetta Stone was found by Freemasons, right?
Right.
King James Bible, which is
the
Freemasonry Bible.
It's a half and half, bro.
Was written by King James. He was a Freemason.
That's why they do truth in plain sight.
Yeah.
These guys, that's what the Freemasons do, right?
I think they're lying to you through the Bible, mate. This is what I'm.
No, that's 100%. I agree with you there too. That's why I tell but I don't like to bring it up because there's a lot of believers in the Bible in this channel, right? So it always stirs up too much shit. That's why I don't like to bring it up that much.
Yeah.
But like that, the only thing I bring up, it's been translated by men. Okay, hold on. It's been translated by men multiple times over multiple generations. So you're gonna tell me it's always the same? No, bro. It's
what I will say is
manipulated.
look at the Hebrew and Greek versions as well. Definitely. I mean, for me, that was very important because the King James version is quite difficult. But then there's also additional English versions that I don't really like normally, except for maybe one other one. But the most insight is when you actually try and read the original Hebrew. And Flat Earth helped with that, about the rakia, which is the firmament, and the waters. Then in Greek, for example, Greek describes love in many different ways. So when Jesus says love your neighbor, in Greek there are many different kinds of love. There's philia, agape, erotic love. There's all kinds of stuff. So it's very different. To just use the English version and just run with it. That's all I'll say on that.
Because I think there's some bits in the Bible that not only do they not sit right with me, I think they're worrying to an extent that they might be potentially dangerous for certain people. Do you see what I mean? People who are taking it more literally. I mean, I haven't got a problem with anybody's religion. I don't agree with organised religions myself, but if you're religious, that's up to you, isn't it? Your own beliefs. But I'm worried that people are reading into it too literally, and they're going to miss stuff in the real world, if you know what I mean. It's like the more I looked into it, the more I found the Bible was written in the 17th century. How can that be?
Right.
Yeah, Jason. I mean, we can chat about it more in biblical VC at a later time. I just wanted to ask Vlad. Bro Monkey is back. He's asking. I think he got disconnected accidentally, so he wants back in.
Oh yeah, sure. Yo, you there, Bro Monkey? I just unmuted you. I can VC verify this guy. You're no problem. Don't fucking troll. See, some people I can change the roles, but some people I cannot change the role. What the hell is going on?
Excuse me.
Yo, Bro Monkey, I unmuted you if you want to talk. But who else do we have? We have the other guys. The Revo, you guys are there? Revo, I unmuted you. Mic check, mic check.
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
I know. I'm trying to get these guys, but these guys they get too much for them, I think.
You're here, man. Hey, Joshi, you still here?
Yeah, they say they're talking, but we can't hear them. Weird.
Brown monkey.
Brown monkey and
Monkey's-
Rainbow.
Brown monkey's VC verify went away. What
I
happened?
believe he'll come back in again because that keeps happening to me.
Yeah, he got disconnected. He said Brown monkey said he got disconnected. So maybe
Somebody give him VC verified again, because I don't know, I don't see the roles. Like I can change roles for some.
No, you have to type in. You have to type it in. Yeah, type an exclamation verify in the username, or copy the ID.
Oh, bro, you should be able to talk now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Yep.
sir. Got any questions, bro?
Somebody kicked him?
No, he's still there.
You guys are the biggest scammers in the history of this world. Get the fuck out of the internet.
What did he say?
Oh, that's disappointing.
What did he say?
Just some insults and
Well, no, I didn't. It was so muffled and like heavy accented that I really didn't understand what he said. I wanted to understand the insult. I really wanted to.
well, the last sentence was get the F off the internet. So I think you got to cock this in, man, because
He got S banned by Chris.
Yeah, he got banned already. It's okay. Like, bro, this is not these plebs. Like they don't understand that it's irrelevant what they do. It's like did they get the cock diss in this guy's head is probably so severe right now that his whole world's collapsing. That's why he reacted that way. So it is what it is.
that was so fast though. Like he came back and then he just annihilated himself. That's bizarre.
Yeah, well, because he was proven that he was wrong, and then I called him out to be a liar, and then that hey, we're streaming your lies. So he went to check it out. He got caught, and now he's upset. Oh, but he's gonna go to YouTube and listen to us. That's what they do.
I think I caught him when I told him when he said the bottom of the ocean determines the top of the surface of the water. I think I caught him with that.
Yeah, he definitely.
Okay,
You want to try talking to Revo?
Yeah, Revo was cool. No, Revo wasn't his friend. Revo's not his friend. I don't think so.
Revo says he can't talk. He
Yeah, we're gonna verify it. It's called verify space at Revo. What?
Yeah, it don't show up. The when they're not verified, they don't show up. Just type it in.
What do you mean? Type in his name?
Yeah,
at Revo.
At Revo. Yeah, you should be able to do
This
if you can't get it that way, just copy his ID and paste it in.
How do I copy? I right click his name, copy ID. Man, why did he do that? He could fix it better, but whatever. Yo, Revo, you can talk now. Mike, check yourself. Mike, check yourself before you wreck yourself. Ha 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 ha.
Check.
Oh, there you go. You're good.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'm still in this process of figuring out what exactly is happening. Do you know Kyrie Irving, the basketball player?
Yeah. Kyrie Irving said it was flat. Steve Curry said it was flat. A whole bunch of athletes are going to tell you it's flat. Yeah.
Exactly. So that was what made me interested to think about this. And I came across the server and I was just going through all these other channels. I was most interested in knowing time zones and seasons. So I was just reading those channels before you unmuted me right now. And I'm just thinking about this. It seems interesting to me because all my life I've thought about the earth is round.
Right. Let's go to a simple thing. Let's go to a very simple thing. Do you think light travels infinitely? No, it doesn't.
It cannot travel infinitely.
It doesn't. Yeah, exactly. It attenuates throughout the atmosphere, throughout the medium it travels through. Right? Okay, now.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen diverging rays of sunlight?
Yeah.
Do you know what diverging rays are?
Yeah.
Right. But how is that angle, that diverging angle, is possible if the sun is 93 million miles away? And how is it possible for 93 million miles to bring the light towards us? Right, it's not. All this shit is bullshit that they tell. So here's how the actual thing works. The sun is close and local to us, right? That's why it gets hotter at noon. You physically feel it get hotter at noon because the sun is above you, it's closest to you. And then as it's rotating around above us, right, it'll move away. So how do you get the seasons? Well, at a certain point, it moves between the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn, which are the lines that you see on your globe, but those lines are also on the flat Earth map, right? They're just circles. They're just represented in a different way. I think the Capricorn is bigger and Cancer is the smaller one in the middle, right? So the closer the sun is, as it's rotating, it's spiraling closer in when it hits summer, and then it spirals outwards and hits Capricorn when it's winter.
Oh, wait. So you're saying that the Earth is stationary and then the sun...
100% stationary Earth, yes. Do you know how we know it's stationary?
Yeah. What do you mean?
Wow.
So, so the entire theory of the the space-time fabric is wrong. Einstein is wrong.
100%. That's all bullshit. That's all garbage.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, man. You didn't know that? That's still a theory. They say it's still, even the physicists still say it's a fucking theory. Theory of relativity, theory, and theory is not fact.
Okay.
And his version of theory is even worse. It's not electronic theory where like you're dealing with percentage errors and like the resistor's like 999 ohms, not 1,000 ohms, but it's represented as 1,000 ohms on paper, and then that's paper's theory, and all the fucking electronic components you're writing as theory on paper, but then when you put it into practical, when you put it up into a lab, you'll get a little bit of variation, which is like if you're under 5% tolerance error, you're pretty accurate, right? That's a different type of theory. When you're looking at fucking Einstein's theory, that theory is just garbage. It's called pseudoscience. It's never been proven. It's never been tested in a lab.
Okay, wait. Then, what about the core of the Earth? How does
there is no core? The deepest we've ever dug, you can look at this up, was the Russians. They dug only 8 miles, and they couldn't penetrate the thing that they hit. The bit wouldn't work anymore.
What about volcanoes then?
What about volcanoes? I don't know. Go inside it. Go probe a volcano. Let's see how far you'll get. Nobody's ever done it. That's what I'm saying. Okay, so the core of the Earth and the ball sphere model, that's just a speculation. They think it's that, but it's not. Because first of all, it's not a ball; it's flat, right? So.
No, wait. Where does the lava come from?
Yeah, that was funny. I think this. You remind me of this guy, right? I was at work, and I told him that the Earth was flat, and I explained to him blah blah blah. And the only thing that he could only fucking tell me is, where does lava come from? And that was more than enough for him to keep it a globe. I don't know where fucking lava. Where does oil come from? Where does water come from? Where does anything fucking come from? Tell me, please.
Water comes from taps.
I mean, fuck. I mean, that's tap water, but I'm talking about water. Where does water come from? It comes from the sky. It's falling from the fucking sky, bro.
Yeah. No, wait. My question is, lava is something of much higher temperature. It can.
Some people say not from old mining.
You know what I think? You know what my prediction is for lava? Okay, so we're inside a bubble, right? And it's called the firmament, right? It's as above, so below. And this is in your scriptures. You're Hindu. You're an Indian guy. You should know this. There's a thing called above and below. The firmament above, and then it has to be below something, right? So the Earth is the land that we're walking on is like in the middle of all of this shit, right? All that Earth is putting a lot of pressure on the bottom of the glass or the bottom of the, right? And that I don't know what that glass is made of, but it must be some kind of crazy energy because it's melting the fucking rock that's sitting on it, and the rock is pouring out from underneath us. That's speculation. Don't quote me on it. That's what my assumptions are.
The main thing is that
all this seems. Oh yeah. Okay. So I'm still.
Revo, sorry, one moment, Revo.
Yeah.
The main thing is that the fact that there's lava doesn't mean that it's a globe.
Exactly.
Just that there's water underneath, there's lava underneath, and Brad mentioned we've only drilled a certain level, so it's not proof of globe one way or another.
Wait, then what's on the other side?
Who knows? We've never been there. That's what we're saying. We don't know. We have an easy answer for a lot of this shit. We don't know because nobody's been there. Okay.
Wait. I'm confused. How Wait. Can you explain space? How exactly?
Who's been in space?
NASA.
Do you think so? Are you sure? Are you sure about that? Can you show me a video that shows them they're in space?
Damn. Okay.
Because I can show you a whole bunch of videos that it's all CGI fakery.
So the thing is, how can you validate that they say they are what they tell you they're in?
Right. You're just taking the word for it, right? And you're believing the little videos that they send you. Garbage videos. They're all fucking garbage, and there's a lot of flaws in them. And there's a lot of fucking ropes that these guys that are on, they're hanging on ropes, and the rope snap, or the other guy holds the other guy by the rope because the other guy's fucking tilting the wrong way. You know what I mean? They're on strings, right? And there's a green screen behind them.
Let me say it. We have to have a lot of faith in NASA to tell us what the Earth looks like from space because we can't go there ourselves.
Yeah, makes sense.
Right, so we have an easy answer for a lot of this. It's called I don't know because nobody's ever been there or nobody's ever proven any of this.
Wait, so you're telling that becoming an astronaut is a lie?
The Freemasons. Don't you think Freemasons lie?
Become astronauts are Freemasons, man.
All of them are Freemasons, bro. They give you they do all the devil worship signs and all that shit right on TV. But the general public doesn't understand what they're doing. Right? They're literally casting curses on the public, and they don't even know that. They're all witches and shit. They're all fucked up like that. They do the dark magic.
So, yeah, I'm very new to this, so I'm just learning. So
I know. It's gonna be a lot, buddy. This doesn't take one day.
Yeah, it's a lot to take in.
Yeah, this doesn't. Buddy, when I figured out it was flat, as soon as I realized it was flat, I'm like, holy fuck, that's just the beginning. Then it goes deeper and deeper. I'm talking, and then you still get cognitive dissonance. Like when you first figure it out that it's flat, you're still cog-dissing, and you're like, maybe it could be a sphere. But when you look at the evidence and all the things that you've researched, you're like, no, there's no fucking way it's a sphere. And then when you go do observations outside, because once you realize it's flat, you have to go look at the sun and how the sun moves. You got to look at Polaris and the stars. You got to see how because if the ground is flat, what's above us, right? Because they're lying, you know they're fucking lying. So the only person that can figure it out is yourself. Right? So it's all up to you now, buddy. We just give you like the kickstart. We just show you where to go. You know what I mean? The rest is up to you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm open to just reading, going through this channel, just going through.
There's more. It's not just this channel. We have websites. We have fucking resources out the ass, like thousands. It's just so much to tell you right at once. So we try and keep this like a more of a casual. Well, I try to keep it as a casual conversation, right?
Vladimir, can you direct him to the live stream voice text? Was it 59 minutes past the hour? I posted 2 videos. Okay, one's to do with the 5 scientific experiments that prove Earth's not moving, and then the Coriolis challenge, $20,000 marine challenge to prove that the Earth is spinning, so he can make money if he can do it. Okay, 2 videos.
Right, Revel, you're on live stream voice text too.
2, yes, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm asking him, Jim. Thank you, Jim. See, our friend Jim just posted some very good evidence if you want to look into this too, right? And then there's people that are coming out that there were flat earthers for a very long time. They were there were actually more flat earthers like maybe 100 years ago than now. 100 years ago, there was like way, like the majority of the people were flat earthers. right? It's just the indoctrination is so fast, like the generations. You can indoctrinate people within 100 years, right? So if you can wipe out like people like you can start an educational process, right? And within 100 years, the people that knew better died off, and then the people that were stuck in the educational system, right? They keep pushing on that information to the rest of the public. And that's what we're in right now. We're in that information of where everything's a lie, and you're talking to the people that pretty much know that there's something going on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I also posted the Robert Simmons video as well, explaining how he makes the globe that we see in the textbooks and on the internet, right? That's there as well. NASA CGI brainwashing video. It's there, 5 minutes long. That's all that is. Watch it later on. All this stuff we're posting for you to look at, you can look at later, not now, later on when you're relaxing. Take your time and look at the information that you're given. Nothing's made up here. Not making up anything. Everything's real. Real truth. Things you can prove for yourself. We just take the time to think rationally.
Sure. I'll just go.
I have a question for him. I have a question for the guy. Is he there?
Go on.
Hey, do you know that the internet and the social media are censored? Do you know that or no?
Yeah, I do know that.
Okay, so like, why would they censor them? Why would they do that?
To hide information.
Like, if I went to say, hey, I'm hanging out with Bigfoot at my house, like why is that okay? You know what I mean?
I don't know how to answer that. That doesn't make sense. I don't know.
Right. So, like he's trying to explain, they've always had, aliens and Bigfoot, Loch Ness Monster, all these other things. But as soon as Flat Earth guy actually got some attention in 2015 and so, it started going really rapidly growing. No, that wasn't okay. They had to start censoring and saying it's not okay to think that the Earth is flat. YouTube has a blog saying that their algorithm will not, it's now modified to not promote or recommend, flat Earth videos or whatever. They just want to give authoritarian stuff.
It's like parse out. You know what parsing means? I know you know, Barrico, you know what parsing is, right? Yeah. Right. So when they code their crawler or whatever, the search engine, right? All they got to do is parse out those words, right? Like or like they'll build a library of words, and then as soon as the parser sees it, it's like, oh no, or if you like make a video and it has a certain word like flat Earth in it, the parser will see it and no, it'll like avoid it or like. You know what I mean? So you won't be able to find this shit if you're trying to look for it. They censor you, man. They're censoring us. Why would they want to censor us? Why aren't they censoring unicorns? Why aren't they censoring like all this other stupid shit?
Wait, so okay,
why is the government censoring us like us?
Could you give me a second?
Yeah.
So I just what do you call it? I got into university and I'm headed to a different country and I'm taking physics with computer engineering and I'm questioning my decision because whatever we're going to learn is obviously going to be against everything here.
No, not everything, bro. It's half and half. So, dude, I did electrical engineering, right? The math is correct, right? A lot of the stuff that they use, especially if you do computer engineering, electrical engineering, that stuff is fine. It's when you're getting into like physics is like the pseudoscience shit. It's like theoretical stuff, fucking black holes and like fucking, all kinds of stupid shit. That's all garbage.
Depends.
Right?
Yeah, it depends a lot because you have theoretical physics, and then you have experimental physics, and then you have theoretical astrophysics. So you have to be very careful about, physics is a very wide discipline, and we're not saying that all of physics is rubbish. It's just that certain ones, like astronomy, cosmology, space spectroscopy, all that. Basically, the most important questions related to who we are, where we come from, where we're going, and where we live. When you look into it, this is where the pseudoscience, theoretical astrophysics comes out, shows its ugly head, and shows how bad it is. But if you're looking at other things, like let's say experimental quantum physics or something, then yes, you may see something that's more genuine.
Listen, you want real good advice? Since I kind of can figure out you're an Indian kid with a family that's pretty much well off, right? What you gotta do, is you gotta, if you're gonna go to university, because your parents probably want you to go to university, right? I would take a course in economics and become a banker or some shit, or learn how the financial system works, right? And then invest money, or take that money that you're gonna invest into this university, right? And just invest it into something else that makes you money in the future, right? Why do you have to go waste time on dumb? Good education is dumb education.
It has been my dream to become an engineer for NASA since like 3 years old.
Get out of here. Well, dude, okay, we can show you the dumbest engineers in NASA that you'll never even want to associate with those people, bro. There's a bunch of them.
Okay, wait. Wait, 1 minute. So what I'm trying to say is that there are millions of kids like me out there,
right?
Compared to the number of people who believe that the Earth is flat. So I mean,
no, not really, not a million, but yeah, most of the ones that are indoctrinated, sure.
No, but I'm not talking about just the kids, but just even people in general who believe that the Earth is round, more than the number of people who believe the Earth is flat.
Not really.
Wait. So what I'm trying to say is that this flat Earth revelation is going to take a lot of time to assimilate into the general public. How do you think you're going to do that?
No, it's been flat. People knew it was flat in the past, and now the lies are coming out. More and more people know it's flat now, bro. What are you talking about? A lot of people are just afraid of coming out because they don't want to get ostracized or fucking by their friends. It's actually a hard position to be in because a lot of people will think you're crazy. It's like being a right person in a group of lefties. The lefties are a bunch of fucking idiots, right? But they're gonna make fun of you because you're on the right side because you're not with them. It's exactly how it is when you're a flat earther. You're in the right because it's 100% true what you're saying, but the rest of the world thinks you're stupid.
I wouldn't want to work for NASA. I wouldn't want to work for NASA because they haven't done anything for humanity. All the 62 years that NASA has been alive, they've just lied and taken the taxpayers' money and made a fool of everybody out there. They've done nothing good. Nothing.
Absolutely nothing. If I were you, like I said, I would take that money that you want to invest into this physics course or whatever, say, fuck that shit. Invest that money into something that will make you more money in the future, right? 1 and 2, go on the internet and learn how to do physics or electronics on the internet. Open up a book and learn how resistors work, capacitors, transistors, all that, inductors, and then learn how to build your own circuitry. All that can be done by yourself in less than a year compared to like a 4-year course or 4-year fucking courses in university. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I have an idea.
What do you have an idea?
So the thing is, I don't restrict myself to a certain book or a certain curriculum. So my
speak a little louder, you're muffling yourself.
Oh wait, no, it's 4:15 a.m. and people are sleeping.
Okay.
I can't really shout, so okay. So I've been committing myself to research, so I don't mind exploring this field of flat Earth and looking more into it. But until now, all I believed of flat Earth is that it's a hoax. That's what I've thought of until now.
Okay. You're good in math or what? You like math? So I like to break it down in math. See, if you want to have cognitive dissonance like that, I'll show you where you should look. Do you like math or no? Hello.
Yeah, hello.
It's just me or I can't hear him.
Can you hear me?
You're
I
okay.
can hear you, but your voice is very low. Your volume is low, so you
Well,
need to speak.
I got him 200% and he still can't hear him.
Okay, yeah.
So you like math, yes or no?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Do you understand math pretty well?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. What's the radius of the Earth that you're living on?
Let me just search that up. I don't know.
Search it up.
Okay, that says about 4,000 miles.
Yeah. What's the rate of drop? What's the drop rate?
You mean gravity?
No, drop rate. Meaning, okay, from point A to point B, like it's a curved surface that you're standing on. You're saying that you're standing on a curved surface, yes? Because it's a ball, right? So there's supposed to be an arc or a curve. And that the curve has a drop rate. So many miles, if there's so many miles, you'll be lower than the original point that you're on. So from point A, you know, I'm at zero.
No, I know. I remember what the drop rate is.
Okay.
Okay.
So what's the drop rate of Earth?
Give me a second.
Take your time, bro.
Okay, I don't know what it is.
Jason's making noise. Jason, what curve is making noise?
Sorry.
I was wondering who's typing so slow.
That was Jason.
Yeah,
stop it. It's the old man typing.
I'm trying to type with my left hand because my right hand's out of action.
Oh shit!
Stop it.
Oh no.
You guys.
Did you Google it or no?
Yo, is that Jen I heard? What's up, Jen?
Yeah, how you doing, guys? Happy New Year to you, my brother.
Same to you, Aki. All right, Jen. How did you guys celebrate it over there? Like, you guys didn't have curfew and stuff, right?
No, we don't have any of that. No, but they stopped all the restaurants early. So we had the mother-in-law around here, and we just sat down and had a chat. Yeah, it got a bit heated because they were still going on about me not wearing a mask and that. I said, well, there's no danger. So it carried on, It was an argument into the new year.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Do you guys have a lockdown over there?
No, we don't have a lockdown, but they've recently restricted the hours that restaurants can open. It was like midnight. Now they're trying to say 8 o'clock, but people are not really. People are not really adhering to that because it's too tough. It's too tough. They're staying open sometimes, and I see them. They're still open in places. So the Tokyo area is much more heavily policed than where I am. I'm out in the sticks, so it's just all I can say is that everyone's enjoying themselves as best they can. Really,
you're in Japan.
Wearing the masks everywhere you go. People have got masks on. It's not policed. It's not mandatory because
why don't you wear one?
Even today, the Prime Minister said there's no law in place that can force you to wear the mask. So all we're doing is asking you so we can reduce the spread of the bacteria.
And why don't you want to? And you don't want to work along with everyone?
No.
You know that putting on a mask jeopardizes your own health?
That's right.
Right? So why the fuck would I want to jeopardize my health because of your fear of nonsense? Yeah. Your fear, my rights do not end where your fear starts, bro. I could not give a fuck about what you think because I know better than you, and I know that I put on this mask, I'm gonna hurt my fucking health. So go fuck yourself and take that mask.
How do you know better?
Up your ass.
Yeah, and another thing.
How do you guys know
one
no
more
better
point,
than the
one more point.
experts?
One more point. When there's
That's Nate Punk's dude.
Nate's a fucking moron, bro.
Yeah, bro, you're still around? What's going on, man?
What's up, man?
This guy.
Why would I want to wear a mask?
The Great Barrington Declaration told me, bro. 30,000 doctors told me. You know what I mean?
Excuse me.
I think there's a Harvard study or something.
I think 30,000 doctors that are against the mainstream are better than the fucking mainstream television doctors, don't you think? I'm pretty sure it's
That's
better than
fair.
fucking Fauci that fucking did a whole bunch of propaganda in the fucking 80s about AIDS and shit, and still fucking sucks as being a doctor. Never been a fucking a real doctor. All he is a propaganda fucking money pushing machine. And this is who you fucking believe on TV, right, Nate? That's the expert you believe on fucking CNN, right, Nate?
I don't really watch CNN. I mean,
It
it's
doesn't
more
matter.
what
You're
the
a
WHO and my private doctor tells me.
Your private
definitely
doctor's a
believe-
fucking moron. If he wears the mask, your private doctor's a fucking moron.
Really?
So I'm not
Yeah.
sure which university it was, bro, but it's a mainstream. You know, it's like Yale or Harvard or some shit about the CO2, recycling the CO2 in the masks, how they deteriorate your health because of the CO2. It's fucking official mainstream, bro. Just Google. It might have been. I don't think it's Harvard. Maybe Stanford. Something. A fucking big ass, big name college. So university.
I've definitely heard that. I mean, I've definitely heard
I
that
actually read
wearing the mask is a risk to your own health.
I read the study,
But I heard it becomes a risk after you wear it for a long period of time, which isn't what's supposed to happen.
We've been wearing it for a year now, almost, right?
Yeah, but I mean, you're not supposed to have the mask on for long periods of time. You should have it on for like 10 to 15 minutes, and you take it off. You know?
Oh yeah, that's dope.
That's why. Yeah, that's why they don't want us outside that long. You're supposed to be at home where you don't need to wear them.
Christ.
At work,
Tell me where the fucking virus is. Have you ever show me the virus?
They're asking you to open your windows, open your doors, and freshen the air with the virus air from the outside.
It's fine. That part is fine, man. It's all good. As long as you're wearing a mask, please wear it.
Retarded. It's the most retarded fucking thing.
I don't know. I mean, Jin, think about it. If you would like, the store getting groceries for 15 minutes, is it really that bad to wear a mask for 15 minutes just while you're in public?
Yeah, a man like me who dedicates himself to looking after health and promoting good health for everybody else around him, who's fully aware that there is no danger from the virus. I am prepared to die to prove it. Why would I wear the mask when there is no danger? When there is no danger, I know there's no danger. There is no chance of me catching that damn thing. I haven't been sick in over 35 years. Why would I wear the mask? Why?
Amen.
Why?
So you get sick. That way you get sick.
No, I don't. I haven't been sick in over 35 years.
I know, man.
What about other people? What about other people that get sick? I mean, clearly you're a very healthy person, Jim. But not everyone has your level of health, right?
Can you guys hear me out for a second, please?
Dude, can you not interrupt, man? Can you not interrupt? You're coming in. Just let the conversation go on and kind of.
No. I'm just trying to say something else because.
All right, get it out.
I personally, I did research at Stanford Med, and I've seen this happen. And
see what happened?
Masks? No, you cannot say something against masks, man. I've studied 6 months at Stanford Med.
Let me get you the study. Now hold on, then. All right. If you're gonna come at me, hold on.
Let me get you the video that shows you masks not working. I'm going to get you the video right now that proves to you masks offer you zero protection. I'm going to post it in the live stream voice text. Please get ready to receive some serious truth to your eyeballs that will make your eyeballs pop out, and you're going to need a new set of eyes because, boy, it's a joke.
Even if they do prevent it, I couldn't give a shit. I don't want to wear it. Simple as that. Couldn't care if they do.
Personal freedom.
You can't. I mean, I'm sorry, but look. Even flat Earth is something that I was new to. But wearing a mask to protect yourself from COVID is my life's work. And
COVID doesn't.
Your life's work.
Because you're fucking moron. You're fucking
sorry.
I'm not.
I don't want to wear a mask. I don't give a shit if it's going to reduce the virus or not. I don't care. I don't want to wear one. If I get it, I get it. So
It's for
fucking
your
what?
own protection.
Hold
It's for
on.
your
I
own
don't care.
protection.
I don't care. I can wear.
No, it's not for my own protection. It's for everybody else's protection. Hold up, Revo. It's not for my own protection.
I can wear a
Masks don't
condom
work
if I
like
want.
that.
Hold on, I can wear a condom if I want. I can wear a condom if I want. If I don't want to wear a condom, I don't want to wear one. I don't want to wear a mask. I don't want to wear it. It's my own fucking own life. It's the same thing.
Revo.
Condom could save me.
Revo.
I have a question. I have a question.
Hold on. Give me a second. So Revo, you say it's for your own protection. So it's on your own interest. So I mean, if it's for your personal protection, then everybody's personal problem is with. I mean, everybody's personal protection is their own business, nobody else's. If I don't want to feel, if I don't feel like wearing it, I'm not gonna wear it. You could wear it if you want. I'm not gonna blame you. I'm not gonna tell you.
You could be a carrier. There is a 23% chance that you just being exposed to the atmosphere.
You know that
I have a question.
carrier
You're
stuff
putting
is
lives
lies,
at risk.
No one gives a
You're
shit.
putting
what
lives
percentage.
at risk.
I have a
No one
question for
cares.
Revo.
I want to use a condom. Wear a condom. If you don't want to wear one, don't wear one.
If I'm a carrier, then you protect yourself from me. That's it.
Not a contagious thing.
Wait, can you give me proof? Can you give me proof that masks actually stop the spread of germs?
You know what, guys?
They won't. Germs are too small in my time.
Even if they do, it's personal choice. You're scared of other
You
people.
have no. Okay, hold on, everybody, hold on. Revo. Yeah, please, you guys been going over Revo.
If you're scared of other people,
I mean, you're
hold on,
ruining
Revo.
people's
Revo,
lives.
you just said we have no proof. Revo, hold on. Hold on, Revo.
It's not funny.
Listen, he left.
Yeah, he hopped out.
He spiraled out of control. He couldn't handle the truth. Fucking
You
idiot.
guys overwhelmed him too much, man. Too much.
I know.
We're making people die. Oh.
swear, if you're scared, then wear a mask. If you're scared, get a vaccine. If people don't fucking do it, it's your choice, man.
Life, man. Well, then they will cut off alcohol. They will cut off cigarettes. They will cut off other
exactly.
Everybody did. What the hell?
I know.
Oh no, we kill people because we don't wear face diaper. You're such a horrible person. You must comply. You are a bitch. Please comply.
It is my
face diaper. Face diaper.
Hold on.
Yeah,
When is this? How is this is nonsense? Because how does his life work? Didn't it just
He worked at Stanford Med, dog. He was working at Stanford Med supposedly.
But didn't this just start in 2019? Well,
like
beginning
2:30 in the morning, and he's chilling with us on on Discord. That's interesting. All right, but go back to your life.
If it really does save you, the people that are scared of it can follow them fucking shit rules, can't they? If you're scared of catching corona, get an injection and get your vaccine if you want. For the people that aren't scared of it, enter your own risk, isn't it? It's your own risk. If you end up in hospital sick, that's your own fault. Do you know what I mean? But I'm not prepared to have someone scare me into wearing a mask because they think like it's going to save me, and I totally don't have no one peer pressure me into taking a vaccine if I don't think that the vaccine is going to be adequate. It's up to me to choose that. In the end of the day, no one has a right to stab you with a needle.
Over my dead body this time. Fuck that shit. I already
They're
took
going to create a very good excuse to make it mandatory, though.
You shouldn't call it a vaccine. You should call it an injectable, because if you use the term injectable, then in a court of law, you have more of a precedent to say no.
It's assault, isn't it? It's assaulting somebody. You shouldn't have the right to assault somebody.
Not if you're endangering other people's health, which is what they say you will be doing.
No, well, at the end of the day, if the vaccine protects you from the virus, then anyone who's just scared of people like myself, then they can protect themselves, can't they? So if the vaccine is
the mask, even if it's trespassing in private property in your body, they're trying to trespass.
Do your best. Do your best to not use the term vaccine. Do your best to not say vaccine, because if you do, then you're playing their game. Call it what it is. It is a product in a syringe, which is an injectable. Just call it an injectable.
Yeah, injectable, poisonous liquid. Yeah, I agree. Poisonous liquid, injectable. I don't know what it is. Yeah, no thanks. Yeah, I agree.
Injectable.
Injectable, poisonous liquid. What is it?
Gene, do you remember what Joey said to you last week about what you say to your doctor if he wants you to have the jab?
I've forgotten. What did he say?
I don't know. I made a mental note to ask you because I didn't write it down. I thought you did. He did say to ask about the Hippocratic Oath, but there was 4 things he told you to say, and I can't remember.
Yes.
One of them was contents.
The contents of the virus. What's in it? Are you prepared to pay all my medical damages if this so-called poisonous liquid damages me? And then will you sign my document here saying that you'll do that? That's the thing, really. That's the main thing.
And you gotta add a dollar figure, like a $1 billion for damages. You gotta add a
That's right.
dollar
Lifetime
figure
medical care.
Any damages is a $1 billion fine.
There you go. $1 billion. Well, there you are. So,
At the end of the day, if the vaccine does protect you, the people that are spreading it and putting other people in danger, if you feel like you're one of the people that will be put in danger by people walking around not that have not taken it, then you'll be okay because you're vaccinated or you've had the injectable, haven't you? So if it's so good at protecting you, why are you worried about other people spreading it? You're immune, yeah? Fucking idiots.
It's so clear, it's so obvious that once you receive your injectable injection into your arm, you should be skipping. Because I remember when I was a kid and I got the MMR and I got the other BCG and that, I felt invincible. As a kid, I thought, I'm never going to get sick. That's how I felt. Not knowing, of course, that they didn't work. But at that time as a child, you're not scared now. You're thinking, I'm never going to get sick. So basically, go and get your vaccine and feel invincible, will you? Please.
Exactly. And leave the people that don't want it. And leave alone the people that don't want it. You can't force people to it's a form of assault. You don't get the right to put your hands on anybody or enter their personal space without the permission. If I don't permit you to get in my personal space, how are you going to fucking, how?
Yes.
No, sorry, it's against my right. I don't fancy you getting close.
Yeah, but they're just going to make it that hard for you to do anything in the real world if you don't get it. It may as well be forced on you, though.
Yeah, no, I know. Exactly. You can't travel and you can't do this, you can't do that. I've heard that as well.
Well, not only that, I think the biggest problem is going to be a vaxxers against anti-vaxxers situation, and you know what that's like already without the fucking COVID. I think you're going to have people kicking off with each other over it. I do.
Worst case scenario.
I tell you who's going to lose. Those who are wearing the mask are going to get a nightmare.
Yeah. You're right, Jim. All them vaccinated sheep, they'll get battered.
Annihilated, man. Because you're going to get people spitting on them, punching them, jumping on the jaw, coughing all over them. You're going to die. You can imagine it, can't you? Fuck. Such is their ignorance.
Sheep versus wolves, that's what it'll be.
Yes. And if you're organised, you might even have your little business card say, see this, go and study this video. You ram it down the mouth. There you go.
There's a lot of people out there who cherry pick what they want in order to suit their own agendas, and it's normally to do with things like getting on their high horse and taking the moral high ground and just shouting people down.
I know.
That's true. Problem, and these people, they're not. You could show them all the proof and all the videos and everything, and they just, even if they did watch them, they still wouldn't go for it because it don't fit their agenda.
It's like Karens, isn't it? Like them really pedantic fucking Jobsworth, snotty nose, fucking little fucking them stupid losers that get a little bit of power, and they feel like they've got a little bit of right to talk to people a certain way, and that's what they're like. I can imagine them. You're putting my health at risk. You are. Well, you're vaccinated, yeah. Oh. Yeah, but what about the other people? Well, the people that are afraid of it can also get the injectable, can't they?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but
these are the type of people, and I'll see them all the time. They either pull up in the car or they walk across the car park of the supermarket. They stop outside the door. They pull a mask out of their pocket and put it on and go in. So really, even though they're willing to kick off and get gobby about it, they can't believe it as much as we don't because they'd be wearing they wouldn't even be out in public, would they, let alone just putting the mask on as they come in the shop. You gotta
get food though,
yeah, go on.
Yes, this is true, but it's going to be like apartheid. I think you're going to have shops that are going shopping for people who you know.
It just gets my back up when you're not allowed to be an expert yourself. You have no right to study to become an expert. You don't have that right, apparently. So you can't know more than the expert. That's what they say to you. You know, well, have you done the research yourself? Yeah. Where have you learned where have you got your knowledge from? All right.
Well, Jim, you've heard the term bullshit baffles brains, haven't you?
Yeah, right.
I do think some people, in some situations, it's adequate that if you haven't got experience or knowledge in a situation that, for example, my mate talks about boxing and he ain't got a fucking clue what he's on about. But at the same time, if he's allowed to choose his favourite fighters, he's allowed to watch what he fancies. He's entitled to his opinion. I may not think his opinion's right, but, it's up to him, isn't it? Ultimately.
Well,
so
in the case of this poisonous liquid stuff, it's not opinions now. I'm not giving you an opinion. I'm giving you scientific facts here. Facts that have been well established. I can give you the source. So it's not my opinion. My opinion would be very dangerous. I'm not giving you an opinion. I'm giving you facts. I'm telling you, I know my own body, 1. 2, I know the narrative story. 3, I've seen the experts, people who don't have an axe to grind. They're protecting people who have been injured. They have presented the information that the government is dismissing. So it's up to you to make your informed decision. Simple as that.
So you're making an informed decision, then, are you? I mean, personally myself, I'm just hearing that it's 3% death rate. I'm hearing, I know about at least 100 people have got it or had it, and they've all been fine. None of them have gone to hospital. So like,
COVID
I'm not really
has
that worried
about
about
0.01% death rate.
So I'm not that worried about it, basically. So I mean, that's just my opinion. I mean, I've got no scientific study to back it up. I just look and think, it ain't really that deadly, is it? Do you know what I mean?
That's it. That's your opinion. That's okay. That's your opinion, which is fair enough. I'm not going to argue. My point is that not only do I have an opinion, but I actually have the facts. I've looked into the facts of the things. Your cases and landmark wins against the manufacturers, the pharmaceutical industry, the doctors, since 2005. So, it's not like a new thing to me. I'm educated on this stuff. That's the thing. I'm not just giving an
fair
opinion
enough. That's fair enough. I mean, can't argue with that.
Yeah, that's it. That's what I'm saying. So the people out there, not on the server, that people out there who are thinking that you don't have a right to speak because you don't know anything about it. Well, no, you've made an assumption because you don't know what I do know. And that's what I say here in Japan. I say, when you see me, because I don't wear the mask, what do I know that you don't know? Because why would I want to spread? If you're worried about germs going around everywhere that can kill you, why would I want to do that anyway? That's the first thing. Would I want to do that? Am I that stupid? No, right. So, but this gaijin, foreign in English, what is it that this gaijin knows that I don't know? Exactly. That's what you've got to check. Because you're all copying each other here at the moment, and then you ask them, are you going to take the vaccine? No. Why not? I don't want to be a guinea pig. Then why do you wear the mask? Can you see? I don't wear the mask. I know there's no danger. 2, I'm not going to take the vaccine.
What happens? Can you get corona twice? Here's a question. Does anyone know if you can get corona twice? Like, if you've had it once, could you get it again?
Get it twice.
Yes, there are people.
And it mutates as well. You have to have more than one vaccination, like every 3 months or something.
Listen, there are accounts of people having 2 positive PCR tests. So the question arises: what was it the first time?
PCR test doesn't show.
I know. That's what I'm saying. So the questions arises: what was it the first time? What was it the second time?
Yeah, like a different mutation. But it's so stupid because like someone would be, hey, aren't you afraid of corona? And then you say, I already got it, and they're like, and they still look at you judgmentally.
Then there is one case where a nurse or a doctor had the inoculation a week ago or 2 weeks ago, and then he tested positive 10 days later. So it's all a bit shady until now.
Well, I mean, I think it's because supposedly in the nasal cavity, that thing still stays stuck in there or something like that.
Yeah, the rebuttal is that he probably had it, and then you have this week of incubation time. So that's their rebuttal, right? So he had the vaccination. He probably got it before the vaccination. So then you have the incubation time. So that's their rebuttal. take it as you as you wish.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, you have to realize that the coronavirus per se hasn't even been isolated. So what are they even testing for? They're testing for an alignment that they already presupposed. And that alignment is just a piece of genetic code. And anybody can have that. I mean, it's a piece of genetic code that was taken by swabs in China or something from like 20 patients who had these flu-like or SARS-like symptoms. So it's just genetic code and material that is exposed if you've got, mostly if you've gotten a reaction in your body that reacted to some sort of stressor. So in the end, you test positive with a PCR test for a piece of genetic code that you may or may not have gotten if you were feverish in the last few weeks, or even if not. I mean, they amplify it depending on the cyclical threshold. So anybody and everything could test positive for the coronavirus as long as you amplify it. Yeah.
You joking?
Long enough.
Right, and then the
That's
question
true, man.
becomes.
That's true.
And then the question becomes, because coronavirus, since like what they know this, that's a common flu since forever. Which one are you coming positives for? The flu, the known flu, or just the new whatever engineered version? Quote unquote.
Yeah,
probably both.
Probably both. You're not getting much protection anyway from this thing. They don't know how long the immunity you're going to get. They don't know it. They don't know how long it's going to last. The
amazing thing, flu season is here, and
nobody dies of the flu.
No flu cases.
Yeah. You see? Look at that. Anyway,
check out Kerry Mullis if you haven't. I mean, that's the inventor of the PCR test, or not. It's not even a test; it's a PCR method for amplification of genetic substances. And even he says you can't use it to determine if somebody is infectious or not, or even if somebody's got a certain type of virus. And I mean, that even presupposes that you know what the virus actually looks like. And for the coronavirus, in that case, we don't even know how it looks like. It's never been isolated. So that destroys anything with regards to the existence of this so-called pandemic.
Yeah, it's a shame, really. Shameful.
I have a question. Who here in their live stream knows somebody personally, like brother, sister, father, cousin, who has actually died of COVID that you can confirm that's died of COVID? Anybody?
No one. I don't know anyone.
My 94-year-old grandma went to the hospital. She fainted for some reason. She was good until she went there, and then she caught COVID, but she's still alive. She's actually,
but nobody's died. Nobody's died in this live stream here of COVID.
Nah, not that we know of.
So is that a pandemic?
No, it's not.
It's difficult, right? Because after having a positive test and you die, then it's counted as a COVID death. But in the Netherlands, they don't do any autopsies. So again, what was it that killed you in the end?
Yeah.
Fear.
Shark bite.
Old age. I mean, that's the whole scandemic. It's just whatever. Just label it as COVID death if you get a positive test with the PCR. But just shows you died with this certain alignment of genes in your DNA. But take it for what it's worth.
Yeah, it's worth nothing. That mask.
Are the Globus here? Found any curvature yet?
Yeah, we had a few just now. Actually.
I think you guys blew away Revo with that COVID. He was like almost ready to look at the flat Earth until you just knocked him over the head with that COVID.
Yeah.
Too much cock this for 1 hour.
If these things were actually contagious, if you think about it, we would all have been a lot iller in our lives at various times, wouldn't we, if you think about it? Because we'd have been surrounded by these things. I mean, I've been ill once in my life, properly ill, and I had pneumonia when I was a kid. It's the only time I've been in hospital. And I've had flu about 2 or 3 times in my life, and I'm 50. You know, if it was contagious, surely I'd have been ill more than that in my life.
Yeah, that's a good point. Also, with the lockdowns here in Switzerland, I mean, they lock everything down with the exception of the big supermarkets. So everybody's flooding the big supermarkets. They're super packed, more packed than they usually are. Everybody goes there. They all touch the same stuff, and the people that are at the counter and just typing in the articles, they're all touching the same stuff. They're not even wearing gloves. So if it were contagious, if there was some positive person buying stuff there and would have touched one of these articles, and then the scanner guy scans it, he's got it on his fingers. All the other guys should potentially.
We got a COVID-19 one.
Oh yeah, not a cough.
You know, it's funny though. Like when you go to the store, all of a sudden, like you have so many people with masks. You just can't get a feeling of, damn, I feel like coughing, and you feel like if you cough, you gotta feel like you're getting stole something. It's like
instant shame.
It's like, oh shit.
You go in and you sneeze, the whole market looks at you, and you're like, bruh.
And there's
It's
also
crazy how
another
that
thing as
fucks
well.
up perception.
Yeah, there's another thing as well that I don't think people have really properly taken into consideration, and that's the resourcefulness of people if their back's against the wall. You know, if they've got to come up with a solution to a problem, or else most people will come up with a solution to the problem. Do you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
if you're not allowed on public transport, for example, if you haven't been vaxxed, there are ways around that. You could counterfeit documents. You know, there are many ways to go about it. But can you imagine that a lot of them won't be exactly legal? You know what I mean?
Yeah, never underestimate the resourcefulness of people. But I don't know if I've learned a lot of things in 2020. One of this was that most of the people, they just wait until the very end, until their backs are really against the wall, and then they start looking for some sort of remedy or an alternative.
Most of them don't do that.
Yeah, most of them don't even do that. They just go with the flow.
They stuffed it up the ass by the time they realise. Yeah.
But yeah, the time for looking for alternatives would be now that you still got some sort of maneuvering room.
Well, if you want the truth, I think there's only one way forward, and that's physical violence.
Yeah, and that's what's happening around the world slowly. People are gathering themselves.
It's the only way these people are going to understand that people are serious, man. And I'm talking properly, you know, with whatever you've got to hand, pitchforks, guns, sharp knives, pointy sticks, anything.
That's it, the angry mob.
But I wouldn't incite it, or I wouldn't incite violence. It's a bit counterproductive, you know.
Well, yeah, unfortunately, we're past that point, man. We're way past that point. You know, the only way this is going to get resolved, and they're going to realise that people are going to put up some resistance, is people start fucking kicking off.
Yeah, but you should incite it. You shouldn't say we should start doing it. I don't think, you know, even if you think that's what's going to change it, I still don't think you should incite it.
Well, in that case, then nobody will get round to doing anything again, will they?
Yeah, you got to.
I know, but you shouldn't. In general, you shouldn't incite violence. I agree with you that people don't change until you start kicking off. No one's disagreeing with that. But to incite it is a negative thing to do.
Well,
that's just my opinion.
Not really.
Yeah, you're right. You know, and it is true that, you know, negativity breeds more negativity, but desperate times call for desperate measures, I think. Unfortunately, somebody is going to have to step up and start instigating it. This is the reality of it.
They're pushing. They're taking. You know, they're really going against humanity here.
I mean, I don't intend to get a vaccine or anything. They're going to have to kill me because I'll go out fucking fighting. I will, because I'm not prepared to do it. You know what I mean?
When you're
Yeah,
not
and
sick.
that's your right, man. That's your right.
They're just going to ostracize you.
Yeah, but the thing is, I want to
Starve or
go out.
whatever.
I want to go out in the way I choose, and I don't want to go out knowing that I've kind of backtracked on my moral principles that I'm quite vocal about to certain people. Like, if you walk the walk, you got to talk the talk and all that. Yeah. If I do that, though, I'll take one of the fuckers with me somehow. Freak lawnmower accident or something like that.
You guys know the Ice Age farmer? I just watched his last report, and in that he also, touched on that. He mentioned briefly, like in India, there are millions of, I think he even said 250 million farmers that are kind of standing up and protesting the government measures. Not sure if that figure's right, but whatever. He also cited this book with regards to the gulags in Russia in the Second World War. And said that the writer or the main character in that book, he's like, if we would have valued our freedom enough, we would have stood up as long as we could have, and we would have waited for the government goons, and we would have taken a few of them down. And if enough people would have done that, the government would have run out of executive operatives, and may have even prevented the whole shit that followed.
Yeah. I mean, it's it's, if you look into it, most, revolutions or attempted revolutions, they haven't ended well. You know what I mean? And they're all, they're all controlled opposition, really. It's very, very hard to find an example of a proper revolution that actually changed something. Do you know what I mean? Just precise.
The French revolutions that tend to get some results. They do get concessions from the government because they don't want it to happen again. So they do win something, don't they? In France.
What do you mean when
the Yellow Jackets
storming of the Bastille? You on about that?
Yeah, storming of the Bastille, and in recent days, recent years, they've been getting what they want.
I've got to say, I spent a lot of time in France because I used to go out with a French girl for about 15 years, and the French are like that. They don't take shit off the government.
No, that's right.
They've got a far higher standard of living than us as well because they moan about what's going down. Like.
Yeah, you go back to the fuel crisis of like 30 years ago. 35 years ago, when they were on strike for fuel back then, and they won their concessions. Remember, they blocked all the motorways with the trucks. Nothing could move, no gridlock. And then, the government had to concede. So in France, they get results. You look at that.
Yeah, but the thing is, when these things were done, these weren't on the... The reality is that the powers that be, call them what you will, I'll call them, the enemy.
Yeah.
They are literally 2 or more steps ahead of us at every term, and they're working to a script that they've had a chance to not only practice but perfect over time. Right, and all of us are fucking running around in circles, most of us trying to figure out what's going on.
The one thing that they have to be ready for is that there's more of us than there are of them.
Well, this is it, but that's another problem as well, Gin. If you think about it, say there was a Washington demo apparently a couple of weeks back where 1 million people turned up.
Yeah.
That's the population of the city I live in. That's quite a lot of people.
Yeah.
Say you had 10 times that amount of people suddenly just turn up and on the streets. I mean, what they're going to have to do something about it. So what are they going to do? The only thing I can think of is they're going to start. They're going to start shooting people.
Well, I've been listening to the reports from the US on podcasts, and the people they've interviewed, they're all ready to fight. They're getting hungry. They can't feed their kids. They can't pay their rents. Their backs to the wall. The $2,000 can't come soon enough. But then when that's over, what's happening next?
But do you remember what I said to you about they're 2 steps ahead at every turn?
Yeah.
The fact they want, it's not that they just want people's backs against the wall with hungry kids to get them to kick off. They're doing, they're deliberately giving out misleading information, contradicted themselves. you know, they really do want people in this kind of state of just confusion, like not knowing properly what's going on.
State of disarray, they call it.
So they can't make any coherent plans, like, you know.
Yeah, and especially if you've got your backs against the wall, most people, they'll just comply instead of stand up. I mean, you said before we've got the majority, like we're more than them, but I would actually disagree with that because they've got like the majority of the sleeping masses behind them that are just unconsciously complying, and they're ostracizing the other people like us, you know. So they are in the majority, even if the people in the government are less.
Yeah, that would be right. That would be right. But I still think that, you know, if we were able to wake those sleeping masses up, you wake up the sleeping giant now, it's all over for them.
I mean,
how hard is that? I mean, 2020.
Very hard.
Can anybody actually say for certain here that they know what the enemy's agenda is?
No, who knows?
Because I don't. I mean, I've got a couple of ideas floating around my head, but that's nothing more than just speculating, you know. If you know, if they are planning on getting rid of a large portion of the population,
Clearly, they're on a reset anyway. It's definitely a reset, that's for sure. They're resetting everything. I mean, look at the US's national debt of the US is $243 trillion. The US owns. Owes. That's a massive debt.
well, you know, it's like 9/11. The day after that, you know, that guy from the Pentagon said they'd misplaced something like, I don't know how much it was trillions.
$2 trillion.
11.
That happened again in the COVID thing as well. But you know,
Really?
Yeah, that was $2 trillion, and the Rumsfeld, wasn't it? Who was being arrested at the time.
There are some things that are a bit worrying, though. I'm talking about in my country. I can't speak for anybody else's because I know you rumoured to have FEMA camps and stuff in the States. But, you know, there's these like field hospitals that they're setting up in the UK. You know, like military-style ones. And I'm thinking, they don't even need these, man. The hospitals are empty. There's nobody in the hospitals.
I saw some of the news reports. These are private people who've gone out to film these so-called test centres, and there's no one in.
Yeah.
No staff, no vehicles, nothing.
Yeah, and you know these field hospitals, as they say, and I use that term lightly. I mean, if you took a closer look at it, it's just a compound with a few buildings and some razor wire around the edge, so you can't escape. Like, you know. I mean, who puts razor wire on the fence of a hospital?
Vehicles in and out. The ones I saw, anyway.
Have you heard of the new Senate bill that just passed in America? I don't know, Senate Bill 614 or whatever.
No, what's that?
Crazy.
What's it state?
Crazy. It's codifying or putting into law the detention of potential carriers and people who are then a threat to society, so that they can enforce them to be detained and keep them there as long like they just assess their it's crazy. It's codified into law, so
I think that's
2021
because that's the only way they're going to be able to deal with such a large amount of people, I think. You know. Have you seen a film called Children of Men?
Yeah, movie,
you know,
right?
I'm talking about, because they've got those kind of those like hospital stroke concentration camp things in that, haven't they?
Yeah, predictive programming it is.
I mean, I didn't realise about the Walmarts in the States that they're basically FEMA centres. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a while back, like a few years back, with this Operation Jade Helm or something it was called, where they kind of military together with Walmart's kind of underground bases or detention camps, something like that. Yeah, I remember that.
Walmart's probably just a CIA front anyway. Done there. I thought it was a bit strange that every Walmart's got its own like reservoir of water out the back or somewhere near to it. So technically it's got its own water supply. I thought that was a bit strange at the time when I was told about that. Considering it's just a supermarket. And it sounds a bit like martial law, doesn't it? Walmart.
With a wall around, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and if people who don't believe it, you've just got to run this short thing by them. How many times in the past can you actually remember a problem occurring where not only have your government addressed it straight away and been on the ball, done a really good job of it, right, with our best interest at heart, but not only that, every other country on the plane, including the ones full of terrorists that have been bombing the shit out of them, all comply and all get on board to help everybody out. It's like, nah, that's just not right. That never happens. If I was a terrorist, I'd be using this entire situation to my advantage.
Mm-hmm.
You know? But
Here in Switzerland, they're passing a law right now. We're collecting signatures to pass a referendum against that law. So yeah, it's crazy. It's called the PMT, or Preventive Measures Against Terroristic Acts. Here in Switzerland, it's going to be the most comprehensive anti-terror law in the Western Hemisphere. I don't know if it actually compares to the Patriot Act of the United States and other stuff, but like on European land. And it's crazy. I mean, it's the formulation for what is a terroristic act is so fuzzy. And it's kind of the wording is like anything that goes against the state, or anything that's against the state can be viewed as a terroristic act or as a terrorist. So they can detain you for up to 9 months, and that goes from persons of 15 plus. It's crazy. Sorry?
It all depends what side of the fence you're sitting on, because if you're on the side of the fence, you know, say your country's been invaded and somebody's trying to take over, like, I don't know, the Americans in Vietnam, right? You're going to fight to the end, aren't you? Because it's your land, you know, it's your home, you know, which makes you a freedom fighter on one side of the fence and a terrorist on the other side, isn't it?
True. It's all a matter of perspective.
Did you say you're from Switzerland?
Yeah, true.
Is it true you can carry handguns in Switzerland?
No, that's not true. That's not true. It's military is mandatory for people that are for all males that aren't impaired physically or mentally. It's getting less and less every year, actually, of males that are that have to go do military service.
Right.
But there you get your rifle, and you can take your rifle home, and you travel with your rifle if you're going to military or coming back home, but you don't walk around with any handguns. That would be, I don't know.
So it's illegal then to have weapons like every other country in Europe, right? So,
I've never seen anybody walk around with a handgun.
Somebody was trying to tell me that they were legal in Switzerland, but they could have been referring to that thing about the National Service.
Yeah, they must have been referring to that because, nobody carries a handgun whilst outdoors. You just have your rifle at home, and you take your rifle with you when you're going to military service or coming back home again. But you don't walk around with a pistol unless you're a police officer or
Right.
Also, something funny that with regards to with regards to Walmart actually having some similarity to martial law. It's funny that wall backwards is law.
Yeah.
Mart, abbreviation for martial. It's actually funny. I just realized that.
Yeah, there's a lot of word associations I've been hearing recently. Some people pulling some real things out of the bag that I can't. My brain doesn't work on that level. The way words are associated, and most words have two meanings that are somehow connected, even though at first glance you might think not. It's like, have you heard of the star forts that are around the place?
Star forts?
Yeah, they're all over the plane. They're like, they're called forts because they look like fortifications, but some people reckon they're not. I'll put a picture of one up for you. Probably recognise.
Like in France and stuff. Yeah, there are a lot of those from medieval times.
You'd be surprised how many. Well, now they're well older than that. They're a lot older than that. But I couldn't get my hat on how many are in North America. There's a lot of them. But back to what I was saying about words, there's one school of thought that says star thoughts was something to do with the free energy grid, like when we had free electricity and stuff in the past. And there were some people say that they're an actual part of that entire system. They're a big component of it, right down to the fact there might be some sort of battery technology, right? And interestingly enough, during the Second World War, they turned some of these concrete star forts into anti-aircraft installations by, putting guns in them, which are also called batteries, but completely different meaning. I thought that was a bit strange as well. Yeah, here's an example.
Yeah.
I can't find the pictures of this. I did have a load of them. Anyway, here's one. They are literally everywhere. In fact, it's probably likely that you've been past one or to one, visited one, and not even realised what it is.
No, we actually visited one with school like years ago, somewhere in Alsace in France, Colmar, somewhere around there. Yeah, they're impressive. They're very impressive. But I never heard about the association with some free energy. I've heard about free energy associations with the pyramids and stuff, but I'm not really sure what to think about that.
Yeah, it's unlikely that they were for like defensive or offensive purposes. To be honest, to me, they look like the front of snowplows that have got that angle to get the snow out off the road.
Yeah.
They almost look like that, like they could break up snow or mud.
Yeah.
I lived in Plymouth in the UK for 20 years, before I came back to Birmingham. And it's got the biggest star fort in the UK there, and I never knew until I'd left. I used to walk past it every day.
Crazy, because you only always see like one little piece of it.
Not
never really an aerial view.
This thing, I've been inside it as well, but it just really didn't dawn on me what it was. This is an external view of it. It's the barracks for the paratroopers in the UK now, Paris, I believe.
The way I see it, it's just the most efficient way of building a fortress back in the days. I don't know if there's any association whatsoever with...
I think these were built a long time ago. This one here is called the Citadel, and they reckon Napoleon built it, or it was built during the Napoleonic Wars. But no, it's well older than that, definitely. It did have a proper
also some sacred geometry in there.
There could be. I'm not too up on my sacred geometry, to be honest. Oh, I did have
me neither.
Oh, here you go. This is it from the air. This is quite a structure, I tell you.
That doesn't have too much of a symmetric geometry as the first one you sent, but it's
Don't
impressive,
forget
definitely.
that what you see on the outside is just a percentage of the whole structure, because a lot of it is underground.
Yeah. Yeah, they're not all like symmetrical. A lot of them are. But if you get Google Earth Pro and start looking at cities and rivers and things, you can see those, like, they're distinctive kind of arrowhead shapes, aren't they? Those angled turns in the wall. You can see them in just parts of them in cities on Google Earth nowadays, where the rest of the starfort's gone, but there's just like, like the footprint of it.
I know in the Caribbean there's a few, well, many actually, and
yeah.
they also connect underground with tunnels. Tunnels connect the starforts.
Yeah, I would say that's right. What was it? It was another island I saw with man. It could have been like Jamaica or somewhere like that. I'm not certain. But you get small ones. This one's got a house in it. This is in the UK. I didn't find this till the other day. That'd be cool.
Many of them are connected to governmental, like when you say government buildings, that you go to the government buildings, the tunnels are connected to the starforts.
Yeah, I could believe that as well. Yeah, for certain. You see, there's some out of place buildings around, I tell you. Like this is in the UK, right? In near Brighton. It is massive when you look at it from the air. That doesn't look like it should be. Doesn't look very English to me. I think all of these are in America. Maybe there might be some in South America. Guys, I'm just going to get down to speculations and meet Godrockin for a chat about some off-subject things, even though that's what we've been doing now. Also, I'll speak to you in a bit.
مثلا الاشياء الدينيه انا just I have it's passionate for it فما مع امي ولا شيء but sort of how also like just the old school like okay don't talk about this like فاهم عشان خايف على السيفتي ما ارجع على التليفون فاهم بس تتكلم على ربك يعني فاهم it's like fuck man يعني بيسمعوا like complete propaganda. I guess is including so it's like you know what I don't give a fuck. صراحة like yeah, go fuck yourself like shit, I'm not threatening. Yeah, freedom of speech, man. You know, anywhere in the world, freedom. It's like I'm born with this, right? Freedom of speech. It's what it to be. It doesn't. It goes wherever I go. That's just my mindset.
You're a sick man, Nathan. 20 years back.
Wasabi. Wow. Usually there's more people.